Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path on the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy-to-pick-up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
IQOO. everyone. Now I'm here with Boom Frenzy. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, I'm fine, thank you. Okay, for the first question, your coach Ken mentioned before that AE will come stronger in this season, and now they are doing well in the standing. So the question is, do you think they are a threat to your team?
Oke, di season lalu kemarin Ken sempat bilang yang AE itu bakal comeback di season ini dan sekarang performa mereka berada di top 1 lah. Menurut kamu sendiri, apakah AE itu bisa dibilang sebagai ancaman buat Boom sendiri?
Sebenarnya kalau AE bukan termasuk ancaman, tapi kita nganggapnya tuh AE sebagai rival di in-game aja.
To be honest, I don't really think AE as our threat, but then I do believe that they are our rival inside the game.
So for the next question, we can see that there are a lot of roster shuffle in other teams. Can you share with us how you guys prepare for this season?
Oke, kita bisa lihat di semua tim ada rombakan roster, ada gonta-ganti pemain. Apakah preparation yang dilakukan oleh Boom sendiri buat season ini khususnya?
Persiapan kami di pre-season sebenarnya kita banyak coba hal baru, kita banyak coba strategi baru, dan kita matengin hal yang udah kita bisa lah.
For in pre-season before this tournament start, we actually try a new stuff. We try a new strategy and gameplay as well, and of course we need to be prepared for this tournament, and yeah, we are ready for it.
So you are ready now?
Yes, I'm ready.
So are you ready for Get the Champion?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so if you're ready, thank you for interview. You can head back to your seat now.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we got Group B and Group C, where Group B is kicking off for the first day. And let's take a look at today's team. BARUZ for Malaysia, second place of PMNC Malaysia 2023. RRQ from Indonesia, fourth place of 2023 PMPL Indonesia 4. FaZe Clan from Thailand, second place of PMSL SEA 2023. SEM9 for Malaysia, second place of PMPL Malaysia 2023. XERXIA from Thailand, second place of PMPL Thailand 2023. Xavier from Vietnam, PMPL Vietnam 2023 Champion. VOIN Donkey Indonesia from Indonesia 2023 PMPL Indonesia Spring second place. BIGETRON Red Alien from Indonesia 2023 PMRC C versus PEL Champion. Will any team surprise us today? Let's see what the caster think about that.
Thank you so much for our host, Bo, and also welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia Summer with me, Choo Choo, and XERXIA. We have new group coming in here today, Cloud.
Oh yeah, Group B will be making their debut in this season's PMSL, and I know a lot of you have been asking for where is BTR, where is 7-9, where is Xavier, where is FaZe Clan? Yes, they are here today, ladies and gentlemen, and they will be going up against Group C.
Yep, it's B versus C, and the boring question you guys been asking yesterday now being answered. And speaking of which, Group A is not playing, so they have to sit it quietly. And this gives opportunity for Boom to actually stretch the gap between Alter Ego and Boom.
Oh yeah, right now the Indonesians have been doing absolutely amazing. Boom, number 1, Alter Ego number 2, and TALON number 3, stacking up the charts there. So no pressure for the other Indonesian teams, BTR and VOIN, RRQ, who are making their debut today. But well, I'm sure all eyes will be on the Indonesian squad.
Just to recap what really happened yesterday, the highest score for elimination, we had it for 2 teams, if I'm not mistaken. Boom at the 5th Miramar with 14 eliminations. Same goes for the side of Team Flash, as the last Miramar met at 14 elimination as well, which was the last Miramar. But to recap really yesterday, 78 points within a day, gained by Alter Ego, and Boom tied in first and second place.
Yeah, they almost broke the 100-point mark. If they had a chicken dinner in the last game with a lot of eliminations, then maybe they could have done that. But anyway, 78 is still a big number. But ladies and gentlemen, in case you're looking for your favorite team, these are the groups, and Group A is taking a break today.
Yeah, it's going to be Group B versus C. We are welcoming Group B, BTR, PEA, VD, VOIN, Donkey, XERXIA, RRQ, FaZe Clan, 7-9, and Xavier is coming into officially in our second day, week 1 of the PMSL Southeast Asia Summer 2024. But speaking of which, now this is going to be the home country buff for the side of the Thai teams. But before we get in ahead of ourselves, this is going to be the schedule for the entirety of the league.
Oh yes, here we go. This will be a long league, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're prepped up for it, and we're only in day number 2. We'll be playing 3 weeks of league stage, and we will see you with the grand finals on the 31st to the 2nd of June. So make sure you're still with us. Till then, mark your calendars, because you don't want to miss out on the action that will be happening on ground. And especially if you happen to be in Thailand, you guys can go and visit.
Yep, and it's been a pleasure. I think a lot of our Malaysian friends love to visit Thailand just for fun, for vacation days. Might as well just drop yourself where the venue is right now. Now, speaking of the weekly group stage format, we do have Group A versus C, which we done yesterday. Today is going to be B versus C. On Friday, it's going to be A versus B. And then the top 8 will go straight into the Super Sunday, while the remaining team that failed to go to the Super Sunday still have a second chance, which is going to be a last chance stage where the top 6, the bottom 16 teams will compete, and only top 8 will march to add into the Super Sunday as well.
And here are the points related to the head start points. So we've seen it last season and how it affected those teams, so you know by now the points, head start points, is important for the grand finals. But there's also the over reward points, the point system. Everyone knows this by now. Winner winning chicken dinner will receive 10 points. But what is the team? What are the teams eyeing for? It will be a $200,000 prize pool, and of course the grand trophy of the PMSL Southeast Asia Summer.
Yep, it's always about the moolah, and it's always about the bling bling and the ka-ching ka-ching. But speaking of the point system, at least it's still going to be the same for now. But for the overall rankings, we just recapped for you guys recently, and it was just a couple of seconds ago. But Boom with the most chicken dinner and number 1 spot. That's the only tiebreaker they have between them and Alter Ego, which happen to be having this total points.
Yes, 28 and 28, and of course the tiebreaker favors to Boom Esports, because they got 2 chicken dinners, and they are first team in the season's PMSL to receive 2 chicken dinners, and it's only in day 1. Can you imagine that? And on page number 2, fortunately, these teams will need to work a lot harder today.
Extremely hard, especially if they are not playing it, and they happen to be on the very bottom of the page as well. And speaking of which, lucky enough, the team at Group A, most of them actually in the middle bracket. But speaking of Group B, they're starting at 0 today, but between the head-to-head comparison of between teams, you have to give it to Boom and Alter Ego, between Pombit and Hunts for You.
Yes, so these two teams, Boom Esports, they are playing today, but for Alter Ego, they are taking a break, so their number will not change. But if you look at like the average elimination points, 8 to Alter Ego, 7.8 to Boom. I mean, it's not that far away. That's why their points are exactly the same.
And speaking of the same, we will have repetitive names up here, which could be the similar names. And yesterday there was a domination coming up from the side of the Indonesian team, except for the last game, by the way. Cloud, don't forget about that. They had chicken dinner the entire day, and Boom got himself double. Team Flash, they got high eliminations. When BIGETRON Esports, they're pretty much in the middle bracket. They are doing not so bad, but not so hot as well. But PIGMY, they play safe, but they still score chicken anyhow.
Well, how could I forget about that? We were hoping for MORPH to fill up that last game, but, well, maybe they'll leave it for later. But anyway, here's a little bit of a recap. Best moments from these two amazing teams. We happen to have the same color scheme. And we started off the first game inside of Sanhok, and of course, right after that, 5 games back-to-back, dominated by the Indonesians.
It's only the last game, if I'm not mistaken, was taken by the Infinity. They just broken the streak of the Indonesian team. The only Indonesian team that played yesterday, just to recap for you guys as well. MORPH didn't score any chicken. But hey, at least they are still in the first page by the end of the day. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. On the side of Boom, yesterday they have been hunting people down, demolishing all the teams.
Yeah, and they found the balance to make it not only Yummy Esports, but the entire team is working together, contributing to the entire cause of Boom Esports to collect the points. And with 78 points collected by now, I can say they're pretty comfortable to move straight on to the Super Sunday.
Speaking of the Super Sunday, imagine if they can actually bring so much power and so much momentum in the first day. What will be the Super Sunday later on? Because it's going to be heated up, not just heated up, probably just bizarre, burning all over the place. But for today's matches, we're going to have the same sort of a map, starting off with Sanhok, Triple and Erangel, ended up with our usual double Miramar.
Yes, and it's going to be the same map sequence, ladies and gentlemen, and the timing is based out of GMT +7. So wherever you are in the world, based on your own time zone, you got to adjust the time. But what is going to happen after this? So we're going to play 3 matches back to back before we have a slightly longer break just to let our players refresh, and then we'll come back to finish up the 3 matches. So if you don't want to miss out on any of the action, make sure you prep up yourself for 3 matches in a row.
Yep, no toilet breaks for you guys because it's going to be super fast and furious. Yesterday, I think it was one of the fastest Sanhok we had in the history of the start of day number 1, because usually everybody kind of nervous, a bit jittery here and there, unsure about the opponent's rotation and stuff like that. But yesterday was a different story entirely. Sanhok was super fresh and super fast, and everything just fight all the way, not even a second of quiet in that map yesterday.
Yeah, Sanhok was really, really fast from the start. We saw a couple of early clashes. I believe it was Sami that had the first clash involving YOODO O2. Bootcamp was open because FaZe Clan did not play, but since now and tomorrow FaZe Clan will be playing. Well, I want to see if anyone wants to challenge the FaZe Clan inside of Bootcamp itself.
Now that's going to be interesting as well, because yesterday the drop spot between the teams, some group are not playing, which can be Group B teams not playing. So it's going to be a different sort of drop spot as our initial fights early on today. But we want to listen to the insights of the teams being chosen by XERXIA first today.
Of course. I'm going to pick. I'm going to roll the teams. I'm not going to repeat picking the teams. That's my personal rule. But of course, Choo-Choo is still sticking with Boom Esports. Of course, I totally understand why. But if you look at this, right? Okay, so Sem9 and RRQ, they're both picking their debut today. And Sem9, they did fairly well last season, especially during the league stage. So I would say that probably they are a league masters. So got it there for in my teams to watch. For RRQ, they are a team that normally starts out real good. So since we're still in week 1 and it's their debut today as well, so that's why RRQ is there. GEEK fam did not have a good start yesterday, but maybe it's a warm-up day for them. So hoping to see them come back today.
For my set of rules, it's going to be I have to pick all different regions, not the same ones. It's okay if I pick it twice. But for Boom, you know, because it's Boom, it's either Alter Ego and Boom, and since Alter Ego is not playing, this is where Boom want to take advantage on my side. For PEA, now this is going to be my homeboys, okay? This is my hometown boys. I cannot not put their names up there for the first day of them playing. I have to put them up there. They are my boys. And also coming up from these Xaviers, well, I have a feeling that these Xaviers have so much potential. They had their peak era before, but it's just we lost their limelight. I don't know what really happened to them. After last year, they're just kind of going dim all the way. I just wish they'd come back a bit more stronger this season.
Well, then, I'd like to hear your justification later when they score something big. Here we go. Game number 1.
Sorry for that shortcut, Cloud. It remains in 5 seconds. I didn't know that. But yes, yesterday, just to recap again, when it comes to Sanhok, yesterday's circle was really tough. You remember that one, right?
Oh yeah, it was like split. It kind of looked like Cam Alpha at some point, and then it was kind of split between Cam Alpha and Bootcamp. That was insane, that sort of circle. But you got to give it to like the teams who really try to overcome that. Now, today, obviously, we're going to roll a different group, and without the presence of Alter Ego, Camp Alpha will be open, and that is where Team Dash will drop instead.
Speaking of, you mentioned about PUBGM earlier on, where somebody actually challenged FaZe Clan. Yesterday was a different team. I think it was a team that's not playing here today, possibly, or was it PIGMY? Or was the entire team differently? Sorry, I have very short-term memory. But when it comes to the small island of Camp Alpha, it's a bit too much. Usually it's comprises of 2 teams, and 2 teams already enough for them to start fighting amongst themselves. But to have 3 and Gen Force spying for the side of BTR just to gain information what's happening on Cam Alpha as well.
Just look at the spread of BTR, right? Like they're creating an L shape in the middle of the map, so they are expanding their territory and their space, and they're going to loot in the small houses. But again, this circle inside of Sanhok, another crazy one.
Might as well don't put any circle in it. There's no point in the circle anymore. It's like, what, 70% of water in it. But we do see quite a generous circle on the side of Empire, of course. And VP, it is their circle to take. They have the advantage. The condition is going to be the circle won't be as wonky later on, because it might actually shift it upwards towards Cam Alpha.
Well, speaking about wonkiness, now looks like GEEK Fam and PIGMY is fighting each other. This time, Damroot is not playing. Instead, Izane is going to replace a Damroot in his position. Now, both teams still 50-50, and we can see GEEK Fam pretty active, moving around this area, trying to cover, trying to gather information on where PIGMY is at.
Fam, they need to redeem themselves. Yesterday's wasn't that great day at all, with Mika finally being played or being put into the roster this days or in this season, so he has so much to prove here, to prove how much he can value towards the entirety of the team. For the side of Izane, DBS is always going to be a DBS is a compulsory in this map, by the way.
Yeah, DBS in Sanhok, very made for each other, because it's like close range, and in Sanhok you normally like navigate around like some of the small shacks, you open the door and you get a surprise happy birthday from whoever who's using the DBS. It's a perfect weapon inside Sanhok since it's the smallest map anyway. And speaking about the DBS, so far I don't see any of the players on screen having a DBS yet. I'm sure they wish they could have the space and time to loot, but unfortunately both teams are just pressing each other.
Yep. Not sure. Well, it's not pressing anybody for PIGMY to play. PIGMY is the team that really save at start, so they will not gamble it out. They will not risk their life for something that unnecessary just to put everything at jeopardy for the side of PIGMY. They will try to be quiet at first, play safe, whatever you guys want to call it, a coward, or just trying to play hugging corners. But I think it work out for them. It works. And they always be in the top 5 in the very last minute in every single map. But surprisingly, Paradise Resort has been quiet. Just comprises of the players of DX.
Well, the reason why Paradise Resort is quiet is because Genesis Esports is not part of this. If they are, then every Paradise Resort with DX and GE will see them clash. But yep, So it looks like DX, they will have that space to loot. But for BTR, they do not have the space. Now that FaZe Clan took down a couple of members of BTR.
FaZe Clan seems like they're winning over that side. BTR succeeds, but on the other end of the map, we do have Team Flash versus PEA. I don't know what is happening between Team Secret, but BTR, their debut wasn't so great after all. Just have a couple of minutes into stage 1 of the game, and it seems like they're having some trouble to keep themselves alive.
Not too sure what happened though. Hopefully we get a replay on the action earlier on, because BTR, I know it's their first game, but then again it's BTR that we're talking about. To be eliminated at number 16 without any points at all, I mean, it's BTR,
Yesterday was a domination by the Indonesian team. Today is a bit story entirely with that DBS. Dimsy, I think. GEEK fan face to face, a CQC between these two teams. Jabranki tried to find another. He's going around the corner, trying to clear all the corners as possible. Reviving Achille while Audrey buying him time. Using his shotgun with less than 3 bullets, that is. And there's nothing else he can do or done. Got himself the rifle, needs to switch it up. He will try to clear the corners, but it's too much for Audrey.
Oh, left or right? Audrey could not decide. Yes, that was a deliberate rhyme, ladies and gentlemen. But that really confused Audrey. I mean, if we put focus onto one side, take one down, and maybe reposition to take the other, he probably would stand a better chance. But because he was swinging left and right, he didn't run out at all.
It was really difficult for one person to deal with 2 different angles, a wide angle of that to swing over. It's just too much for him. At the same time, it was a valiant effort coming from the side of GEEK Fam. A tough start again between BTR and GEEK Fam. 2 big powerhouses ousted early on in this map, but Crit VIP versus RIQ next.
Well, the elimination field, we got 7-9 in action as well, with Brian knocked down somewhere else. Looks like action's happening in all places at the same time. Newbies to RRQ and Asa taken out by Newbies. That's going to be the first point for Crit VIP.
Oh, Boom taking a bit of fight against M9 Brian. It feels like everybody start opening fire here. A lot of contact being made by all the teams. It feels like nobody's actually being safe anymore. RQ No Mercy spraying over to his side of Crit VIP, who's trying to migrate himself into the high ground. But look at RQ positioning. They are cornering around, making a bigger box, slowly just cramping it in and just choke them out of their lives.
Speak about choking right now. 7-9 lost one player very, very early on, Brian, and it's their debut. A lot of hope from the Malaysian fans for 7-9. I was looking at the groups, and they're hoping that they can throw up a good performance, but for good VIP, they really need the points as well, and unfortunately they will lose Iron Pro against RRQ.
And Bill next tossing out the nade. Nepeko just returns a favor while the Blues start to clip them one by one. Crit VIP, a lot of players being favored by the Blue Zone and favoring RIQ in this state because they do have 3 more men, while the side of Crit VIP not so much anymore. Heavy casualty on their side, leaving with only 2 players. And No Mercy trying to finish off the rest of Crit VIP. The circle happened to be moving in between Chem Alpha and just a bit of land from Tambang area. The price starts to move. It might actually gatekeep this bridge between PEA and VPE.
Oh man, this circle is just nonsensical. Half of Cam Alpha, half of the Ruins Island. That is just insane. I mean, it's so tough for these players to decide where to go. It almost feels similar to the circle yesterday. It was just this time, it is on the left side of the map. But for teams to drop into Cam Alpha Island, this circle is still looking good.
It's pretty tough for the players that are actually not in here, especially those in the main island, which is going to be the island which I think the most players on top of around Predator Resort and the rest of like D Xavier's example have to migrate pretty tough between the bridges towards the smaller islands on the left side of the map. But RIQ, they're really taking their own sweet time. The problem is they don't have enough health utilities to sustain themselves too long.
Well, maybe they were aware of the presence of a SEM9 earlier on, and also Crit VIP, since they kind of had a clash with the 2 teams, so they want to be sure that they are clear to move in. So they will play this a little bit more safer, and I kind of understand as well, because like the circle is tough on all the way on the left side, so to get into there, it's going to take them quite a bit too.
I agree. Especially the start of the circle just now. kind of comprises 70% of water. So it's not much land to start with. Imagine the end of this with so many teams still alive, 14 teams still intact, a lot of players being knocked down and finished off, a lot of teams not having a full squad, except for the teams that's been quiet. YOODO Alliance is not making any sound yet. Same goes for the side of the Xaviers. Those coming up from the right side of a map seems to be trying to find themselves vehicles at first. That's why they're not involving in this kind of skirmishes early on. But VPE, yesterday was an okay day, not so bad, but not the results they hoped for. So today we might actually see them getting more aggressive than day number 1.
Yeah, let's see here. So far, based on their drop spot in ruins, they do have the circle advantage, and that's why they're kind of chill right now. And I can understand why they position themselves by the river in case the circle does go up north for the Camp Alpha Island. It will allow them a better access there first before anyone else, so they can play the gatekeeping role. The only thing they need to be careful if that happens is that if another team is on the Camp Alpha Mountain looking down, and last I noticed it was either PEA or Team Flash that could potentially be there. That's probably their only thing that they need to be careful of. Other than that, they are in a pretty good spot.
The last time we saw PA was actually hovering around the bridge as well as VPE between those two ends. I agree with Team Flash probably getting those high grounds, but we don't see any actions yet between these 3 teams that we just mentioned just now. But PIGMY, on the other hand, they're really trying to avoid any conflict possible. Look at how they're just playing it quiet, scouting over the angles. Whilst on the side of VPE, they're taking the bridge by themselves, wanting to dominate the bridge and trying to gatekeep anybody who try to pass by. But Team Flash, we see a bit of a glimpse of Gosu, a bit far, a bit on the northern side. The rest of the teams now is a bit quiet compared to yesterday. Yesterday is more hectic than today.
Oh, circle time. And we still have a little bit of the Ruins Island, but majority of it is in the Camp Alpha Island. And based on the Camp Alpha Mountain, we have a VOIN Donkey up there. But look at the rotation by Boom all the way up north. They are avoiding the crowd down south.
Well, I don't blame them. Look at how concentrated it is right on the northern side of Tambang and on top of the bridge. VPE might actually get the biggest opportunity they can ask for, with so many teams being their victim, if they know exactly the perfect time to open fire and the perfect position to just get a glimpse of, you know, the off angle will be the best position that is then had on in this case, because there's too many teams they have to handle by themselves for VPE.
I love it. I love the rotation by Boom. I think it's big brain, and they will have an easy entry into the circle. So looking good again for Boom so far. And they still have a full squad, so they can do lots of stuff with a full team. They have more eyes. Obviously, they will help them when it comes to scouting and also team fights later on.
Just hope they have enough gas. We so much gas these days increases the price. All they need is just a bit more gas money for the side of Vim and they done. They're okay. Big brain move. Yes, but on the side of GEEK, taking advantage as much as they can in somebody else's miseryness. It's gonna be RIQ versus Creep VIP, while Team Secret just smiling and happily just chipping in from the sidelines.
No Mercy went down. Good VIP picked up their 3rd point, and now RNG crosshair of a Putra on the high ground. Let's connect onto RNJ, but RNJ will be pressured by the blue. Say hello to my friend, Mr. Blue. As Putra comes out, tosses the nade, but he's now kinda low. That's why we need healing utility. And that is bad news considering the blue will be on top of Putra.
Oh, he's just praying somebody else goes down first before he does. But eliminated Creep VIP. At least he got himself 3 eliminations, not ended up with a 0. But RIQ's Nate was the week 1 top MVP of last season. Now, can he actually play this by himself? XERXIA, attacked by Snape, but Blueson is on his side. He got himself 3 versus 8 with 3 eliminations. He's trying to farm for more. He can actually. Perfect angle.
Wow, going up to the high ground. Here we go. Lobby together with Megamind. They're going to be the duo against Snape. Nate toss onto Snape to force him to move down to Victor Half at the same time. Let's not forget about the blue onto him. Lobby has arrived. There's one Nate who rules Snape, sending the Dark Lord back to Hogwarts.
Yep, definitely teaching himself a bit of a moment of remorse and regret. He overextended himself there, as Hogwarts will welcome him happily in with an open arms. But back to the side of XERXIA, was it worth it for him to actually overstate himself to take the fight while FaZe Clan happened to be sharing the same boat? Everybody loved the blue zone and the blue fight. Here we go.
Oh, flags pretty low, but he has 2 first aids. However, Mela went down. Onsens is behind Mela. But look at the elimination feed starting to turn up as well. Tony K identified against Team Secret. And we have them on screen right now. Soas shoots, and Soas will score against Tony K.
Team Secret have been using a lot of their brain juice in this map right now. Playing it sneaky as possible, just playing around the bench and sidelines, making sure they're not being discovered and just take away and steal those points from the off angles. But at the side of VP, they realize they need to move as well, taking a bit of a deep dive. But I'm not sure if that's actually the best solution for them because they want to avoid themselves from this scuffle. Look at how concentrated it is for the players just to cross the bridge. Everybody just try to fight themselves.
Oh man, this bad news for Flex. Look at his health, look at his utilities. He's gone. It's a matter of time. Okay, he tries to get anything out of this final rush. He gets 1 knock, but then again, because his health is just too low, he went down immediately after that.
Big look. Oh, it's so scarce for them for their first aids. They barely got enough. They cannot overstay them there. Everybody have to run and gun at the same time. But the problem is whether you are aware that somebody's on your left, right, and Mela. Oh, Mela, he needs to heal himself up first, but he eliminated the rest of YOODO Alliance, and this is Mela back in the game.
Sharp shooting by Mela, and he still has the space to heal up still. Beautifully done by the man of FaZe Clan. And now look at the bridge. We do have Team Secret there. They're going to play the gatekeeping role, and they're going to gatekeep against other teams that's still on the Ruins Island. Very likely that the circle will go up north since this is the tournament mode. It will not go into the water entirely. Maybe still have some water, but not 100%.
Speaking of water, here comes the Vampires. They just took a bit of a dive just now. And Dimsy spot them out. They only got this one sand mountain. They're so small, but still enough to cover themselves from head to toe. But Dimsy will not let them pass by. On the other hand, boom, they have been quiet. They had a long rotation just now and finally want to be part of this party.
And look at down south. Megamind is still tanking the blue at the circle. As what is predicted, a win up north. And Vampire Esports, they are right below the bridge. So they're going to stay quiet there for a while since they're playing with 3 players without Tony K on their side. But I'll be interested to see what's going to happen down south. There is another team who tries to get across.
This is what's happening here right now on the north still. It's going to be a VOIN versus M9. Just a bit of a difference in the shape of terrain, where they do have some elevation on the side of VOIN. That's going to be a slight advantage. But when it comes to tossing the nade, it's going to be rolling if they don't time it perfectly. YOODO on there then just going to back off of it, but Maxia, see that through? I don't know, but the Zoe shotgun actually worked well. Still going to spray over, and YOODO hoping Kenny to revive him back up.
Maxi still has the high guard advantage, uses his last first aid now. At the same time, the fight at the bridge is happening right now. We can see the elimination feed rolling, including Team Secret. Sem9, Kenny, found out by VOIN Donkey, and Sem9 is out at number 9, but they got 5 eliminations.
It's more than enough. Half of Chicken Dinner points. It's going to be okay for now as the start of their day and the start of their league. On the side of Boom, what they want to do is going to be open up the stretch, the gap between them and Alter Ego, which is Alter Ego not playing. So they want to garner as much point as possible. Well, I don't know what happened to XERXIA last player. It seems like he still sustained himself long enough with getting all first ace, but the rest of the team, including Namkyo of Team Secret, taking a bit of a deep dive as well. They might actually bump into VPE.
GK knocked down in the water. There's nothing much you can do about this now. Megamind has to cut across. Megamind, he came from the outside, was tanking the blue for the longest time. He somehow made it to this bridge, and he is now in the circle.
Took him quite a long run and finally ended up right on top of the bridge, while the others playing just beneath. The bridge is swimming over. I do prefer them to stay on the bridge here, but for the side of Megamind, he is alone, so nobody will actually exploit his position. But Team Secret, is that the last member? Not just yet. We still have Namkut and
Here we go. We're going to see the next stage run for all these teams very, very soon. Vampire Esports just staying put underneath the bridge, but look at the elimination feed. Boom Esports in trouble. Frenzy knocked out. Podbin taken out. Yummy dripping down as well. And Boom Esports eliminated by Pubg Esports Academy.
PA has been quiet for the longest time. They've been on the northern side of a bridge and tried to wait it out. Seems to be fruitful for now. 3 eliminations with PIGMY getting the most out of this. 5 eliminations remaining with one last player in the blue zone. While VP, how much longer can they stay here?
Yeah, VP, as long as they set the circle, they definitely still can. And since we still have stage 7, I kind of think that they will still get the circle. Now, the only team that can flush them out is going to be VOIN Donkey, just right across there. They're getting closer and closer. That's why VPE, they're keeping all their eyes on the VOIN Donkey.
Provided if they're not being spotted out Team Flash. If Team Flash start to open fire to the side of VOIN, that's going to be the biggest opportunity for VPE to just start to backstab them from behind. But for the side of PEA, they're being forced to advance forward. VOIN been discovered by PEA as well. Smoke's been opened up. Well, Team Flash divided into 2-2, while the other two will be giving a support from the back mountain area. Do have some elevations and quite a view up there. But VPE, do they know that they are down here?
Well, it seems like VOIN does not. Vampire Esports, they are camouflaging or keeping themselves quiet very, very well. Okay, now they will know they went there. Stone Pepper Cup is made. Nuzi went down to Bobo Hole. Counter by Guam from Team Flash. 3 teams onto each other.
Oh, it might be just a 4-way war. It's not Team Flash taking advantage from the back. While Team Secret is also nearby. But Shreps on the other hand with that DBS. Oh, those jumps into the water. Shreps, easy, no! But well played by VOIN.
What a nice jump shot by Razor to get that elimination against Vampire Esports. And now they will have refuge underneath the bridge.
The way they're actually willingly jumping over just to a jump shot with those DBSs is like, one by one, willingly giving themselves away. Incredible shots, but still, we're not done. Now here comes the cleaning up crew. The ones actually winning it big is going to be Team Secret.
VOIN eliminated at number 46 elimination points just right after Team Secret arrived. And the other ones to get 5 eliminations now dominating. Pubg Esports Academy, PEA, have arrived to the party. And they have a green spot right now. Trexie needs to win the fight. He does have DBS in hand. Trexie, the new world player of PEA, will lose the jump shot against Team Secret.
Mizi trying to save his best partner, Kiddo back on feet, but at the same time, Team Flash coming in rush. Team Flash want to finish this off. They know this is going to be chicken in a moment, but they got stuck themselves in that corner. What are they doing for Team Flash? Why are they there?
Well, at least they have other players on top.
They can't climb up.
They can still remain in the circle at least. That's the main objective right now for Team Flash in such an open area. Wang on the other side. I really like how the formation of Team Flash right now, they have all angles covered on PEA and Team Secret.
Mizi in trouble, now being knocked down as well by Ghost. So here comes Team Flash. This is the chicken they've been waiting for since yesterday. And they might actually score this one. But what a shot coming out from the side of Team Secret. Last player, Batman! Almost clutching, but winner, chicken dinner. Team Flash, they almost had it yesterday. Finally, they have a grip on that chicken here today.
Finally, they got it, representing the Vietnamese region. Team Flash scored the first chicken dinner here today. And what a chicken dinner it was, based on the formation, how they enclose onto Team Secret, how they enclose onto PEA, and Team Secret, they were cornered. They had nowhere to go, nowhere to run, and Team Flash just closed it onto them, wrapped things up, and scored the first chicken dinner.
They took themselves those high elevations on that small hills just across those bridges, and they waited patiently just for the right time to pop out and take advantage of the situation. While the rest of the team were trying to shut down on VPE, it was a graveyard, a massive graveyard underneath that bridge just now after VPE being eliminated. There's also TS, there's also, who else was it? VOIN were finishing off the rest of VPE. It was one by one. Whoever actually parked themselves underneath that bridge pretty much walked themselves in a death trap.
Yeah, but that bridge was so crucial for at least placements, right? So it gave some cover on top. You can hide a little bit there until all the commotion happened. Then everyone's like, okay, everybody's down there. And the everybody does not include Team Flash. And so they came from the outside. They closed the game from there. Now, here are the stats here. And we do see here that Batman has the highest damage output and also the highest damage received, but the highest elimination is given to Gosu.
Gosu has been one of the best lineup in Fragger coming up from Team Flash. Same goes for Kwang, but this time I think everybody pull off the same weight. But when it comes to Batman or Woon T, his previous name, he just changed it this season. He's not really a big fan of headshots, so it's going to be one of the least amount of percentage when it comes to damage distribution across the body of his enemies. He definitely will aim more towards his body shots, but 2 elimination with damage output of 380 damage. I think that everybody kind of dish in or pitch in the same amount of team contribution throughout the entirety of their roster for Team Flash.
Yeah, it's 22%, so it's almost pretty equal between all of them. Great work there as a team for Team Flash, and not only in terms of damage distribution, but none of them went out, so they did not give away any points to any other team. But other than Team Flash, the other teams to be highlighted in this round, Team Secret, also from the Atlantis region, we got VOIN Donkey making the debut here today, and PEA. What a round they had. Of course, they had the circle advantage, but can't complain of good start.
Yep, compared to last season, PEA definitely have a better up, and hopefully it will consistently just stays as it is, or even better for the next couple of weeks. But you cannot blame VOIN. I mean, like, you cannot be mad at VOIN Donkey's logo. I mean, look at the logo. I think it's the most entertaining and unique logo there is across all the teams out there.
That's a nice way to put it. I will put it as a very adorable logo. But anyway, we'll check out the best moments for Team Flash in gameplay.
Now here comes our match rankings. Coming up from Team Flash, he got himself 8 eliminations. I think there's going to be a lot of average of 6, 7 and 8 and even 5s in this map. A lot of teams actually scored himself at least a couple of points due to eliminations, despite they being eliminated quite early. But Team Flash, definitely this is what they've been waiting for since yesterday. They have been quite consistent with their performance. Just a finishing touch of getting taken is a bit difficult when it comes to day number 1.
Yes, and day number 1. A lot of good debuts here, if you kind of think about it, right? Like VOIN, like PEA is up there too. FaZe Clan, decent debut for them with the 7 points. Who needs placement points? You can get 7 eliminations, so that is quite a statement as well. 7-9 doing not too bad, I must say. Although it's 5 points, it might not sound big, but the 5 points were all because of eliminations. So if you can take that amount of eliminations, if you can fight, then the placement points will come at some point.
I have a feeling teams like FaZe, example, do want to focus more on eliminations. When it comes to a smaller map like Sanhok, it's a bonus if you can get yourself a chicken dinner. But when it comes to a bigger map like Miramar, even Erangel, they might actually focus a bit more or balance it out between their placement points as well as their eliminations. But there's going to be only 2 teams that's not scoring anything at all when it comes to the first map of day number 2 and week number 1 there, which could be D-Zavis and BTR, and also happen to be their first game and their first day in this league, having a really rough start between these 2 teams.
I'm sure the fans wouldn't expect to see BTR and D-Xavier down there without any points at all. Big surprise, but then again, it's only game number 1 for them for this new season. Now, look at the overall rankings. Since Pubg Esports is playing, obviously, and Alter Ego is not, then they would extend their lead against Alter Ego. Talon is also taking a break today, so they will not add to their point tally. But for Team Flash, who played and they got chicken dinner, welcome to the top 4.
Yep, they're pushing down Infinity and PIGMY as well. But on the side of Prim, this is actually not a really good performance. They only scored like 2 points in a single map. This will be detrimental later on when they're not playing, whilst Alter Ego will be played tomorrow. So that's going to be an issue if they don't try to gain as much point as possible for the maps in Erangel and Miramar. Regarding on the second page, yeah, BTR, DX still didn't score anything at all. While the others, they do score a couple of points. Well, we won't be that strict, we won't be that hypocritical, because a lot of teams that starting from the 16th place down to 24th place, they're starting off their day 1 here today.
Yeah, if you want to get a good view, just look at the matches that they have played, ladies and gentlemen, on the right side of stats. But speaking about stats, we're going to check out some of the best stats here. Team Flash came in with the most damage, 1,267. But Team Secret, FaZe Clan, not too far away, PIGMY as well. And then this is also because a lot of fights that they took, and obviously because of that, they gained the points, they gained the damage output.
I feel like today has been the rise of the Vietnam team. We're looking at Team Secret and Team Flash both performing at top 4 fraggers across all the board just now, as well as Team Flash got himself 8 elimination with their frags, and the side of FaZe, well, FaZe firepower, nobody questioned about their firepower, but when it comes to their position, something's a bit wonky. But VOIN, on the other hand, I love that logo again. But 6, 6, and 7 is gonna be the top 4 teams with the highest frag in that one single map. But next, we're heading into our OG map of Erangel. This is where everybody wants the best for themselves.
Yes, and inside of Erangel, we have been getting fairly kind circles, I must say. So far, it's okay circles in the middle of the map somewhere, and you know, not too tricky. And when I say tricky, it's the standard of like military-based circle. Still waiting for that to happen. You know, we always love our dose of military base.
It would be more fun when it comes to the final week and during the grand finals, and we have this kind of a really extra crazy insane circle where everybody will just like when it comes to the most critical time, this is where those crazy circles happen to be appearing in the very last minute. But still, when it comes to this season, PMSL, you have to agree that circles are quite unpredictable these days.
Oh, I have to agree? Well, let me think. Oh yeah, I agree. So, especially for the Sanhok matches, since we played, well, yesterday Sanhok and today Sanhok, so to be fair, only one Sanhok each, but out of the 2 Sanhok played, it is 100% crazy circle rate now. Yeah, we're gonna put stats onto crazy circles now. So I'm hoping for the sake of entertainment, of course, that we get a crazy one for Erangel as well. I'm sure the players will hate us for it, they always do. But yeah, they are the ones who need to entertain us.
We do have a couple of Pochinki sort of circles yesterday, especially on the northern side of Pochinki. Usually we do have around Gatka area or Gatka field, or just on the southern part, or even the potato hills of Pochinki. But yesterday we do have slightly somewhere that the placement of the circle don't really something that we usually see in the very last few stages of the map itself. So I'm looking for today's will be the same repetitive circle, because everybody wants to learn about the pattern of the circle based on the seasons, right? We can see, like, example, spring, we do have this sort of pattern, kind of repetitive sort of circle. So when you get to know, like, the circle might actually go there and there, so they know where to rotate and about the timing of the rotations. Well, speaking of rotation, today both have been very smart. Like you mentioned before, they play a big brain move. They do want to avoid conflicts early on with taking longer rotations.
Yeah, and they were the only team that, at least that we can see, that actually made that move, and that brought them pretty far into the game. It's just that towards at some stage they needed to cross the road perhaps, and they were blocked by PEA, and PEA took the advantage of taking them down, since, well, PEA was in a position where the circle kind of favored them. So Pubg Esports, they had trouble getting across, and they got eliminated by PEA. But that is, of course, besides the story of their rotation. Just only about the rotation, it is pinpoint accurate. And of course, if we hope for them to redo that sort of rotation, well, it really depends on what sort of circle that we get.
Now, it was just Sanhok map just now. Some teams happen to be in Group B. They are just warming up in the first map of Sanhok. Yesterday, we had a warming up for Group A and C. So for Group C, Group A is not playing it today. Just to recap for you guys, Group C do have themselves quite a warming up since the whole day yesterday. So they're definitely fired up when it comes to day number 2 for themselves. But for Group B, there was just a warming up to do in Sanhok. But will they fare well when it comes to next to Erangel map? Especially the teams that have super big fan base that's kind of sold right in the comment section. That's going to be 7-9. We do know like Vampire. Well, Vampire had a warming up yesterday, but I don't know today. They did pretty okay. Okay, they don't be so tough on them.
Yeah, well, I think if you want to talk about fan base, then obviously it's BTR that will definitely feel the heat from the fans. One of the biggest fan base in the world, to be exact, and with a tough start of a performance to them, it's it's pretty rough for them in game number 1. But again, on the bright side, it is only game number 1. Unfortunately, we could not see what happened exactly to BTR, but hopefully all is well for them to prepare for the Erangel match.
Yeah, they were the one, actually the first one to be eliminated out in Sanhok just now. Well, hopefully it's not going to be the same case, because we do know Sanhok is sort of a World Cup map. It's heavily dependent on the circle. It's sort of a very small circle that sometimes you happen to be bumping into somebody if you just change your very minor change will be leaving out, just giving you so much a big impact because of how small this circle and the map itself was on. Pretty much a World Cup thing, right? It's like a luck if you got yourself a bonus if you get yourself a chicken dinner in that. But when it comes to Erangel, it's a totally different story. It's all about tactical, it's all about timing, it's all about teamwork in Erangel. Now they need to get themselves the most points, especially when it comes to the first place boom. If they're not being careful about this, tomorrow they won't be playing. They might be overtaken by the side of Alter Ego.
Yeah, and that's why PUBG Mobile is one of those games that I would call easy to learn, hard to master. Is because if you really go deep into the game, there are like so many elements to consider, like what you just mentioned. It's timing, it's about rotation, where they take their spots, how they move as a team, and all of that, right? Like, and you have like what, 60 other teams to consider, at least in the competitive mode. If you play a proper classic, if you play a regular classic mode, you have like what, 96 other players to consider. So that is how dynamic the game can go. Although it looks like, oh, it's like that same game with the same map and all that, but actually if you delve deep into it, there's a lot more to discover about PUBG Mobile's gameplay.
I really wish one day we do have 25 teams competing in one single map. Now that's going to be fun though. It's going to be chaos all over the place, and maybe even bring back Vikendi. You know, just vote for bring back Vikendi, we miss Vikendi. Because it's just 3 maps these days, and we kind of miss. I don't know what happened to Vikendi. Maybe it's already spring there, no more ice or whatsoever, already, you know, somewhere else. But speaking of the next map, we're waiting for it to commence. So I know you guys cannot be patient enough. Like, start the game, we don't have the power to start the game. Trust me, if we do, we already start the game by now. But speaking of the other teams, right, so Cloud, we do know that it has been a long time since we have the offline in Thailand, or the players are actually playing offline in Thailand, and it's always the biggest buff and also sort of an advantage for the Thai teams. Can it be this year that finally they get the trophy back?
Well, yeah, supposedly like the home ground kind of gives you a buff, but if you want to be objective, right, or not really objective, you want to take some samples on the previous PMSL or even the PMSL SEA. A couple of times it was played in Malaysia, and the ones who won it was obviously Alter Ego twice, Boom once as well, and then even before that it was Xavier who won it. So, well, yeah, I kind of take the home buff, but yeah, there's also that unknown element to it of like, how do you explain the home buff if that's the case?
Because so far the stats don't lie, and the Thai teams usually always win when it happens to be in Thailand. So if they actually can get the trophy this year, it means it's totally still 100%. So for the Thai teams, the only thing that's pulling them back is going to be they need the offline to be, they need the PMSL to happen in their own home country. Possibly that's going to be the best scenario. But speaking of the other teams, right, we talked about the Vietnam example, Team Flash. Now, Team Flash, if you compare it with the Xaviers, they had more experience, they're way more senior, they're way more, how do I say it, sort of a legacy team by the side of Team Vietnam. But so far, Team Flash do perform way better from the side compared to the Xaviers. And the other Vietnam team we're waiting for, like we used to have Box Gaming, we used to have the other like what we call it, Friends Forever, I think, or something like that. But it was way beyond PMCO that time. But it seems like they're not coming back after the Xaviers taking the trophy once upon a time, and then they just slowly kind of in the middle pack, but not at the bottom, just in the middle.
Yeah, so the Xavier, they're still the best team in Vietnam, undoubtedly. I mean, not only when it comes to PUBG Mobile, like the whole official series, but also PMPL Vietnam and all that. But they also, this exact same lineup always represents the country when it comes to like the Olympic structure, like SEA Games, like Asian Games and all that. And they do well. Like there are multiple, in their lineup, there are players who have multiple medals at that level as well. So it's already undoubted by that this is the best team in Vietnam, unless maybe in a couple more seasons another team overtakes them, but it will definitely take a while.
Hopefully it won't take them too long, but when it comes to last match stats, we're looking at Team Secret. Also Team Secret rebranding from Team X last season, sorry. We do have a lot of Team Secret, Team Flash, as well as the Xaviers playing here today, coming out hailing from Vietnam. Also, don't forget about the Indonesian teams. Yesterday it was a domination by the Indonesian teams. Out of 4 teams or 5 teams playing yesterday, I think 3 of them getting all the chickens except for the last game, which was Infinity scored the last chicken dinner.
Well, let's see who will score the next one. So far, of course, we only played one game, of course, to be fair. But for Group B, we have not seen it score. We have not seen a score just yet, but they came close with PEA being one of the last few teams to survive. So maybe that's also a shining light for Group B to maybe score the chicken dinner today. And since Group C, okay, I was also thinking another angle, right? Like Group C today is going to be the last day, and then they're going to leave it to whatever the points may be by the end of tomorrow to decide who will go straight into the Super Sunday. If we talk about desperation and motivation, probably Group C may be the ones in that kind of spot for them to go all out.
I agree. They are the one that actually have to really consider no room of error for week number 1. We've seen last season how much it actually impacted for Boom to score those eliminations, and also when it comes to even including day number 1, it actually cost them the trophy. If they slacking off right now, they're gone for the trophy for even week number 1. But we're done chit-chatting. Let's go straight into Erangel.
Game number 2 for day number 2, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, this is the overall game number 2 for teams from Group B. Flight path is going to be down south, starting from Primos all the way to Prison. So for teams to go to Severny, Shooting Range, even North Chocopul, it's going to take quite a bit. As for Vampire Esports, since they have 2 different drop spots for 2 different scenarios based on flight path, with this flight path, they are going to Primos.
Speaking of the drop spot for the team, we can assume there will be some early skirmishes here and there, probably in this map. But surprisingly, despite we actually say so much about Sanhok just now, we don't have that much early skirmishes before. So I assume due to the skirmish early on for all the teams here, probably they might try to avoid conflict, especially Group C. Now we do know Group C, like you mentioned just now, Cloud, it's going to be their last day before we're heading into the last chance stage and also the Super Sunday. So they at a risk to making mistake, and they have to do whatever it takes to make sure they will secure themselves in the top 8 in the first week.
Yeah, it's going to be super duper nervy for Group C. And Also to add on to a couple of points, but hang that thought for a second. We're gonna get a military base circle, ladies and gentlemen. Good for PIGMY and Team Secret. But I also wanted to point out that last season's PMSL, GEEK Fam and 7-9, they kept clashing inside Very Pure. But for this season, it is now locked in that GEEK Fam will remain at Very Pure and 7-9 will leave it, and they will be in the area of Mansion.
Speaking of the mansion and the rest of the circle, you got what you wish for, Sir Cloud, and Brian is down. Sam 9, where are the others? That's going to be the first block by Napeco, and this is going to be one of the star player and star fragger coming up from the side of IQOO, alongside with the best player in Season 1, week number 1 as well, Snape. Well, I think they're quite split at about for the side of 7-9, hoping it will actually loot from different compounds to make it things faster and easier for 7-9, but it didn't turn out so well. Same goes for the side of DX. Iron Pro will finish him off.
That's going to be a splat by Iron Pro. So the first point collected by Grid VIP as well as RRQ. And also to point out that actually 2 rounds in a row now, Brian became the first player from 7-9 to be eliminated, and eliminated fairly early as well. Not able to see much action, and he's already out.
I have a feeling he was trying to scout out information, hoping he will not be found out by all the other members of other teams, but unfortunately he always bumped into somebody else, and it happened to be in an open area as well. Nothing to cover himself. The moment he dropped himself with a parachute, it's so clear for the other to shoot him down. So hopefully for the side of 7-9, they reconsider about their tactical and strategy regarding to where to drop Brian later. Or maybe just Brian just gonna parachute down with the rest of the team, just like a normal drop, instead of going alone and try to gain information. Because it didn't work out well. It's just giving so much disadvantage for 7-9 early on.
And the fact that 7-9, they don't have like a big city drop spot because they left Very Pure. So they went for the option of like, okay, let's split out and everyone looks like a small house, probably get a vehicle, and that just happened. But this is also happening. The fact that Grid VIP falling apart right now to PIGMY.
PIGMY setting this trap perfectly well and snapped by the side of Grid VIP. They caught in it and they jumping and finish them off. That's quite costly on the side of Grid VIP, leaving only one last player remaining, which is going to be Iron Pro, who happened to be late due to his finishing off the players of D Xaviers just now. Oh, blessing in disguise, I say. Iron Pro, he was late with the rest of the team, but at least he can survive and sustain the rest of Grid VIP for their position points a bit longer.
Yeah, but bad news for Iron Pro is that on screen we can see that GEEK Fam Mika's on the lighthouse, so Iron Pro is pretty much nowhere to go except for staying at this bridge for now, that is, unless he chooses to jump into the water and swim to another location. But he has to make sure that the area, the coast is clear before he can do that.
Well, it's not still so clear. I think he kind of heard the vehicle or the queue is waiting for them to actually leave. The best time for him to actually get out right now, find himself on some vehicles and just trying to go with the circle, play it quiet and safe. Well, the Xavier, despite they lost one of their members early on, remaining with Nate, Shadows as well as Lamborghini, so they're just gonna swimming over to dock themselves on SMB. A lot of team transitioning towards SMB as fast as they can, knowing the fact like what 80% of the circle comprises of SMB. Now if the circle hot shift towards the north later on, that's gonna be an upsetting circle for all the teams out there.
Since D Xavier is making the debut and we got them on screen earlier, I'm going to drop a fun fact. So Lamborghini, newlywed, so now he's someone's husband. Sorry ladies, but yeah, he's officially taken now.
Oh man. Well, we are at the age of, you know, even the players are human beings. They need to have a life partner as well. Like these guys, they need this moral support. So I'm happy for him. Yeah, even though I'm a bit sad, but yeah, okay.
I can hear that. Yeah, I can hear that. I understand.
Well, back to the game we go. YOODO Alliance, new appointed IGL Jamie spotted out the rest of these Xaviers who docked themselves recently, and now they try to with the bicycle. Let it look, he's saving and just gonna love the energy saving and love the environment. Here comes Adi Look cycling himself to the side of these Xaviers.
They look going green, just like the logo of YOODO Alliance. These Xavier, they dock themselves, but they fight back towards YOODO Alliance. Flags taken out. And YOODO Alliance now has only 3 players left. Well, D Xavier, only 2. And they're surrounded by YOODO Alliance. Look at the mini-map, man. A triangular formation against D Xavier.
Such confidence for them to actually go solo-handedly from different angles, each of the YOODO Alliance player. But the risk at this is like they cannot afford to be knocked down at all. That's going to be opening up a loophole for the sort of YOODO Alliance. So they perfectly cover themselves within the vegetation, making sure there's some trees or at least couple of rocks in between just to fight to the side of the Xavier. Now the Xavier's cornered up. They being smothered by the bullets of YOODO Alliance in all directions.
Well, D Xavier, I wonder where they're going to go now. Look at this YOODO Alliance getting closer and closer. And Jimmy OP sending nades across D Xavier. I mean, right now, at this moment, I guess they're only praying for a miracle to happen. But Iron Pro, the last we saw him on the left bridge, taken out by GEEK Fam, and VIP becomes first to be eliminated.
Leaving only Lamborghini remaining. He will try to revive his teammate. 1v1 between these two. The IGLs have spoken. Jamie versus Lambo. YOODO Alliance take the banner away. And DX will be the first few to be eliminated with 2 points. Now, I also have another extra point for you guys. Just to give a bit of an update. Shadows is actually Levi. It's the same player, just changing the name.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on with some of the Vietnamese players. All of a sudden, we got Woonti becoming Batman and Shadows, and Levi's becoming Shadows. Yeah, I don't know. Probably, hopefully, in one of the interviews, they'll be able to ask that question. I'm really curious to find out.
I think they have this, what you call it? Like, they watch maybe a Batman movie and they're like, oh, this like looks so cool. We're in this mode right now. They are in the Batman mode, possibly. That's why they're like, I'm Batman, you know? So they change their name just to feel like they are Batman in the game.
But fun fact. Well, not really a fun fact, but this is like a fact. Like, I know of some sports players, like in Thailand, like they have this culture of like, if they want to be like top tier, right? And they will go and seek like a monk to tell them whether their form of a feng shui is good or not, and that includes names. So if they were to change their name according to what the monk advised and will give them better performance in their own sport, they would do that, and that is part of their culture. So maybe this is one of it from Vietnam.
Possibly. I think the Japanese also do have sort of very similar culture as well. Like especially when they want to go for exams, right? What you should do, what you wear, or what you need to do to make the best of your day during that day. Like what kind of aura are you giving with the vibe? I love that kind of culture. It gives you, it gives them a bit of sense of confidence to have the feeling of the deity actually alongside with you to be your best version of the day. But will it actually work? We have to wait and see for now because the circle just shifted downwards. So it's going to be 100% SMB. The teams that actually dropped SMB before, this is going to be their circle and they should take advantage of it.
And I noticed that VOIN Donkey, XERXIA took the boat and they docked themselves on the south side of military base, and they will have an okay entry in. Of course, it's a risk. If they do that, they might be shot while they were on the boat, but it seems like they found a clear route to go down there. So great work for the two teams to add extra weight towards the south side. But this is where I'll be looking forward to see GEEK Fam taking care of the bridge. Any team who passes by, GEEK Fam will be happy to spray them down.
I think this is wise coming up from GEEK Fam, knowing the fact the circle will actually try to scam us or just trolling till the very last minute. If the circle shifted a bit north and still comprises of all 2 islands, and it happened to be ended up in that very last small circle of stage 6, 7, in just that tiny bit of the northern side of the main peninsula, where we see the northern side of the circle just now, a tiny bit of that bridge, it's going to be a big win for GEEK fam. So it's good for them to actually wait it out until the circle really leave the main peninsula before they actually migrate towards SMB. While the rest of the other teams, good luck passing over that bridge for now.
Yeah, the bridge where GEEK fam is at. So keep an eye on that, ladies and gentlemen. RRQ against PEA this time, and Blaze taken out of the game by Asa from RRQ. And right now we can see that RRQ and PEA pretty much by the edge of the circle. But speaking about the circle, this is definitely going towards mid to the base. But look at this, Pubg Esports, they still have part of the circle.
Oh, the bridge party won't happen. Yeah, there's gonna be sad FaZe coming up from the side of GEEK Fan and FaZe Clan. Devastated right now. They have to leave and go straight to SMB. The war will commence between GEEK Fan and FaZe. So it's GEEK Fan bridge camping and FaZe just walk straight into it. While Boom on the other hand waiting at the edge. They're waiting all the others. And FL will be the next contender. While the SMB side, we do have triple teams coming up. Here comes open fire between GEEK Fan and FaZe.
Here we go, Mika taking out Onsense. Now GEEK Fan has this advantage. He needs to send the cross onto Ventores, put pressure onto him. Bella in the water, I believe. Ventores now trying to stay away from the mix as much as possible. Mika knocked out by Ventores. Man, this guy, he can take shots from anywhere.
Lighthouse seems to be lighted by the fires and the bombardments by the hand grenades are between these two teams here. Mela on the other hand, I'm just gonna go. I don't wanna be part of this, but that was unfortunate for Ventores.
No!
That was just he couldn't jump straight into the water. My God!
No, Choo, no! He could have jumped like a little bit further and it would land into the water. But no, his jump was too short. Oh no!
Short legs, Ventores. Short legs. You need to extend your legs, brother. Jump higher. It was a sad ending for him. He wanted to join Mela to leave, but it just couldn't happen. But we do have RRQ and Boom. At least nobody's jumping anywhere here on this between these two teams.
Oh, here we go. Razy taken out by Asa. Frenzy takes out Asa instead. So looks like they're trading it back and forth now, leaving No Mercy all alone. But No Mercy is way far away from the fight. And looks like Yodo is going to try and go for a Frenzy space on No Mercy. No Mercy takes a shot. No Mercy still okay, but every time No Mercy with no health left. No Mercy. How long can he withstand this?
Fighting against the defending champions, which are going to be Boom Esports, Frenzy. Try to spot out RRQ Snake, finish off by Yummy May with the DBS. He is one of the best DBS players as well. And No Mercy, I think he got no friends now. Not just No Mercy, he just need to jump. So we might witnessing another jump here. Hopefully he will jump a bit higher than we saw coming up from FaZe Clan Victorious just now. I don't think he needs to resort to fight because he will be outnumbered regardless of what he's the last member for RRQ.
Yeah, definitely not going to go for it. Oh, okay, stun grenade across. But there's just pretty much to buy time for himself. Now, the Boom Esports creating a smoke bridge. They really want to go in for No Mercy.
Being cornered down. He should have jumped, but he missed the opportunity. A bit too late now. No Mercy chased by the hag of Boom.
Oh.
And look around the corners. The steep cliff making it so hard. Jump shots all the way. Found it out. Hello. Hi, Cutie Pie. But it's going to be them trying to figure out how to play around the corners. They still couldn't finish him off.
Wow, hello Cutie Pie, No Mercy. Where is my Cutie Pie? Cutie Pie. Somehow he managed to find that one small opening to be here. My goodness, this is just insane.
Are you kidding me?
Guys, No Mercy. Down there, Bawa, down there. Down there. Guys.
Oh my God! You got Duke, guys! Oh my God! They just got Duke by No Mercy. That was an incredible play. Smart, outsmart, and that was just it's still alive. How?
Man, that's more like No See Me than No Mercy. Oh man. But Mika not shown any mercy. He's still stuck on the outside. And PIGMY, how many teams have PIGMY stopped? Oh, Mika! Nice shot on the right, nice shot on the left, Mika! 2 knockdowns back to back, Mika fighting back.
Finally, he's back in the game, but will he last long enough with no first aid? Blues opening it off, And he needs to get another splat! And it's done! He didn't actually score those elimination just now. Managed to get knocked down, but it's more than enough for the side of GEEK fam. On the side of PIGMY, they scored himself quite a number of eliminations.
Oh yeah, because of they were one of the earlier ones to gatekeep the left bridge, so they're pretty happy with their elimination pickups. But now they only have Billboard left. Circle-wise, Pubg Mobile still has more of the circle. It's insane, but look at the nades! Raining down from Team Flash onto Sem9, and Sem9 they play without Brian. Gosu comes in and wipes them all out. Sem9 eliminated with 1 point this round.
Feels like a lot of teams being eliminated, but it's actually just only a couple of them, and still 12 teams still intact out there. Despite so many open fires and nade being bombarded and connected to as a lot of players being finished off, a lot of teams don't have a full squad except for 3 teams out there. Make it 4. BTR, we do have Vampires, Team Flash, and Boom still having a full 4 man. Vintorius, he's still alive despite he broke his leg jumping off the cliff just now. He still can swim.
I am amazed. The fact that Vintorius is still alive. I'm pretty sure Mela saved him or revived him. But yeah, Vintorius, you better not do that again, okay? If not, Mela is not going to buy you Mukata.
Oh, Mela. Achul spotted him out. I think there's going to be a lot of memes in this tournament, and today in particular. For the side of Pandemonium News, you guys can follow a lot of memes there as well. But on the side of the game, Achul can actually see Mela trying to take a bit of a breather. But on the side of Vintorius, I'm not sure so much about him. I don't think he got himself first aid. Measy on PEA to loot himself from the airdrop. PIGMY can actually have 2 birds in 1 stone. He's spotted out the PEA players who's trying to loot himself whatever he can with the death boxes laying around as well.
Circle time, and if Boom gets the circle again, I'm out of here. Okay. It's still not up there. Okay, Razy's there, so fine. But Razy's knocked down in the water. The other 2 members of Boom, Yummy and Frenzy, still have no idea that No Mercy is just beside them.
No Mercy still alive. No Mercy even take out a couple of players. He got Frenzy back. Oh, it bit Boom back in the back. They were chasing the heck out of him, and now he's slowly taking him out one by one out of the equation. That was quite an interesting fight we can actually see. But we're looking at Team Flash, the last chicken in a team of Sanhok. Can they score another now?
Now my one almost impossible wish is to see No Mercy score the chicken dinner for RRQ. If it does that, that is going down the history books.
Well, he's sneaky enough, being a ninja, so I think he does have the potential to actually pull that one. Possibly.
Well, as long as he's still alive, to be fair, there's always that possibility, although it's like 0.00001% at this point. But let's see if he's able to surprise us. And yeah, No Mercy again. Taking out Frenzy. And Pubg Esports, they must be thinking to themselves that if only we found No Mercy.
How did he hide so well just now, just like a ninja poof himself? But BTR plotted out the rest of PIGMY around the coastline. They would try to pin down on the rest of FaZe Clan. FaZe actually being saved by BTR as PIGMY being eliminated out of the equation, down to 11 teams right now.
And I noticed that No Mercy got Razy as well. And this is just insane. I wish we had his point of view when that happened. But now we're having the point of view of BTR stopping FaZe Clan from docking themselves. And look at this. No Mercy secured that point against Razy. And it's only Yummy now. And also another player, Ponbit, who's on the other side.
On the side of Boom, they're being stabbed hard by the side of No Mercy just now. I swear to God, Frenzy might actually curse him so much. He was trying to chase him out before, and now No Mercy will be the bane for Boom. But BTR on the other hand, they didn't spot out the rest of FaZe Clan. This is giving the opportunity for FaZe Clan to dock themselves up. And BTR, I'm not sure if they are aware that somebody still swimming inside of that ocean and that river. So they will actually leave, knowing the fact the circle is not too far off. But No Mercy is still here. He just happily just swimming around.
Bruh. Oh, okay. Now Jetforce sees him. Taps away with Mini 14. And No Mercy. Now he has no land, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide.
But he still got no problem. He still can take his own time though. There's a lot of no for no mercy. But back to the side of PEA, they quite divided themselves, trying to loot from the airdrop just now. Traxy spotted our Team Flash right across him. He needs to open fire right now, but he didn't do anything right. And he spotted out Quan on the rest of Traxy. PEA scored another one. Team Flash, on the other hand, try to redeem and do some damage control. And Batman, this is quite a risk he's taking.
Oh, going by the shore, going up to the high ground now, and he's together with his team, so A-OK. Thanks to the cover fire from his other teammates as well. Circle time, and it lands right on top of Team Flash.
Team Flash got right in the center here, but they need to get themselves a 360 coverage. And how can they defend this circle and capitalize over it? It's all up to them. They need those high grounds to work as well. But the problem is, on left, right, and center, there will be bullets flying over their heads, and Gosu need to finish off one angle at a time. Spotted out combat, possibly. Boom. To cover themselves quite clear and quite close towards the blue zone. BTR as well. They might bump into each other. YOODO Alliance, BTR, and Boom might having a triangle war between themselves.
Yeah, and Boom has Yummy on the other side. He could be the one to surprise them. Now BTR focus onto the high ground where Jimmy is at. Jimmy's across with only about 10% of health. That one nade to take out Jimmy, and it will be done by Satar.
Well, at least no mercy. Finally by at 11th place. We're down to 9 teams. Another team bites the dust just now. And BTR, they will march towards a small shack which remains with one player or maybe a couple of players. VPE trying to take advantage from the back line. But the problem is VPE is not even in the circle yet.
Man, VPE, they have to fight their way through without Tony K again. And this time, VPE should be able to slide into it. But I can't say the same for Mela now. 10% of health left with Satar onto him. But Satar, shot at, immediately reverses his vehicle. But for Satar and some of the members of BTR, they still need to find a way to get into the circle.
But how do we gatekeep so hard? Look at Team Flash and VPE just firing to a side of BTR. They have to watch out for FaZe as well. BTR, they have too many problems to deal with right now. And they have Boom Yummy May on the other end as well. Team Flash, on the other hand, they can capitalize over this if they can control this area of map and also this circle. This is going to be a back-to-back chicken dinner for them.
Well, we move to the southern side now with VOIN Donkey in action. Coming for the south side. They were one of the teams who took the boat ride to arrive on the south side of the base, and now coming into the circle, they need to fight with Vampire Esports, and en route, they lost one player.
And BTR scouting the area. Gen Force going for off angle entirely. It's so crucial Gen Force to stay alive because he got the most view and the most information for the side of BTR. You need to relay that information as fast as he can. But the problem is they couldn't see through those trees. Within these trees is Team Flash versus VOIN and Team Secret from behind as well. While Team Flash still having a 3 player, they couldn't cover all the angles. Gen Force spot out a loophole. He's taking out on 1 towards Team Flash.
Wow, nice spot there by Gen Force. Stone takes out RNJ from XERXIA. And with that, XERXIA eliminated number 9. 0 eliminations. After all that, no points at all for XERXIA. Pretty heartbreaking there. But for BTR now, all in onto Team Flash.
Team Flash, can they score themselves a double chicken back-to-back here for day number 2 of week 1? But BTR will take it out on Batman. And Team Flash slowly losing their man here, bit by bit, limb by limb, taken out with the nades flying over by BTR, leaving only Kwang, the last remaining member of Team Flash. He's being smothered by those nades. He couldn't even breathe.
Man, and plus the smoke is onto him. Definitely can't breathe there, literally and figuratively. Man, okay, that's a tongue twister. But anyway, for Vampire Esports, now avoid a donkey. They were fighting for the longest time. But we're back onto BTR. BTR needs to take out Kwang to secure the middle circle.
Well, they will attempt to do so. Look at how they position themselves. So it's already approaching Kwang on the backside angle, but Kwang is being very, very alerting himself to know, very aware about the movement of BTR right now. Well, Traxy was taken out by Zuxi. Zuxi will not idly wait for whatever things to happen across his crosshair. BTR finally taking out Flash, but at least Flash, they scored themselves quite a number of points with those positions and eliminations as well. But for BTR, They are one of the very first few team in last Sanhok to be eliminated quite early with 0 points. But look where they're at right now.
Yeah, 10 elimination points as of now, and they are starting to collect placement points as well. Vampire Esports on the other hand, trying to stop a VOIN, a Donkey Kong coming in. Bobo will be eliminated by Schwartz. In front of him, there's another one. Oh, not only VOIN Donkey, but Team Secret is there too.
Team Secret working as a duo. They try to finish off VTR, but VTR just repositioned himself. Now VPE, Stone. Oh, he's alone and he just couldn't do anything much. Where is the support coming up from Shrubs? Shrubs a bit too far. Shrub himself got a lot of problems to deal by himself there. Well, Satar keep the pressure on towards the side of Stone knocks. Shrubs have to deal with VOIN. He couldn't actually give the extra hand to a side of Stone. And Vampires might actually have to bow out at 5th place.
And it's 12 eliminations now for BTR. And these guys are on the roll, but Razor. He thought that he could be one with nature, but so was. That's not like plans.
Next, we do have a full squad BTR. High chance they do have a high percentage of winning the chicken dinner. Got himself a double-digit elimination as well. BTR, it feels like they're being possessed when it comes to this Erangel compared to the performance in Sanhok. They didn't even get to play last Sanhok.
Yeah, and this time they are like making up for the previous round. Still, the only team with a full squad have a very good chance of scoring this chicken dinner. But if we also think about it, Pubg Esports with Yummy being the last man, he survived from when they fought with Erangel to now, and they're now in top 4.
BTR, 12 eliminations. They've taken out all the people that swimming just now, all the team that was swimming. They took out RRQ, who tried to gatekeep the teams who were swimming as well. Well, we do have a very friendly swimming area between Track CBA and Boom Yummy May. So they're having a great time pairing with each other, just trying to figure out how to find a place to stand to shoot each other out before they be taken out by the teams on the land itself.
Yeah, it's a matter of who can avoid the blue zone or the blue, just to gain more placement points. But at the same time, Sata kind of has a view on what's going to happen at the show. But now Break with his name sent across onto Gen Boss. Gen Boss slipped by the name of a Break, and he is prepping his final frag grenade.
Satar repositioning, spotted out Yummy May. If he is taking a deep breath, oh man, he might actually score a 2. A 2 point for the side of Satar. Well, he doesn't even need to do anything. Now spotted out Break. Team Secret, he heard him. He heard the audio cue. Here it comes. Last member, 100% clean chicken dinner by BTR. If they finish off the last full squad alive with double-digit elimination. What a beast for BTR Red Aliens.
It's a 0-0 performance for BIGETRON Red Aliens, ladies and gentlemen. From a literal 0-point round in Sanhok, their first game in the season's PMSL to now scoring a chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations. We'll get the final number real soon, but I believe it's going to shatter records.
Oh, what a start. Now, everybody, we were talking about how salty and devastated the fans were, and one of the biggest fan base that is in Pubg Mobile scene here, which is going to be the fans of VTR or Bigger Troopers. Now, this is going to be the time where they cheer up and just celebrate, because this is one of the biggest chicken dinner. And, well, this is just their second game, by the way. BTR just coming up from, like you mentioned just now, from 0 to hero in an instant. From Sanhok to Erangel, very different performance, but the same team.
Yes, and the fact that this circle is also as tough as the Sanhok circle. It's a mid-based circle, and BTR normally jumps around the area of Milka. Arguably not too far from mid-base, but still, we need to get the right timing to get across, and they did very well, and that is how they scored the chicken. Now, looking over the stats, no surprise here for me personally. Sata has always been the star man, and he dished out more than 1,000 damage.
But look at the damage dished out by all the other team members. Everybody pulling out their weight, but elimination-wise, you have to give it more to a side of Gemforce is playing it smart, despite Sata do have more damage than the rest of them. He loving that his AAU GE3 is performing so well, worked wonderfully well for Sata. And I think Sata is the one that actually gatekeeping the riverside or the ocean just now. trying to shut down whoever's trying to shoot from afar who was swimming as well. But it's also taking the front line alongside with Gem Force to make sure they can slowly advance toward the center of the circle.
Yeah, he was the one in charge of the shore. So he was the what do you call that? The Coast Guard. Yeah, he was the Coast Guard for in that scenario. And with that, playing the Coast Guard role, here we go. The MVP this round, Satar, with not only about 1,036 damage, but also 5 eliminations, and he took 350 damage in the process with a 26% team contribution. Of course, maximum survival time.
Satar, Coast Guard, if you watch Baywatch. Never mind that. But speaking of the match recap, the top 4 teams for this map here, the first wrangle of day number 2, week number 1 of the PMSL Summer Split 2024. BTR Team Secret, Boom PEA. We have 3 different flags, no ties in this lineup, but we have to give it to the Indonesian teams. They're still performing here in day number 2, despite Group A is not playing.
I mean, speaking of a point on Baywatch, I'll let you know what I have in mind as we watch the highlights from BTR's Chicken.
With 16 eliminations, this is breaking the record for this season's highest elimination, and this is the highest that we have here across 2 days of our first week, Cloud.
Oh man, look at how much they have dominated this round. The second place team, Team Secret, is 9 points. My goodness, everyone else is at a single digit. Only BTR is playing this round. Guys, everyone AFK because I only see BTR now. But okay, I want to get back to my point on the whole Baywatch thing you mentioned. When you mentioned Baywatch and Satar came out, I imagined him in red shorts. And after that, I kind of thought that, oh, they happen to be in the same bright red outfit. So, yeah, BIGETRON.
Don't bash us, guys. But yeah, it kind of makes sense though, right? And it was like at the Coast Guard and the coastline. And I think that they are doing pretty great. And they definitely work out great as a Baywatch cast for the movies as well. One day, who knows, the Indonesian version. But on the side of XERXIA, things are not doing so great for them. 2 times in a row. I didn't score too much for XERXIA. 0 point this time. Creep VIP as well. 7-9 and FaZe Clan. It seems like a bit of a struggle for these teams.
Ooh, a struggle for XERXIA. 0 points after all that action. Everyone else had points at least. But overall rankings, okay. So Pubg Mobile, obviously because they're playing, so they'll continue to collect points anyway. But for Team Flash, they moved up a notch, now number 3. But of course, since we are looking at the potential of who might move on to the Super Sunday, the focus is definitely on the top 8. So looking at the bottom line, top 8, Team Secret is there, Vampire is there. So they used to be on page number 2 for the longest time, but now at least they're on page 1. But then again, because they have played majority of the matches, I mean all the matches so far, 8 matches. So today is really their last day to push through to at least be on a safe space to be in the Super Sunday.
I agree. Same goes for the side of PIGMY here, but PIGMY still kind of floats in between the first and second page. Sorry, the second half, the first half and the second half of first page. But whilst we're talking about the teams that are playing 8 maps already, we should concern about Crave VIP and GEEK Fam. You mentioned about the 8 maps. The only 2 teams that actually play 8 maps across the board is going to be Crave VIP and GEEK Fam. They're nowhere near the first page as well, and this is quite alarming for these 2 teams.
Oh yeah. The only 2 teams who have played 8 so far, man, they need to make it big. And even though they might not be able to go through to the Super Sunday directly, they still need to collect points for the last chance on Saturday. But we're going to compare the head-to-head between these 2 amazing players. Of course, Satar is the MVP for this round, but Soas is the big man for Team Secret with 3 eliminations, 660 damage. But look at his team contribution. Man, 59%, massive.
Now it's so contradicting between his assist 0 for Soas, but his team contribution is way more than Satar. Will Satar do assist more? It kind of a bit, I don't know, man. The numbers feels like I don't know how to judge these 2 guys at this point. But speaking of which, BTR Team Flash has been quite consistent here today.
Oh yeah, another pretty good round for them. This time around they dished out 1,643 damage, but BTR 3,068 damage, and that's totally understandable since they got the most eliminations so far in this seasons of PMSL. Other than that, RRQ, probably like 200-300 of that was because of No Mercy.
It was taking it out on Frenzy of Boom. That's how the damage got up there.
Yeah, No Mercy. I mean, Boom is supposed to be looking back at this replay and telling themselves that we checked everywhere except that. And Ken, the coach, will tell them to, I don't know, you guys are sleeping outside tonight for not doing that.
What? Well, there's no more surprise for us. The Indonesians do love to use their utilities. I think yesterday was the highest by Alter Ego. Was it Boom or Alter Ego? I think it was Alter Ego who actually have way more utilities than the rest of the teams that competing yesterday. Now the same on the side of BTR. They actually use so much smokes that actually just blinded the others with their massive amount of elimination just now.
Yeah, this is massive, the biggest number so far, and we're only in day number 2. What else they can add, right? So here's the confirmation again, 16 eliminations was taken by BIGETRON Red Aliens. Other than that, everyone else is on a single digit. Team Flash 6, PIGMY 6, and RRQ 5, and that 5 became a 5 because of No Mercy. I'm just going to point it out here. It's crazy.
It's true, the rest of the team was so early to be finished off. Casualty were heavy on the side of RRQ, but with No Mercy, I mean, like, he lasted so long that it actually brings so much impact for the entire team. That's the power of one solo player that can do so much for the entire team. But next, we're heading into another Erangel before we head into a very long break. But for this Erangel, with that performance of BTR and the crazy circle day here of day number 2, what else can we expect in the next one?
Well, another crazy circle, hopefully. I'm enjoying the fact that we got a mid-based circle, so I'm not going to complain about that. But yeah, if we get it again, I'm not going to complain as well. But if we were to be slightly kinder to the players, if the circle goes north, where Severny is that, you know, that is, that's going to be an okay circle for them.
Oh, just now, I think it's kind of, I don't know, we have to agree there's a bit of a luck implemented in the game as well, depending on the circle. Whilst BTR always got themselves with SMB in the first place. Now, I don't want to see can they score another chicken. If the circle is not around SMB area, will it be a different story then? Because yesterday we never get anywhere down south sort of circle. A lot of them in the central area or a bit slightly north for the entire day, including Miramar, including in Erangel, even in Sanhok, right? So today, a bit more extreme circles we're looking at.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about like BTR and the circle and their timing, one thing that actually really helped them, kind of helped them indirectly, is that Team Secret, who dropped at Novo, did not breach Cube BTR. So they could finish loot, they could go to the right side bridge and they could stop BTR from coming in, but they just didn't. So yeah, I mean, it was both, of course, good for BTR and kind of like a missed opportunity for Team Secret, but maybe they took the decision of considering maybe they might not win the fight against BTR and they just didn't do that.
Or maybe they just didn't actually see that one passing by. I mean, look, there are times that you accidentally let them slip by without you you unconsciously doing that and not realizing because you're too busy with something else. Now, maybe because also, did we actually see Leon play just now for BTR, by the way?
No. So the last I saw Leon play was during an off-season tournament, and that's about it. But even that, he only played a couple of matches, and they stuck with the tried and tested lineup. And I think I can understand that because it's day number 1. You want to have a good start, and maybe they can create that huge gap by the end of the day. Then maybe tomorrow we might see Leon.
Or maybe Leon specializes in certain maps, because just witnessing 2 maps for now, Sanhok and Erangel, maybe they will sub him in when it comes to Miramar. Now, if you guys have no clue about what we're talking right now, we're actually talking about BTR Red Aliens or BTR lineup that do have insertion of a new player which been transferred from BTR next gen. Is still under BTR, but a different division of it, which are going to be Leon Punk, I think. Is it? I don't know how to pronounce the rest of the words behind, but it does look like it spells like punk.
Yep, and it does look like with a V there, like a PVNK. I don't know. There's some of those things that I'm just too old for it sometimes. But I remember looking at his debut, and his debut didn't really shine, if I were to be absolutely honest. And I guess that's one of the reasons why they still stuck with the main lineup. And true enough, for them to be sticking with the main lineup of these players that we have seen multiple seasons now, it gave them these amount of points that for game number 2. So looking at how they're performing, pretty sure we're going to see the same lineup for the next round.
But speaking of the next round, are we looking at another domination day of the Indonesian teams here, since they scored so big for the start of BTR? Now, we saw a lot of big moments yesterday by Boom and Alter Ego, as well as Team Flash, who's got himself, I think Team Flash and Boom actually got himself the most eliminations yesterday in day number 1 at 14 eliminations. But for BTR to just level up, rising the standard of day number 2 with 16 eliminations, how much more these guys can actually get in a day for their total points. Yesterday, almost 80 points by Boom and Alter Ego. Today, how much more BTR can actually get?
Yeah, whether they can break the record or not, they have 4 more rounds to go. And if they averagely get 20 points, that's like chicken dinner with 10 eliminations every round for the remaining 4 rounds, then they can easily break the record. I mean, they would break everyone's record of more than 100 points. But yeah, even if they don't, if they do enough to get into the Super Sunday, that's good enough for them, because the Super Sunday you reset back the points. But if they don't do enough and they have to play the last chance, then looking at least the points as of now, they'd still be pretty comfy in if they do go to the last chance.
Speaking of the last chance and also the Super Sunday, right? Last season, we always kind of put ourselves the standard safety points for these guys to go towards the Super Sunday before, sort of certain points. Example, for this week, probably I think the safe bet is going to be 80 points and above. Or is it still around 85, just like last season? Or will it actually be more for this season?
Well, since we don't have the data, obviously, for this season, but if we make a close comparison and apple to apple, yeah, the number is pretty much there, like what you mentioned for last season. And if we were to look at which teams have already gotten that number, obvious teams like Boom Esports, they already got that number. And for the rest of the rounds, they can pretty much chill, but I'm sure they don't want to take that risk. Looking at how they've been playing, they're still playing their hearts out. So even though they know themselves that they are in a comfortable position to go into the Super Sunday, we can see that they're not letting it go.
I have a feeling maybe they will try to experiment some stuff after they already break into the 100-point mark for Boom possibly, because we still have a lot of games. They were only done with 2 maps, and Boom close enough to score themselves a triple digit by end of today. Definitely they're more than happy, because they will happily resting tomorrow without thinking ancient and without feeling any anxiety for this Sunday, because it's 100% confirmed they're actually advancing towards this week's Super Sunday. Singers for Alter Ego, they have one more day to go. But I think that's going to be the difference of mindset between the Indonesian teams. They want to feel, how do I say it? We call, there's always the saying, like senang-senang, susah-susah dahulu, senang kemudian. How you say it? How do you say it in English?
Hard first, easy
Hard
later.
first. Yes, hard first, easy later. I don't know if that actually works, but it is what it is.
Yeah, they've definitely shown a really hard performance to the other teams in day one. And you know what? The other effect is that if they, with the performance that they have shown, no other team will want to challenge them at the top spot. Now, not like any other team has challenged them anyway, but that would just seal the deal of like, okay, we drop in Rosok, for example, and Erangel, nobody will want to challenge Rosok out of their hands. Not even we see RRQ normally drops in school to go to Rosok to try to stop Boom. That is how much respect that they have gained out of their performance in day one.
Maybe they just want to avoid conflicts in the first place, like these guys. I agree, because Boom is just so good at, I think, overall performance right now. Saying goes, Alter Ego, sometimes you do see a bit of flaw from their side, but for Boom, they finalize their formulation after the shuffle of last couple of seasons, and the crazy shuffle they had between the players. They start being in and out, and then they kind of work it out last season. This season, it feels like they've perfected their formulation when it comes to the players' performance, when it comes to defending and offensive play. They know exactly how to deal with all the situations needed.
Yeah, they picked up 2 players from Kagendra, which in my opinion was an amazing team, and they almost got the slot to PMS just by 1 point from PMNC Indonesia. That was crazy last season. If they were to have gotten that 1 extra point and then they were the team to play in PMSL, then we will see another big challenger in Kagendra. But unfortunately, it is what it is. They did not qualify, and when you see their individual players being picked up, replacing other teams such as Flyboy going into a Boom, and also Frenzy as well going to Boom, then you can see that the level of quality that these players had back in their old team in Kagendra. So it was just unfortunate they could not bring everyone across, but everyone in Kagendra has a new life in other teams for this year's PMSL.
One thing that I learned so far, the one that actually being the backbone for such a great community for Indonesia to give birth to such great high talented players, is going to be starting from every single person that watching the stream, being involved with the tournament, the fans itself, even us caster. Everybody have to contribute towards giving such a good ecosystem, that giving the players the mindset of winning for the pride of their own region. That just builds up. It's so hard to the netizens or the comments from the Indonesian fans to bash their own players. They always give so much support and moral. So you guys should know what you should do as well. Always being supportive, no toxicity, because it will just bring down your own favorite team. So make sure you give them the best support that is, instead of criticize them, which not benefiting anybody at all.
Yeah, wait until you see the DMs of Zaxi. That'll be a whole different
I've seen
story
it before.
there.
I've seen that before.
Whole different story. But anyway, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, right, everyone comes with their own struggle, everyone comes with their own challenges, and obviously playing at this level is not easy, and every support out there is definitely needed from the community, for your respective teams, wherever you are, whichever team that you support. They all need your support to be their 5th, 6th man, depending on how you calculate it. Especially right now for the teams that have completed like 8 games, but they're still on page 2. So looking at teams like GEEK Fam, for example, Crit VIP, they do have a decent fan base, and I'm pretty sure that they need the rally of the fans to push them out at least to page 1.
But at the same time, it's all about the players as well. Do they have the motivation to go on or not, despite they got so much love and support from all the fans as well? Because right now we did mention about this regarding GEEK, right? Now they actually let Mika play once more. He's back in the roster, but the problem with Mika, yes, we don't question his value for the team, but the problem is he missed the entire season. It's gonna be months, almost like what, 10 years, a month of not playing definitely equals to like a decade of you not touching the game in competitive scene. It's very different. Yeah, you might actually still be playing, but it's different vibe and pressure and mindset entirely when you're actually competing in such a big stage.
Yeah, we haven't seen the best of Mika yet. I mean, he had that one moment where he sprayed the members of PIGMY in the previous match, like one on the right, and then he switched to the left side and he got it mid to long range. That was pretty nice, but that, I believe, throughout the 2 days, at least from yesterday and the 2 games that we've seen today, that was pretty much his best moment. And for a player like Mika, who has been welcome back to the lineup. Yeah, that's the best way for me to put it. Been welcomed back to the lineup, especially for the fans of GEEK Fam. I'm sure they would expect more out of Mika. And of course, no pressure for Mika, but games are going by, and I guess that's where the fans are starting to be a little bit more critical, and I can totally understand that because you have a limited amount of games. If like in, for example, like the PMCL format, you have like from the first day to the 5th day, that is Sunday, Wednesday to Sunday, you have so many games that you can probably make a comeback later. But because you have like only 2 days to play before deciding you go through or you go to the last chance, then it gets a bit tight.
I agree, but at the same time, this is where he should be waking up for the side of GEEK Fam and also Crit VIP, knowing the fact there's not going to be many games to be played for this week anymore. Today's going to be the last day. We have how many maps left? There's going to be only 4 maps left, which we do know it's a bit of delayed right now. I don't know what is happening. We don't have any news from the back end side. So hopefully you guys be patient with us. And then we are going into the game right now. Let's go into the game, guys. So
Yes.
are we talking about just now, by the way, Aglau? Is it because they've been staying in the same lineup? Is also one of the many reasons, because we saw a lot of shuffles happening, including PIGMY, a tremendous amount of progress after they actually insert in the roster IQOO from Boom in 2023. He was a player from Boom before, and Dimsy as well, by removing Drawn, Vaxi, and Jazz.
Yeah, so PIGMY is a very interesting team, right? Like I kind of feel that PIGMY has been like still rotating players, like transferring in and out players to also kind of like find that right sweet spot for them. And if we look at like this season, yeah, they scored a chicken dinner yesterday, and I think they're doing okay. But I'm sure they want to find that they find that okay is just not good enough for them, and that's why they still made those new changes, which sometimes the community might be asking like, oh, why did you take out that player? But yeah, I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing behind the scenes. So as the famous words of every other game, trust the process.
Trusting it too much will actually betray you if you don't do anything about it as well. Hopefully they do something about it. The sort of give Crit VIP, because the games are getting lesser and lesser after we're done with the next Erangel later on, which is going to be only a couple of seconds to get into it. Yummy looking so great. I'm loving how they're discussing about where to drop. We're looking at the charts there. It's right across the players here. On the side of PIGMY, we talked about how IQOO being transferred into the side of PIGMY from Boom before, and also insertion of the removal of the old players like Drawn definitely give them such a great impact in this season.
Well, we did see them preparing themselves on the screen, and looks like we might take a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen. Looking at the players of YOODO Alliance, they seem to be taking a break backstage. So yeah, I mean, maybe they just need a little bit more time to prep themselves up. Or for Crit VIP, all the teams that are in the danger zone right now with the amount of teams or the amount of games that they have played, Putra is playing a main role this season. Last season, he was absent for many games. In fact, like maybe the first 2 weeks, and when he came back in, he put in a good performance, but it was a bit too late for Crit VIP. This time he's the main starter in the lineup. And I guess like what you said, right? Because there was quite a lapse. He only played a little bit last season, so maybe he needs that time to really get into the game.
Hopefully by week 2 they start to warm up a bit early than the week 1, because right now week 1 we just the time and the map's getting lesser. Now we talked about VIP before. They actually removed from their roster Mia and also Voki, which was surprising for me for Voki to be removed out. Well, they are taking in Bill from 1000cc Movistar player, and Chilrak, the coach himself, listed as the player roster for the sub as well. So I'm not sure where VIP going with this, but at the same time we get to see if things can change for them or not. When it comes to the last day in week 1, they'll be playing here for the Erangel number 2.
Yeah, fun fact, since we do have some time still for everyone out there, 1000cc Movistar, or in Malaysia they would just call it like 1000cc Movistar, which is basically the local translation for 1000. They are very popular in the community because they are a team that likes to put out a lot of content on their social media. So in that sense, from a community standpoint, yeah, they gain a lot of attention because of their social media highlights, gameplay highlights, their stream highlights and all that. And it's great to see those kind of content being put out that also expose their players, that allows their players to be known outside there. And Bill was one of the standout players during that time. And what really sealed his reputation was during the MEC, Malaysian Esports Championship, when they didn't win, but he did really well as an individual. He was the MVP for that tournament, and that gave him a lot of attention, especially to like the other teams last season to look into him as one of the players to bring in. But somehow it took them like only this season that he got the opportunity to play with the Quick VIP, and now he's here in Bangkok being a main starter.
That's actually a good way to market yourself. You guys, I have so many people asking me in my page and also in my DMs and inboxes. People ask me the same question that I don't know how else for me to answer. How can I be a pro player for PUBG Mobile? I'm like, you just go towards the qualifiers, PMNC, or your respective region local championship. But speaking of which, might actually have a bit of a delay here. It's not a great sign, but hopefully it won't be repeating later on. So we might actually delay for a bit coming up for our next Erangel. But speaking of which, back towards my story, right? The other way for you to actually be noticed up by the pro players or the orgs, you can actually do more content. But make sure that it's your content, it's you playing, because when they actually call you out for a tryout, if you cannot perform as how you actually market yourself out there, now that's going to be a bit of a problem, don't we?
Yes, and looks like
back to us. What?
Yep, back to us. So yeah, surprise. Lucky you weren't like picking a nose or something. You look like you almost did. It's like you were trying to like, go there. Okay, we're back. I think that's the But anyway, yes. In fact, there are a couple of players here that have already made it to this stage, like new players especially, through content. Like Adeboy is one of them, I believe. He has done content on his own social media, and of course that took the attention of some of the other teams, and now he's together with YOODO 02 and playing together with some of the experienced players, the megastars, and I totally agree with that is one of the routes to getting attention for yourself, because you can imagine this, right? You have like tons of players out there, but how do you stand out? Is by doing content first, and then maybe you start to win tournaments, like community tournaments, like other tier 2 tournaments, and you make yourself known, and that is how you became someone like Bill, and now he's playing together with some of the big boys.
Yeah, I agree. There's two ways for you to go for it. You can either go for the tournament route first, because that's going to be, but you have to be really good about it for people to actually notice you, or you can do more fun part, which is going to be content, but at the same time, you have to deliver. You have to be part of the competitive scene as well, not 100% content, because if not, you will not have the skill set that the orgs and the teams are looking for. And speaking of YOODO, you talked about the players coming into, which we do know Kid and Adip Boy being picked up to the YOODO lineup. But before we get into more chit-chatty and waiting for the game to finally start, we're gonna head into the break for a bit. See you guys in a couple of minutes. Balik memang 750
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship. So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions, use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market! Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone, after the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. So Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions, use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
luck, everyone. And now here with Vampire Nusi.
ครับก็สวัสดีครับผมนูซี่จากแวมไพร์สปอร์ต
Introduce yourself already. Okay, so let's have a question. Today is your second day of your team playing, but you are not scoring much points. Can you share with us, is there any problem in your team or any issue internal?
ก็วันนี้เป็นวันที่2นะครับที่แวมไพร์แข่งแต่ว่าทีมเรายังเก็บผลงานได้ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่ยังทำแต้มได้ไม่ค่อยเยอะมากพอนี่ทีมเรากำลังประสบปัญหาหรือว่ากำลังมีปัญหาอะไรอยู่บ้างหรือเปล่าครับตอนนี้
ก็อาจจะเป็นเนื่องด้วยแบบการแข่งขันก็วันแรกอาจจะเล่นได้ไม่ดีครับก็วันนี้ก็เหมือนอารมณ์แบบเราพยายามทำแต้มอะไรเงี้ยแต่เหมือนเราทางด้านของแบบแท็กติกการเล่นคือเราเสียคนก่อนอะไรเงี้ยเหมือนสร้างความมั่นใจให้กับทีมยังไม่ได้ก็เหมือนอารมณ์ต้องแก้ไปเรื่อย
As it was the first day of the competition, there's still many things that we need to improve and adjust. And also, we lost one of our teammates during the game many times. That's why we need to improve that point.
Okay. So, what will you do to overcome those challenges?
เราจะผ่านสถานการณ์หรือปัญหาแบบนี้ไปได้ยังไงครับ
ก็ตอนนี้ก็เหมือนอารมณ์แบบพยายามปรับจูนครับเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการพูดคุยภายในทีมครับเพราะว่าเหมือนอารมณ์แบบเรายังพูดคุยแบบสื่อสารกันยังได้ไม่ดีครับก็เหมือนพยายามปรับจูน
Mostly we will improve about our communication between teams, players and players.
Okay, so have a good luck, okay?
ครับ
In the season, PMSL is in Thailand, and your fan expectation very high. Anything you want to say with your fan?
ก็เนื่องด้วย PMSL รอบนี้จัดที่เมืองไทยนะครับบ้านเราเองแฟนๆก็คาดหวังกับผลงานของทีมเราบ้างมีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนคลับบ้างไหมครับ
ก็ต้องขอบคุณครับสำหรับการเชียร์นะครับแรงกำลังใจครับก็เหมือนวันนี้พวกผมอาจจะทำได้ไม่ดีครับก็อยากให้แบบเชียร์ต่อไปครับเดี๋ยวพวกผมจะแบบกลับมาแล้วก็แบบพยายามทำคะแนนให้ดีแล้วก็เล่นให้ดีแล้วก็พยายามคว้าแชมป์ให้ได้ครับ
We thank you for all your fans for your support for your love. We may not perform well, but we will try our best. Just don't stop believe in us. We will try our best.
Okay, please, your fan, you trust in them, and you will play like you will do your best, right?
ทำให้เต็มที่ใช่ไหม
Okay, thank you, Nusi, for joining us an interview. Now let's head back to the class started for more things next.
PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Summer 2024. My name is XERXIA together with the wonderful Choo. Those pants gotta sell. I will buy them.
I'm not the only one then that cannot keep my eyes off the pens. It's so entertaining to watch the pens.
Something about the pants, right? Newsy, you know, he used
so
to come
attractive.
To come with the
mascara
pirate look, the mascara, and now it's the pants. This guy knows how to dress.
This guy got too many things around his head right now, wrapping around his head, around the issue they are facing against for VPE. And we talked about VPE before we had the interview between Boom and VPE. I have to say, VPE still have a lot of work to do if you compare them with Boom right now. VPE, they're great at world stage, but when it comes to Southeast Asia, they just struggle.
And just to give everyone a little bit of a recap on who got the chicken dinner earlier, in Sanhok it was Team Flash, and in the first Erangel it was BIGETRON Red Aliens with a record-breaking amount of eliminations, that's 16. So now that is the number to beat for the other teams if they want to break the record.
And that's kind of true. We are having a bit of a delay when it comes to the next Erangel. So we still have 2 more Erangels and 4 more maps to go. We apologize on behalf of PUBG Mobile and the rest of the tournament as well because there's some tech issues going on at the back end side and offline stage. So we hope you being patient with us and thank you so much for your patience as well. But we will proceed for our next Erangel map later.
Yes, our Erangel is going to restart real soon. And if we were to recap on whatever happened in the previous Erangel, it was a military-based circle. Yes, it's a military-based circle, but I'm casting in the second day of the PMSL. I'm really happy. Now, if we get another one, I don't mind.
Hey, you just spoke about having the SMB circle for today. You definitely got it straight to Erangel map. And so far, when it comes to the chicken dinners, I mean, like, we just had 2 games and BTR scored big in the last one. But hopefully this kind of delay did not break off their momentum for the next one.
Yeah, hopefully, right? Because of course the Indonesian fans are all in rooting for their favorite teams, and BTR, they do have one of the biggest fan base, not only in Indonesia but also in the world as well. So hopefully that's not give them that a break of the momentum. But some of the teams, I think they wouldn't mind that break. Teams like GEEK Fam, teams like Sam9, who have been kind of struggling in day 2.
I personally feel like the entirety of the Malaysian region, when it comes to the teams, most of the one that really struggles, we can see it's coming up from the Malaysian team. Because, I mean, like, I will put it as a collective sort of judgment, because of if one person or one team coming up from that region kind of perform, then it's not so bad, right? But right now, the entirety of the Malaysian region feels like still a bit dim compared to, like, well, Indonesian actually do shine brightest right now. But we do see a better performance compared to Vietnam and Thais right now. The Vietnam teams come out, like example Team Flash, actually do perform better than even VPE, despite VPE actually played the same days and amount of games as Team Flash as well.
Yeah, they caught up to VPE, and now they're up there, especially scoring the first chicken dinner today inside of Sanhok with 8 elimination points. So Team Flash doing good, but for the other Vietnamese teams, especially for D Xavier, who's arguably one of the best teams from the Vietnam scene, have not really shown up just yet. But to be fair, they only played 2 games, so they have a lot more games to go as compared to Team Flash.
I agree. So hopefully it's not going to be too punishing or too detrimental for the teams that didn't score so much just yet, because they still have chances before, especially when it comes to Group C. They are desperate to get those scores up, and their points are like a diamond. It's just so precious. They cannot afford to make any room of error here. We're talking about the teams here in Group C, which are going to be PIGMY, Pubg Esports, Crit VIP, GEEK Fam, YOODO Alliance, VPE, Team Secret, and Team Flash, that we have seen a lot of the top teams that performing here today. Most of them are coming up from Group C. It just shows how desperate they want the points here when it comes to the last day of them playing this week.
Yes, so this week is going to roll real fast, I can tell you that. By the end of today, Group C would have been done, and then they'll just need to wait and pray and hope their points are enough to go to the Super Sunday. If it's not enough, they will have a second chance in the last chance qualifiers on Saturday. But the thing is that the points will be carried forward to Saturday. So even though if they're at the stage where they feel or they kind of know that, oh, we won't make it anyway to Sunday, they still need to collect the points, because the Saturday last chance will, the points will be brought over to the Saturday last chance, and it will still be calculated to determine who will be the top 8 to join the first batch of top 8 in Sunday.
And also, it's great for the teams that are actually up there. And I do notice that all the Indonesian teams have this kind of mindset. They want to having a break on Saturday, because it's so crucial for them to have that break to reset themselves, to go all out that one particular day, which is going to be the Super Sunday, because that's where the league points will be gathered on. Because all the, yes, I mean, like, for Monday to Wednesday, from Wednesday to Friday, it's still important for the points, because they want to get into the last chance or straight into the Super Sunday. But the Super Sunday is the most important and significant of them all, where it will contribute to us the entirety of the league points, even the global points, whether they get to go for the highest stage and advance later or not. So that's why I think a lot of teams do prefer, especially in the case of team coming up from Indonesia's region, they want to focus on straight to Super Sunday, because they need the break on Saturday, so they have a bit of a refresh, they need a bit of a break, and even study the teams on the last chance stage there to see what kind of momentum they'll bring during the Super Sunday.
Yeah, nobody wants to be put in unnecessary pressure. Just like how PMSL Esports, they had to face one of the weeks last season that they almost didn't make it, but they somehow made it through the last chance, and they made it onto the Super Sunday. If not, it would have been a very difficult campaign for them. So yeah, at the end of the day, it's all about like not putting yourself in unnecessary pressure. You want to have a chill time. You want to have that Saturday to not only watch other teams play, but also to have I don't know, have a sip by the beach. Honestly, I haven't been to Bangkok, so I don't know how far is the beach from there. But you wanna have a nice drink beside the beach while watching the game and laugh at everyone else.
Dropping hints, I've never been to Bangkok myself, despite it's actually quite near from Malaysia. Of all the places across the world I've been, the only one of the many places I've never been is going to be Bangkok. And including Vietnam as well. You've been to Vietnam at least. I haven't been gone to any of those two countries. I really want to go Thailand for once. Because there's so many good places in Thai. Especially I think, I don't know if there's any good places for a dive there. Because I want to go for diving. But I do know there's a lot of food choices in Bangkok or Thailand.
Yeah, I haven't been to Vietnam. I've been to Cambodia, but I guess you can say that they're kind of next to each other. But we don't want to say that they are like same. No, it's like someone else telling us that going to Singapore and Malaysia is the same. It's well, technically it's kinda is, right? Of course we can say that because we're here. But yeah, you know what? Fun fact. Whenever I tell some of my friends that I haven't been to Bangkok, they all go like, "You serious? You haven't been to Bangkok?" And I'll be like, "Why?" Because it's Bangkok, it's just next to Malaysia. And we're like, yeah, maybe in the grand finals they'll bring us there to cast on ground. I don't know. Just putting out there.
I haven't been to Bangkok myself, man. But there's, like a lot of reaction that we actually do get from our peers, especially that works in the esports field as well. The reaction is going to be, why you haven't been to Bangkok? I mean, like, why you've been to Bangkok so many times? That's my question here as well, because how do you have the free time to go there? How?
Yeah, you have the free time, you have the money, and all that. You go to Bangkok, so great for you. But yeah, I guess hopefully one day we'll be able to go there. Who knows if they drop us a surprise and say that, hey, you know what? We're bringing all the casters to Bangkok for the grand finals. That would be pretty nice. Just saying.
I would love that, especially with all the other casters being involved as well. The one that actually coming out from the Vietnam, the Malaysia casters. I mean, like, we are Malaysia casters too, but I mean like the VM channel casters, as well as the Thais already in Thais. It's been a while to actually have a reunion between all the casters stats as well, and it's been a while all the languages to actually have offline casts at the same time. But it requires a lot of power and resources to actually execute that. But we just fingers crossed and pray, and hopefully it will happen one day. And this kind of worrying for me, because we are chatting a long time now. I'm kind of worried for now. Is everything is okay?
Yeah, hopefully everything is fine there behind the scenes. I mean, we don't get to see what's happening yet, but what we do get to see is Team Flash and PIGMY compared with each other.
I think the best comparison between Team Flash probably gonna be TALON. I think it's more up to par. PIGMY, it's best to be actually compared with Infinity, because I feel like these four teams kind of sharing sort of the same mindset and probably the same gameplay, or even the momentum of their gameplay in that sense.
But other than Team Flash being compared with PIGMY, we do have here BTR. Just to remind everyone, they had an amazing performance in the previous round. So they came out with 3,068 damage for themselves. And look at the gap between them and the rest of the other teams on the start. Team Flash 1,643, Arnold here 1,239, and well, No Mercy had an amazing time in the previous round. Team Secret 1,053. So BTR, they're almost doubling the second place team, Team Flash.
I do know for a fact also BTR today there has been sublime performance coming out from the side of the entire roster of BTR, and it is just incredible amount of numbers across the board when it comes to the utilities as well. But Team Flash also not showing any sort of lag coming up from their side. But BTR do have Gem Force and Satar. These two are incredibly played just now, but Razak coming up from the VOIN Donkey, I'm loving how he performed as well.
Yeah, VOIN Donkey is one of the latest players to be in here, doing so far so good. But for the overall rankings, of course, the best right now is Pubg Esports, up there at the #1 spot. But to be fair, Alter Ego is not playing today, so they cannot add to their points. But for Team Flash, they are now chasing. They are behind Pubg by 26 points, and they still have games played today.
For the teams that will finish off their run for the league, how do you call it? The day league run towards Super Sunday. I think the competition between Team Flash and Boom will get to see whether Team Flash can maintain the top draw, even take over Alter Ego and push up to the second place. But when it comes to the second page, we talked about Korea VIP and GEEK fam. Now this is alarming, knowing the fact they already almost finished their run by end of today. But right now it feels like I don't know, are we flying or not just yet?
Well, based on what we can see on screen, the players are still being chilly. And I guess it's going to be the same for us. We're going to being chill while we look at the players. So maybe we can start to talk about who has the best jersey. Which team stands out for you?
So far, I mean, like, PIGMY is a bit too colorful for me. It's quite confusing, but at least their outerwear or their sweater do have a bit more simple, straightforward one logo of PIGMY. Because if you look at the jersey, it's so hard to spot the PIGMY logo because it's just kind of blend in with the rest of the background.
I find PIGMY's one kind of unique though. Like it stands out, like so different than the others. I won't give it a. I don't mind getting one, just because of how unique it is. If it's like okay, plain and simple, then I'll reconsider. But if it's now, yeah, I think it's unique. I think if you wear that, you go to a mall, like you will be the center of attention.
It's like a streetwear kind of cartoonish streetwear, you know, where you have this kind of cartoony character and then you have pastel colors on it, which not really often we see a lot in esports jersey. But I do want to see VOIN's jersey for once.
VOIN? Oh, the one that they're wearing right now, the black one.
Yeah, I want to see how big of the face on that jersey.
It's actually like there. It's like on the on one of the it's like on the chest on the right side, somewhere there.
So it's not going to be in the center of the shirt or something like that.
Oh yeah, you were thinking of like, okay, make it like a big blown up logo with the face in the middle. I would dig that. You know, that will be one of the things that I want to keep in my collection.
We had this talk before, man. Really?
I changed my mind now. I would want that one, just because of how unique it is.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, you'll be memorable, and even if people don't know your name, if you drop something, people will call out your jersey. If that happens, if you drop your wallet or something, it's like, oh, the guy with the FaZe jersey, you know, that very peculiar jersey. That's that's kind of unique. I always say unique. But overall, we haven't seen all the jerseys and all. Like usually, the Indonesian side do have a bit more flashy outfit compared to all the other regions. I don't know about Boom. I feel like Boom don't have that much changes in their jersey this season. I think it's the same as last season as well, right?
Yeah, they have the same outfit. Vampire has had the same outfit for many seasons now. They could use a change, but hey, you know what? Maybe they're keeping it simple or something. I don't know. But today, YOODO Alliance is donning a different jersey. Today's a dark green jersey. I like this a little bit more than the light green.
I agree. I do love this color, but it's just the logo is a bit awkward for me. I'm so demanding, I know. But pretty VIP wise, I think their outer jacket is pretty cool themselves. But I feel like finally, we're not being pranked anymore. We finally get to fly for our second Erangel or third map of the day because the players put their gears on. It means it's a go.
Oh yeah, there you go. And we're having a good look on the PIGMY's jersey again. And they do have like the PIGMY logo smack in front there. XERXIA's jersey has been the same last season, so no changes on their jersey. They're pretty happy with the design, and I do like the pink and black. I think pink and black goes well.
Black pink or pink black? Oh. We had that before the dance. If once upon a time you guys actually watch us, it was quite a long time ago. It was like what, 2 years ago?
Yeah, that was like pretty much that. But the best part about Vampire is that not only their jersey is not like a jersey, but they used it like a shirt.
It's very comfy.
It's very comfy and simple. You know,
Yeah, I love it.
simple is good.
I love comfy. For me, like jerseys, what do you call it? The jersey material is a bit too smooth or something. It kind of feels a bit more, not too much of ventilation. I like airy sort of cotton kind of shirt, you know. So vampires, I would love this shirt, of course. But BTI is always going to be the very, very bright red. Like you mentioned about Baywatch early on, Sata and the rest of the team are warming up, so it shows that they are ready to go. Hopefully the momentum didn't break loose after that long technical issue just now.
Yeah, to potentially get a vampire shirt, you have to allow Sir Tanny to accidentally steal your headphones, and now he has to owe you something. Sir Tanny, you're probably not watching this stream, you're probably watching the Thai stream, I know that. But just putting it out there, you owe me what? For stealing my headphones.
He didn't steal that. I think he accidentally taken it alongside. But hey, good news, guys. It means the flashing of lights. It shows that we will be flying for our third map of the day, which is gonna be the second Erangel.
And we are in here for Erangel number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Will it be another database circle? I wouldn't mind that. But flight path-wise, at least it's kinder to the teams. We're going to start off from the area of Kuwari, and we're going to end on the north side on the Lepofka. So it's pretty much cutting across the center of the map, and teams can go to wherever they want.
And speaking of wherever they fancy, I agree, due to this flight splitting map so evenly into two sides, northwest and southeast side. But look at the average points of the left side. Due to the big performance, bang one, what a bang coming up from BTR just now. The average point in day number 1 they actually performed in this Erangel map was actually 26 points. Now, and also when it comes to elimination, the highest number by far is going to be 16, broken off by BTR for this season only. So I'm waiting if they're going to get more in this round. So Cloud? Oh my god, I'm alone now, okay. I don't know where is the Cloud. Oh, okay. I didn't read the message. Sorry, I didn't get the memo. But also speaking of the circle, sadly for Sir Cloud, later we will come back. He is not getting the SMB, but this time we do have comprises of around 30 to 40% of water still. But it's going to be FaZe Clan's circle. Now, can they secure this with vampires coming up from the southern side? And if they're actually being smart for vampires, this is going to be the golden opportunity with all the fans wishing them for. They're placing themselves at 7th place, but FaZe Clan, where are they? They are at 21st place. Across 2 maps, they got an average of 4 points for FaZe Clan, but they do know for a fact if they want to get the elimination numbers up, they can park themselves around the Gapkan Mountains if they can farm a lot of eliminations there. But high chance this sort of circle will might end up right on top of Rostok. There's high chance we might actually go there.
Now, at least everyone has a good start this time. No real early fights like what we saw earlier, like the one that 7-9 had with Ryan. And at least this time, 7-9 has a full squad a little bit longer. Hopefully they'll be able to bounce back with that sort of situation.
Speaking of bouncing back, now we talked about this yesterday. Usually Jinka has been very vacant, but never mind that. Take that back for a bit. We do have our first shot coming up in contact between Boo of VOIN. 7-9 lost their main fragger, the star player Yu Hai, taken out by the newly joined VOIN Boo from previously MORPH.
Oh man. Again, another tough start for 7-9. Just when I thought that, okay, they are okay, but this time it's not a Brian going out first. It is Yu Hai, a main fragger out. Not the player that they want to lose at this early stage.
Hopefully it comes with a benefit of that. At least they got themselves some motivation. But sadly, it's always 7-9. Whoever's trying to scout out for 7-9 will actually face the death penalty. It's either Brian, in this case it's going to be UI. So it's just a case of, can Sam9 stick as 4 is actually a better solution, or will they still go for the scout will be dropping elsewhere? Yes, it's his job to find himself some information, but you gain nothing if he's being executed early.
Yeah, I know, right? How many points have they collected so far? 6 points in 2 games, so that's an average of 3 points. And if I were to be a little bit more exact, they got all 6 points from the previous round. And they play with 3 players, so to be fair, they could still score something. But if you're up there, then you'll be like, okay, fine, we can still go on with it. But if you're like down there with 6 points, then it's not really good news for Sam9. I don't know, maybe Erangel, just not feeling Erangel now.
It feels like they're still trying to find their footing, and there's not much time. With this new format, it's really, how do I say, it's really strict for the players. There's no slacking off at all. We're talking about day 1, first map you have to perform, because you only have 2 days of playing throughout, like what? It's gonna be like 12 maps, I assume, 12 maps for each team. Then it's either you go to the last chance or you're going to go for Super Sunday Streak. That's it. There's going to be only 2 days. Previously, they have more chances. They have more time to build up the momentum and building up the chemistry, but not these 2 seasons that we had since the last season. So I think a lot of Indonesian teams realize how detrimental it is for them to actually start up late. So they all try to push up quite early. Now, the rest of the others, can they start to wake up here? Because if not, they're going to have a lot of pressure to face again when it comes to tomorrow.
Yeah, no doubt it's a brutal format, so every game counts for every single team. Crit VIP, now we have them on screen. One of the other teams that have played 8 matches, but on PS2. Sometimes they can get a good start. Like, they can win like their early fights if they clash with another team, but when it comes to like the middle stages, they seem to tend to struggle in the middle onwards. It's like when other teams start to get into position, like when they have a proper plan and they are well stocked up, that is where Crit VIP don't do well against those teams.
That's true. It is what it is. But for the side of Boom, they are hunting people down. They already looted up to level 2 gears. A couple of hand grenades is more than enough. While they are loot hopping from compound to the other, they might as well try to find some victims or a couple of points whenever they can. We see a lot of teams and players start to migrate themselves. If we compare with A versus C and B versus C Clan, I feel like yesterday's the grouping a bit more aggressive. We haven't categorized ourselves every single season. Where we look at the group draw for week 1, we're going to mention about, this is going to be the death group, this is going to be the cool group, and this is going to be the immediate group or the medium group. In these terms, for this week's league group draw, personally, which group do you think is going to be the death group so far?
Yeah, I actually haven't put too much thought about that after the group draw came out, but now that you mentioned about it, I'll probably want to give it to group, well, maybe group, man, this is kind of hard. I'll probably want to give it to group B.
I agree. I
Yeah.
had the same thought as well.
Okay.
I have the same thought as well. Because I feel like Group B they are more engaging in terms of fight. But if you compare with Group B, which performing here today, yesterday there's more fights when it comes to Group A versus C though.
I mean, of course, now if you ask me like now, then, well, we might as well wait for Group B to end just to see the comparison, right? But this is like just looking at names and just coming out with, okay, what they have done previously, like before, then yeah, probably give it to Group B. But of course, what they showed yesterday was Group A in the game, then yeah, they have a lot more fights in them. And speaking about fights, if you guys doing the same thing as before, you're gonna which keep the team from PIGMY from getting across.
And this is the mistake that we've seen multiple times across all many seasons. If you overextend yourself to the blue zone quite early in the start, and then when you try to leave the blue zone shrinks more. But Mika finally perform here, taking out one of the players of PIGMY, and they have to pull their movement on hold for PIGMY. No advancement at all. They have to go for the longer rotation if they want to cut across, which they decided to part ways, and just hopefully it won't be too late for PIGMY to reroute themselves or get a better route to get into the circle.
Yeah, stage 2 should still be fine for PIGMY. And plus, if we look at Arthur, he has 5 first aids. His other teammates should have a couple of first aids as well. They should be okay. And last we saw the map, nobody's gatekeeping the right side bridge, so they should be able to get across. Now, the circle went all the way on the left side, and we've seen this kind of circle a couple of times in the past. And with this circle, normally Boom Esports does well, and they were in the middle of the circle. They can pick those hot compounds within those circles, and there are very few of them there. And I would expect Boom Esports to do well this round with this sort of situation.
They definitely want to do very well. They want to gain as much elimination as possible. I think their main objective of the day for Boom is going to be get as much elimination. The chicken dinner is going to be the bonus point for Boom. It's all about getting more than double digit, or at minimum probably for Boom to get elimination. It's going to be the same amount of chicken dinner points, which is going to be 10 points here. They want to be sure that by the end of today they get to rest for the next couple of days, so they can just easily get the focus on Super Sunday. But for Creep VIP, they are fighting against VPE, who's both teams still trying to find their footing in the season's league.
Yes, both teams need more points, because as of now we can see that the Creep VIP on page 2, whoever's on page 2 will need to play the last chance. So that's an easy view or easy calculation there. So they have to at least get onto page 1, and then you think about getting into the top 8 to get a free pass to the Super Sunday.
And it's 2 days off if they can just relax for tomorrow, by the way. But I assume that the players are still going to revise about the other group play and rotation for tomorrow, despite they kind of confirm for Boom to get into the Super Sunday right now. But they just trying to make sure that they will be comfortable enough to just rest totally for the next 2 days. But Boom already start hunting people down. We saw a couple of knocks from afar, but there's no execution to translate into 1 point yet. And that's going to be Pombit spotted out XERXIA. Now, speaking of XERXIA, once upon a time they were quite great, but now it feels like they a bit timid compared to the other teams out there.
Yeah, back then in previous seasons, they normally have a good start, but they normally don't have a good ending. So this time around, starting wise, not so great. Maybe it's going to be the opposite for them. But wow, circle, you still have like what, 40% of water in this circle. And for those teams who got the house by the pay, Vampire Esports, Disabled, and Boom, those are the key areas. And with this circle that they still have, whoever wants to take it out for them, they have to fight against those gigantic teams.
And also, speaking of the teams, right, this is the circle where FaZe Clan, and also I mentioned earlier on, which is going to be Vampire should be favoring about this sort of circle. It should be dropping nearby where the initial drop spots were. And not just that, if you notice about PIGMY just now, due to their halt after being a gatekeep by the side of GEEK Fam, they are still quite far in the blue zone. And they're way deep into it. They are right across Pachinki right now, trying to get into the center of the circle, which is the furthest away amongst all the teams that's migrating right. I don't know if they can make it on time, but for the side of TS, that's going to be TS having a bit of a break and quite a meeting here.
Broken by Team Flash with Con securing their elimination point. And the other 3 members of Team Secret, last I noticed that they are still on the outside of the circle and tanking the blue. So definitely not good news for them there. As for Team Flash, they spot out RRQ, gathering information because they need to move at some point.
Speaking of moving, Team Secret, they don't have time anymore. Way deep in the blue zone once more. They have to sacrifice Break, just now being shot from afar. There's a lot of teams, a couple of them actually stay in the blue zone. PIGMY, the moment they step out from the blue zone, straight away being greeted by a firepower lineup of VOIN.
RRQ probably wants to take that shot. PEA passes by, but I guess they're pretty comfy inside the hospital, the regular drop spot area, and the circle is just behind them, so it's not going to be that hard for them to migrate into it later on. And now it's time for Team Flash to move, but speaking of movement, we got VOIN, Donkey moving against BTR.
Boo-boo-hoo trying to actually give the pressure and a bit of a warning sign not to cross that side of a hill, while BTR they're trying to get all the 8 back and have to regroup once more. The rest of the rows to reposition themselves, get a better position off angle and the high elevation of ground, while XERXIA try to flush out the remainings of PA players. Blaze and Mizzy will have a bit of a issue to defend, but they still hold their fort. Well done, but XERXIA Megamind trying to think out of the box how to flush this player out, while Blaze taking Lobby on his knees.
Well, Lobby currently down, and he's quite far away from the other teammates to be saved. Blaze still holding his ground. Still up at this point. RNJ infiltrates into the building. Mizzy goes down. GK taken out by Zaxi somewhere else, and Megamind gets Blaze. Looks like it's go time for XERXIA.
XERXIA, it's a green light for them. All the rest of PEA, I'm not sure where they are or they got finished off early on, but Vampires is the circle they have, and they will take it away. 60% of water in it. TS from the back line. Boo-boo-hoo, just shutting down their hope in this map.
Boo-boo-hoo, long range by Boo-boo-hoo, and everything is trying to make the rotation. And for himself, moving up for Rain that. Spraying on the BTR not having a fun time now. Satar dancing around. Now this how valuable this house is right now. Team Flash wants a piece of it.
So it has been like 4 teams fighting around the same corner of that house. XERXIA just wiped out the rest of PA, and now they're in the same point. But what a nade by Lobby, taking Kong down. And that's going to be a go time for XERXIA, but they need the revive. Megamind and Lobby are still standing. LZ bleeding out, while Team Flash are they regretting trying to flush out XERXIA the moment they capitalize over this compound.
Well, PA eliminated elimination points. Wow, the moment he arrives, he's taken out by Megamind. Big brain play there by Megamind himself to stop Kwang from coming in. But Batman needs to be revived. And Gozu tosses the nade onto the second floor. And Gozu, what a nade that was to knock down Lobby.
It's not going to be enough just yet. XERXIA back on his knees, and it's back up. Trying to revive Azzy. Does he got enough time at stage number 4? As 1 HP deducted every single second, they still can heal up and still can revive, but FL Team Flash will not allow them to do so. Look at the pressure coming up from the side of Gozu. Nade by nade, flush by flush, trying to clear up the corners. Here comes another, and they're being just stopped here. XERXIA only leaving Megamind behind, while the rest of them turn into boxes.
And Megamind just uses his last first aid, and he is eliminated by Team Flash. With Batman swing up from the second floor to take him out. Team Flash wins the fight with 5 eliminations.
The worst part, they're fighting for the compound. That's pretty much the first one to finish off by the Blues, and the moment the circle just shrinks even further. Now, Team Flash, Batman, and the rest of Team Flash will have to reposition themselves once more, but they are in a parallel direction as where RRQ is moving as well. This is not great news for Team Flash, as they're down to only 2 men left.
Go RRQ wants to come into the circle, but they're scouting up for potential opponents within it. Team Flash made their way in, and they're going to take a dip. But now we move over to Grid VIP. Newbies, nades flying onto him from Geek Fan by Audrey, especially Bill, will be eliminated.
VOIN, Zeta, one of the best players last season. But Newbies are perfect, almost a nade that clip entirety of Newbies here. Audrey keep it at bay for Grid VIP. And just shushing him off where he wants to hop onto the buggy, but force him to get a retreat into this shack. In the meantime, he's being surrounded everywhere. This is going to be the last player of VIP right now.
Oh, Kenny taken out by Stone from Vampire Esports. That is it for 7-9. Mentioned collecting only 3 points this round. Now, you see that Zeta trying to get in. Vehicle smoking up, taking a big risk there. Circle time, ladies and gentlemen. And how much of a water there still is? Still about 50%.
Might as well resort to swimming at this point. It might actually buy you more time to actually play on land, because there's too many firepower, too many players, and not enough space. Napaka, what a sharp spray there. Finish off Tony Kane in an instant, and a clean one like that. While RRQ is dominating, the Vampires are struggling.
Oh, Tony K, he pulled the pin, but he was not able to execute their plan. Now, again, Vampire Esports operating without Tony K. pretty early elimination, or in fact, he's the first player from Vampire Esports to be eliminated every round so far.
It's quite hard to see TODAK in action since he got eliminated one of the first few quite early for the rest of the roster. And now Batman might be the one that follow pursuit about the other teams that have been finished off early, and it's going to clip in entirely down. Only one more play, if I'm not mistaken, left for the side of FL, and that's going to be Gosu. High chances he might be stolen away by the other team on the other side at the angle, but here comes the raining of nade. These guys, how much do they have for FaZe?
Well, I'm starting to lose count now. It looks like they're out of FaZe. Scoping down onto FaZe Clan. RRQ scopes down on Team Flash. The two sets of teams by the bay find it difficult to come up. Now they can only look at each other.
Speaking of looking at each other, they're all looking at the nades flying over their heads just across this map. Yeah, YOODO Alliance, Zeta, VOIN being eliminated despite he got himself the nade drop right on top of what it look, but it look will survive a bit much longer in this map. But here comes perfect execution, Mela.
Mela again and again and again and again and again. This guy is just next level for FaZe Clan. But now they need to worry about RRQ.
Well, they have a lot of troubles and a lot of worry, I agree. Not just RRQ, might be another team visiting and behind them as well. And the side of YOODO Alliance, on the other hand, they still need to revive their teammate, have a bit of a reset, but time is not on their side because look at the distance and how fast GEEK Fam is approaching on the other end.
GEEK Fam, at least they are still on the clear, but they have to figure out the next step, which is potentially to cross the road, and they will meet up with Xavier when they do so. Now, on the other side, Vampire Esports, they're just going to hold on to the position. And they still have stage 6, so it's very, very likely they will still get the circle.
And speaking of the circle, we're shrinking up anytime soon. Less than 30 seconds away. It's all that who's being favored by the circle since we've got so many places. Of all the places, still a lot of rivers and also water in it, but YOODO Alliance is spreading out. GEEK Fam try to play along with the elevations. These Xaviers on the other hand, they are quite in the center of the circle, but they have been quiet for quite a bit. No eliminations on their side yet.
Yeah, no reason for them to move since they have their fortress and they have the circle, and very, very likely they will get the next stage as well. But we'll get a confirmation soon, ladies and gentlemen, and here we go. Circle time. These Xavier Vampires still within it.
VP Audrey, Adik look now going full force in for YOODO Alliance. They're marching forward as they advance. They're trying to get any elimination points as they can. 6 teams left with Audrey bleeding out. GEEK Fam left 2 more players. There is behind them and couldn't give any support due to how the smoke just blinded them from afar.
Well, here we go. Nathan Flame been traded off between the 2 teams, sending it across. GEEK Fam is the one to retreat back. And now they've been pinned down by every single name by YOODO Alliance. None of them truly connected just yet. IQOO swiftly managed to evade them.
Running dry with their resources as well. This is going to be the last molly coming out from Jimmy the IGL for YOODO Alliance, but need to leave. It's going to be the Blues and start to burning them off alive. They're still touching at the rim of the circle, but Snipes and 19. We don't see them to sustain as much as they hope it would be. They're running dry with their resources behind any more first aids. Nothing for their throwables, but Jimmy at least he got himself 4 first aid. But when it comes to ammunition wise, I'm not sure how much more he can last.
Oh, RQ, here we go! The moment they arrive, Snape nated down by Vampire Esports. What an explosive defense!
Coming up from RQ, no mercy. Here comes the legend of the last round, but can he hold? Not so much, but VPE, they're fighting back. This is their circle, this is their chance, and this is them to prove themselves to us all the fans out there.
Absolute beauty of the defense, doing well so far. No Benko, 40% of health there, and he's the last member active for RRQ. And the Benko, the moment he showed himself at the window, eliminated by Newsy.
They did not sacrifice anybody for that round of fight yet, but then when they opened the doors, oh, somebody just shot them down from afar. Venturis, FaZe Clan is here for the take of the chicken dinner as well. But these Xaviers, how much longer they want to bench out from this fight?
And Xavier still chilling, and I can totally understand that. You do have the circle, you do have the compound, nobody is crashing onto you, so you can bring chilling now. They'll probably show up later on when they see the elimination being rolled, and they kind of get a sense that they are the last team, or maybe the last few teams with the man advantage.
Well, speaking of man advantage, don't forget YOODO Alliance still having a four-player full squad as well. Despite hardly get any covers for this time, but those elevation will put at their best work here. They do have a wider view and get a lot of information from where they stand. But the circle in less than 30 seconds, we get to know who being favored or who the one will have to sacrifice and being burned off by the blue instead. Jamie might actually giving a bit of a cue towards the rest of the team. Where is the go time? When is the go time? While FaZe Clan being spotted out, if they can get a knock, I assume they will try to rush. But the problem is, FaZe is on the other end of the circle.
It does look like FaZe Clan has the toughest piece of the circle now. Not only they're in an open position, but they also do not have the vehicle. The car is blown up and the circle went away. Now it's official that FaZe Clan will need to find their way in.
Finding way to get out is going to be the Xavier as well. Others, like you mentioned, try to find a way in. For FaZe Clan, they resort to maybe just a brief of swimming. It's quite a risk that they're willing to take. For Mela and Venturas, there's no other option. They cannot go towards a coastline. It's quite clear, it's quite obvious, it's too exposed. So the side of Mela and FaZe Clan, they're resorting to swim slightly at the edge, try to dock themselves. Hopefully they're not being spotted by any of the teams that's quite busy themselves against each other. YOODO Alliance happen to be in the center, and also the Xaviers, but they spotted out anyhow. What a sharp set of eyes.
I mean, Mela has no space more to go, right? If he moves any further forward, he'll be an easy target. Even now, they're being pressured. And yeah, no more space for them. They're not even in the circle just yet. There's pretty much no way for them to get out.
I don't think they have any smokes left. If they do, this is the best time for them to pop it off and just run straight towards the other side of the street where DX is at. But at the same time, there's too many side of lines watching. We're talking about the full squad of DX still well and alive and having their vision straight focused towards FaZe Clan. But look at where Olios is. He's trying to bridge in towards DX's defense from the back, and they are not realizing this just yet. This might be a biggest potential threat for D Xaviers.
Yeah, if only YOODO Alliance has vehicles, it doesn't look like they have any. So without the vehicles, yeah, the only option is to create a smoke bridge and run across. The same idea like what you said that FaZe Clan probably can do. But look at the utilities, FaZe Clan, they do not have smoke. So I don't know about FaZe Clan's chances of surviving more than top 4.
YOODO Alliance spreading out, trying to just widen up their places and their land. FaZe Clan kind of stuck. VPE, how do they respond to this? Do they start to make a move first? Do they initiate the fight? Because whoever moves first here and start to take actions, they're the one who'll be going down first. In this case, FaZe, like it or not, they're being forced to move anyhow. But lucky they got small patch of bushes, but not enough to cover. These Xaviers! Levi or Shadows has easily finished them off. That's 2 points extra in the bag of DX. Make it 1.
Expected result there for FaZe Clan. And for Vampire Esports, well, the front house is still within the circle. You can still kind of buy time because who makes the first move? Well, they'll put themselves in a difficult position because the third team take out the third party, and YOODO Alliance is also somewhat within the circle. They can also somewhat hold on to it depending on how fast they want to cut across. But I guess if I was YOODO Alliance, since they don't have the vehicle, they might as well hold on to that other end of the road as long as possible.
That's kind of true because right now we're heading into the last stage, which no more circle that is gonna exist in this one. It's all down to who's being favored by the blue first and who's being down to the mercy of the blue. Because right now I feel like YOODO Alliance, they can't really hold those grounds. They are the one that are actually being finished off by the blue instead, while the others of Vampires and DX have more space and time in between them. So YOODO Alliance, hopefully they have enough smoke to just cross that street. If they can park themselves just at the back line around the vegetations of where DX at, they're giving a bit of a pressure for DX, they might actually have a shot at winning the chicken dinner. But if DX manage to take down on YOODO Alliance first, VPE might be the one that winning the chicken because they will take the opportunity. Either way, I feel like VPE might be the biggest win here because these two are a bit busy against each other for YOODO Alliance and DX.
Yeah, it could be VPE, it could be DX as well because DX is the full squad. VPE has 3 players. But now it's a matter of buying time, right? Okay, stage 9, ladies and gentlemen. 5 more seconds is the zone will close entirely. Now, if I were to assess the current zone, the first team that might feel the wrath of the zone is YOODO Alliance, and then VPE, and then Xavier. So, to a certain extent, that also means that Xavier has the better chance of surviving longer than the other teams, and they can hold on the position. But oh, hang on a second. YOODO Alliance, they do have vehicles. Let's go.
They're going, and Vampire is the one winning. I assure you that right now because DX, they're running drive their resources the moment they're done with YOODO Alliance, and VPE will take advantage of this. And YOODO Alliance can't even cross the street. It was a bit too late, a tidbit too late, when they decided to let the Blues finish them off a tiny bit, and one by one, falling like flies. YOODO Alliance might be decimated here. VPE, who attacked them? I thought DX just focused on YOODO Alliance, but I was wrong.
Well, looks like Xavier, they are multitasking right now, doing it so well. The Chinese for their first goal out anyway because they don't have the space. And Xavier executing the plan on the outside as well to get out around it. Look, the fence. Player for YOODO Alliance eliminated. And now YOODO Alliance has one player left. Way on to Jimmy OP. Jimmy OP eliminated. Now on focus on the Vampire Esports.
Vampires, they had the opportunity, but still DX taking the advantage of this. Porogin, after they run down by his teammate, down to only Stone to fight for VP. 1v1, mono to mono. Porogin versus Stone, 2 legend players.
Wait, who got it? Xavier still got it. Oh my goodness, that was so close for Stone. This man has the potential. He got the ticket of the Vampire Esports. But nothing, almost nothing. So good design, Xavier from the chicken.
I have to give huge respect for these Xaviers. Despite they have to divide their attention towards YOODO Alliance, they can deal with the entire team of Vampires at the same time. While Vampires are not focusing on YOODO Alliance, they're just focused on DX. And YOODO Alliance just focusing on DX. They're dealing with 2 teams of a full squad, full 2 teams at the same time. That speaks a lot for these Xaviers.
And the Starman had to be Paragin, the one who brought them the chicken dinner to fight against 1v1 against Stone with 808 damage. 53 damage, received the lowest of them all, and about 3 eliminations to the Xavier. Now, not the highest of eliminations. They got 7 in total, so that's 17 points this round, but you can never complain of a chicken dinner.
That's kind of true, and they got themselves, I mean, like, they are the deadly, but the quiet ones are always the deadliest one, just like how we fart or passing gas. The silent one is always the deadliest one. That's the only thing, that's the only metaphor that's running in my head right now, so sorry guys. But when it comes to Porogin and the rest of these ADs, it seems fruitful for them to wait for such a long time to take action. It just shows that it was totally worth it. They obliterate 2 teams at the same time at the very last minute as well.
Well, you get the strangest things inside of Choo Choo's head, ladies and gentlemen. But other than this area, well, of course, Vampire Esports and YOODO Alliance has to be here. RRQ, they're up here as well as one of the top 4 teams. And you know what? It's nice to see different regions, all 4 different regions up here on the top 4 teams.
This is one of the most rarest moments we might actually get throughout the entire league. I think today we should place it as historical day to have all different flags up there, different teams. But just to relive the moment, what really happened throughout the entirety of the second Erangel map, we're gonna see there.
Well, we asked for a crazy circle and we got it. So I'm pretty happy as well with the circle. But the happiest of them all, of course, is going to be the Xavier with the chicken dinner. 70 points collected. Vampire Esports did the best performance so far with 14 points collected. And YOODO Alliance with 10 points. So that's the double-digit club, ladies and gentlemen, up there. Other than that, the other team that made it on the top 4 is RRQ.
A lot of average elimination when it comes to 5 and 4s down here due to the circle height, just because of the crazy that we all love, but it's not really that much loving coming up from the players, because most of the teams being eliminated by the blue zone instead. They were pressured by the blue and have to face their enemies at the same time. PA, PIGMY and Boom. This is yet the worst performance coming up from Boom across 2 days we saw them performing.
Yeah, 0 points, but I guess to them, objectively, they'll be pretty chill about it. Definitely still be up there because Alter Ego isn't playing. Even if they drop to second place, they'll be like, yeah, they probably got the ticket anyway to the Super Sunday. But looking at the overall rankings now, top 8 again is what we look for at this stage of the tournament. So welcome YOODO Alliance to number 8.
Slowly pushing up. Despite BTR, we were hoping for them to have more aggressive approach for this map just now, but unfortunately they didn't score as much as we hoped they would be. They didn't score as much as they did before. Well, for Boom, it's still going to beat them at number 1, but NKT still stays at 12. You do see PIGMY being pushed down. VPE now slowly climbing up the climb down the stairs just a tiny bit. But the one we should look out for are the teams that already played a lot of matches, including GEEK Fam. Now, Great VIP being pushed down even further, but GEEK Fam slowly climbing up to 13th place. But will it be enough time for them with only 3 maps remaining?
And that will be the question, but at least they are knocking on the doors on page 1 at least. But we're going to compare the head-to-head between Paragon and Stone. These two players were the 1v1 towards the end, and Paragon got 3 eliminations and Stone 2. One of them, of course, was taken out by Stone, or eliminated. One of them was because of Stone. Yeah, that was what I was trying to get to. And he had more damage, 808 as compared to Stone, 640. But team contribution, Stone got a little bit more. But the stats that matter is eliminations and damage. So Paragon wins the head-to-head for me.
Every time you look at Stone, so Clark, you get Stone instead. Your head just being stoned by Stone.
Would you say this is this best looking version?
I would say yes, I guess. He looks more mature than the previous years. We've pretty much grown old these players as well. But speaking of which, I mentioned earlier on today, Cloud, I feel like today will be the rise of the Vietnam team. Now, we don't see a lot of domination, just like how we saw yesterday with the Indonesian teams, but at least VTR still waving the flag up there. But will it get another Vietnam chicken, or will it be alternating for today?
Yeah, I know, right? Vietnam teams have been doing pretty well. So waiting for the other Vietnam teams as well. But also would like to make an announcement as well, ladies and gentlemen. Normally we would take a break after game number 3, but for today, because we already technically took that break earlier on, so we're gonna go straight on to our 4th match, and we're gonna go straight in until the final match today.
Yep, we had earlier breaks due to tech issue. I know you guys are like, why is this happening? What is the delay? I mean, sometimes hiccups happen for a good reason. I mean, that's going to be the best scenario. It's better now than late, where things get heated up later in the next few weeks. Now we can sort out the issues, and hopefully everything will go smoothly after this. And we still have one more Erangel map to go, and this is where we do know a lot of teams want to gain as much elimination points as possible. The most comfortable map for all the teams out there before we head into 2 more Miramar map, which I think Miramar maps is quite tough to read out the circle. Still, not just that, yesterday we have very similar circle between 2 Miramar maps for the ending as well. Now for Erangel, on the other hand, the circle today has been wow.
Things that goes in Chuchu's head, ladies and gentlemen. you got the body gas earlier, and now you have the crawling queen. I don't know what you want to call that.
What? But yeah, okay. But still, speaking of which, I do worry most for VIP and GEEK Fam though, since today will be their last day before they being judged whether to go to Super Sunday straight. I don't think they can go Super Sunday straight. Honestly, I'm gonna say it out loud.
Well, mathematically, of course, if they can score big in the following rounds, then probably yeah. But if we look at trends, then as long as you stay on page number 2, then it's definitely no ticket to Super Sunday. You have to be at least page 1, and then you look at like whether you're number 8 and above, and then you have to look at how tomorrow's teams perform, because today is the end of their group campaign, and then they also need to hope for other teams to not perform above them. Of course, their first requirement is to be in the current top 8 before we talk about tomorrow Group A coming back again.
And I personally feel like we mentioned about the group of death, or not just now. I personally feel like Group B is a group of death. I think we both agree on this, because the firepower it comprises by this group, they love to fight, right? But the Group B don't have anybody like Boom or Alter Ego, the last few champions across the season of the PMSL. But when you compare with Group A, on the other hand, I feel like Group A do love more fights compared to Group B today. Because yesterday, Group A versus C, we do see more bombastic play and actions compared to today. It's a bit more slower, a bit more slow pace, a bit more strategic compared to yesterday as well.
Maybe it's like some of the factors could be like because of the circle and all that, so a lot of focus on the rotations. Even the Sanhok circle wasn't that easy, wasn't that kind as well. So maybe I'm just putting out a maybe out there. But what is not maybe is that we're going to start our game soon. And the boys of BC, we're feeling good, but we have a substitution. Welcome back, a fly boy in the lineup.
Now it feels like they are in the experimental mode, coming up from Boom, start to swap players just to give them exposure of all the players that's being benched, and all the subs now coming in, rotating with all the roster as well, just to make sure they are prepared in case in the next few weeks they need to be played. They're not getting in a culture shock moment. Now that's going to be a good choice to be done here by Boom, because they are in the lead. They are quite comfortable up there.
Well, since we have Flyboy subbed in, I'm going to drop a fun fact about Flyboy. So, Flyboy is actually a pilot, and that's why he calls himself Flyboy. Now, what made him jump into professional esports is because of the pandemic, and we all know what happens to the aerospace industry during the pandemic. So, he has been making a newfound career in esports since then.
Yeah, hopefully he can be a good pilot in the game as well. We do see a lot of people flying over with the gliders in the game. If he can actually navigate that superbly, like how he get used to his experience as a pilot and can be implemented in the game, that's going to be bombastic. Because imagine to have another player shooting behind and he can just maneuver those gliders well. But we're done chit-chatting. We're going to head into our last Erangel map of the day. Let's fly with Flyboy.
Well, if Flyboy is the pilot of this plane, I'll be worried. Especially after he jumps out, leaving everyone else behind. Just saying.
It's on autopilot, I assume. We have AI these days, so I assume AIs can actually control a plane one day, hopefully, in the case of Pubg Mobile. Maybe that's the case.
Well, I'm not sure if I want to sit on an AI plane for now. Just saying.
I wouldn't want to be on that as well.
Yeah, I will keep that reserved for now. But for Vampire Esports, they're definitely not reserving Zaki for anyone else. They will take it for themselves. This is a regular swap for Vampire Esports. If the flight path is like down south, or it hits south or something like that, or it starts down south basically, then they will drop it to Primos. But if it's on the north side, then it will go to Zaki. So now Zaki is taken by Vampire, so Primos is going to be all empty. Especially for GEEK fam, if they choose to still go there, then they can even loot Primos.
Yep, it's going to be the alternative for the teams that do have a second drop spot, but for the others that don't like the second drop spot, I assume they want to take vehicles straight towards the places where they're comfy for their initial drop. But when you look at the rank right now for today, BTR actually overtake BOOM, who pushed down to second place. But the circle, we do have a northern side. It's going to be shooting range. PIGMY got the biggest advantage up there. Even BOOM, Rosshawk is theirs to take. At the same time, quite generous, since not many teams actually go down to SMB due to the flight path itself. It's right on top of the flight path, so we might looking at quite an early skirmishes, especially around Miltar region.
Far drop for Team Secret, who still wants to go to Novo, but looking at the circle, it's like mid to north. So maybe that might still want to go to Novo, make a quick loot and come back up. Because if they were to change their plan, then they have to fight with BTR, and that's definitely not a good idea to go up with the team who has 16 eliminations with a chicken dinner earlier today. But if we assess the circle, I would still consider this as a tricky circle because you won't know if it's going to end up on the main peninsula or up north at the stage.
Yeah, that's kind of true. But at least it's not like a big bridge in between them, like a small rivers in between. And it's not as wide of a gap between SMB and around the southern side. At least it's still something that within reach for these guys. And I think from the last match, they kind of learned the lesson that they need to have so many smokes, so much smokes, in case things didn't turn out how they plan it should be when it comes to the circle rotation. So I think a lot of teams will try to loot up first, because we saw how BOOM, even BTR today, when it comes to the numbers, the data that we gain, when it comes to their looting phases, they got so much utilities and hand grenades, even smokes. All the throwables are insane amount of numbers from those two teams.
Yeah, if you take BOOM as an example, then the fact that they drop in Rozhok pretty much in the middle of the map, that's the advantage of dropping in the middle of the map. Like, you can move a little bit later, and that's fine, because in general, you wouldn't be too far from almost any kind of circle, so you can take your time to kind of loot and move on later. And the fact that they drop in Rozhok, now that the circle is here, they can even take their time even more to loot, and they don't even need to worry about rotating. They'll probably stay in Rozhok as long as they have the circle.
But we do know BOOM, they don't like to sit quietly on their hands. They definitely will try to go for a hunt. Despite they got themselves in the center of the circle, they might actually not leave the perimeters too far, but they'll definitely try to find somebody who's passing by, or just wait it out around the entry point of other teams that might actually pass by, just to scout things out around the area. So I assume they might actually start to take actions after they're done with their looting, because that's how you get yourself number one spot. You don't wait things to happen, you make it happen.
Well, are they really desperate for points? Maybe not, right? So they might play that, like, okay, there are two options for them. You play inside Rozhok, you stay there still, and maybe you just got the entrance of Rozhok, because Rozhok might be the focal point for a lot of these teams. Or they cross the river to be on the shooting range side, and they play by some of the elevations on the south side of shooting range. So that's normally their two options with this outer circle. Either one is fine with this outer circle, because it's still a 50-50 on where it could go.
I think they might actually resort to the option number 2 you mentioned just now, depending the stage number 2 and number 3 circle. If it's still Rozhok be in the center or not, I think that might be like the option B they prepare for, especially for the IGL. This is where the IGL start to decide what kind of rotation they want to go next, I assume. But if they still stay in Rozhok, it's not wrong either, because it's still not that far. But like you mentioned just now, it might be a prime spot for teams to pass by just to get into the center as well. So I don't think to hold and sit it out wait will actually be the best option too, unless they actually send somebody to scout over from the outside just to see if there's any movement coming out and get some information outside as well.
Yeah, so if they want to stay there, then, and they want to gather information like what you say, and they want to take the lesser risk, the route with the lesser risk, right? So like on the left side of Rozhok, there's that one house, like on the, it's sort of like a hilly area of Rozhok, something like that, and it's by the bridge. You will be able to see like who's coming from the bridge. You'll be able to see who's coming from the water house. You're able to see who's coming from the open space from Pachinki to Rozhok, that area. So that is a pretty nice spot to be. And if they want to do that kind of scouting, they probably can send one person there and someone else close by in case backup is needed.
I agree. That's the only, like, that's the best elevation that you can actually see through the entirety of Rostock, because Rostock is like a bit of a swamp area where it's kind of a bit kind of in a crate sort of thing. So like around a valley area. So there's quite a lot of ditch where it can be spotted out by the other teams who have those elevations. I agree. We might actually see some movement come out from the teams actually in the center by doing that. But we do already see some rotations and movement coming up from XERXIA and PIGMY. And PIGMY is one of those teams actually in the northern side as well. But look at how active they're trying to find their stuff and probably trying to find their positions as well. But if they're not being careful, they might dig in their own grave a bit early.
Well, at least they pick one of the best spots here. The high ground of shooting range is a good spot, and we can see that XERXIA wants to challenge them for it, so that they're circling around, gathering information, trying to see if they want to take the fight, if it's worth it or not. And maybe PIGMY might tell themselves that not really worth it yet. That's why they're not going all in on XERXIA, because 49 points is not that much if you want to talk about like getting to get straight into the Super Sunday. So taking that risk looks at PIGMY, maybe because of that they're not deciding to take the fight yet.
I think still the standard safe line or the safe points coming up into Super Sunday is going to be around 75 and above, or 80 is just the best comfortable numbers that you want to sit on to wait it out whether you get to pass into Super Sunday or not. And right now the gap between these two group, which we do know Alter Ego still sits at number 2 right now at 78, but still if you actually compare, 3 maps were done for the day and Boom just actually gained 10 points across 3 maps. Now that's still not so much, isn't it?
Yeah, but if like taking your numbers as a benchmark, right, then technically Boom is already all good. So I guess if based on that statement, then well, maybe Boom can kind of chill, and also like not giving away too much about how they are actually going to play when it matters.
Speaking of what really matters, we do have very late rotators coming in, which is going to be TS. They went all the way to Novo and SMB, now making a bit of a U-turn back towards the main peninsula, just where all the other players at. Savannah is quite vacant, surprisingly, but the circle still comprises around 50% of Savannah up there. But everybody coming up from south, we're going to have a massacre, a big mess on the lower half of the circle in a couple of seconds probably.
Yeah, the citizens of Savannah migrated to the high grounds of shooting range, and good for them, because that area you're able to see the rotations of other teams. You're able to pre-plan what you're going to do in case any team comes by. And speaking of teams that come by, now VOIN a donkey, nice spot to be in by Maxis here, because this is one of the common rotation spots for teams from the main peninsula where Team Flash is going. And they heard the gunshots, they know that, maybe not for now, because they don't want to be traveling, probably straight down. At least they have that compound where they are at now. They can park themselves there for now until the next stage of the circle and see how it goes.
Speaking of seeing how things goes, GEEK fam, they kind of gained some sort of information. I'm not sure what, but they definitely kind of have a bit of discussion and just decided to split themselves into two parts here for 7-9. They're playing 2-2. Well, on the side of BTR, they're moving as a 4. And everything move in unison for them, despite they having a tough start early on in Sanhok. They have a bombastic round in the first map of Erangel, but a bit quiet just now, toned down in the last Erangel. Now trying to redeem themselves once more in this one. But for GEEK, they're taking Rostock. We mentioned earlier on, this is where a Boom should be around, but we don't see anybody from Boom in any corner of this map.
Yeah, Boom took the second option, the one that they moved to across, and then they took their high grounds just on top of Rostock. So they left Rostock, and cool decision, because majority of the circle is on the northern side. So great work for them. But not so great work for Team Secret. They gave away the first blood to Team Flash.
Team Flash, they scored themselves chicken dinner for today. They are at number 3 now. They want to break into the 70s and the 80s for their points. With lesser games to play, they need to secure that to make sure they got themselves a slot to Super Sunday. Batman and Wunti, known as Wunti back in the days, and the rest of them are migrating towards those hills. While FaZe Clan Surprisingly, FaZe Clan, I was hoping they got a better point or better gameplay in the last map due to the circle kind of favors them since the start. But unfortunately, things didn't work out for them in the last map. Now, hopefully this one will be okay for them.
Yeah, FaZe Clan, 14 points collected over 3 rounds. Not the best of numbers, but yeah, they'll be looking to add to that in this time. But here we go. So circle all the way up north and centered around the south side of Severny. And we still have a good amount of teams on the main peninsula. YOODO Alliance, Sam9, GEEK Fam. Man, 3 teams from the Malaysian region just next to each other down south.
I don't blame them. It's always something that they're familiar with when they're fighting each other too much when it comes to the local tournaments as well. But when it comes to Severny, I'm surprised it's still so vacant, and Team Flash took advantage of that and rotated all the way up north, entering from the side of Severny, and PA got themselves the center. But can they defend? We do know when it comes to firepower, everybody can actually shoot well, but when it comes to tactical and strategy and work in unison as a team, can they execute to defend their place for PA?
Yeah, PA had a rough start last season, but to be fair, it was their first season. So this time around, at least they are looking like they're doing a little bit more better. Like 15 points collected over 3 games. That's an average of 5 points per game. That's okay. That's okay, especially as a team that has 0 experience in Southeast Asia stage before last season. So we can see at least they have this improvement. Hopefully we'll be able to get to see a PA continue to do well. And if you remember last season, even like other teams were supporting PA, hoping for them to be able to bounce back, and at least they're giving it back to people who support them.
For this season, there's no more excuses for them, because if you want to be, for me, like, I'm a very harsh with a team that I really like, by the way. So if you want to put the same boat as PA, which this is their first season, then how about NKT and PIGMY? PIGMY definitely got themselves the top 10 despite this. They are starting off the same starting line as PA.
Well, at least for if you make a comparison with PIGMY, then well, they have prior experience, at least as an org, at least in this stage. So yeah, they have that little advantage. Now, NKT, of course, interesting one. Last season, especially with the first week, but this week so far, NKT is okay. So I guess they're just bringing the whatever that they learned from last season to this season. So I will put them somewhat on par with how PA is playing right now.
I agree, but speaking of the other teams, IQOO, Sam9, and it's a 3-way war with DX coming in out of nowhere. DX, if you compare with the last map and this map, very different gameplay. I don't know what they are implementing or the season's target, but it's just very reverse of what they were doing before. They were playing it quiet just now. Now they're playing as aggressive and as loud as they can be. And the circle shifted up to Severny. PA still holding the center, but Team Flash approaching with Team Secret behind. VTR, the Titans approaching with VOIN coming up from south alongside with PIGMY and BP as well.
It's going to be a mess down south, ladies and gentlemen. All the big boys down there. Nice long range for goal suit to knock down GEEK from Team Secret. And Team Secret becomes the first team to be eliminated, not taking any points at all this round.
A try is a bit too reckless and a bit too harsh for the environment they want to sustain themselves, which was impossible case. But back to the side of PIGMY versus side of FaZe Clan. Now FaZe Clan, this is PIGMY. They are very good at offline tournaments, like you mentioned before, and they are well experienced in offline for PIGMY. But we're talking about FaZe, a legacy team as well. They struggle, but Umzus just had enough. Open the door, get out, and shoot them straight in the face.
Well, they lost Mela, but at least the others are standing up. But we have Team Z here. Team ES gameplay. Team Z. Team ES eliminates FaZe Clan, but oh, here we go. Shadows with Sam9. Dap now has to be the hero. 1v1 against Shadows, who has the DBS, but Dap got in through the window. Sam9 wins the fight, but damn! At what cost? Oh, Brian!
Why?
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 Why? What is fire just like that? There was an active volley. Why?
It's like, wait for me, guys. I wanna go with you. You're not alone. Let's go to the other world. But that's just happened. Sam, I think because of the smoke, he didn't spot out those mollies burning him alive just now. But it was such an unfortunate timing. It was him dying in vain. That was really a crucial mistake from the side of Sam 9, but we have to put that on hold because right now we have more teams fighting, including Boom, that we saw they had those circles early on, but right now they are nearby the blue zone.
Oh man, I'm having a headache watching that, but yeah. I guess to be fair, like what you said, because of the smoke, Brian couldn't see the fire, and even if they want to communicate with each other, it's like kind of too late because he was already crashing in. So that just happened, but yeah, it won't go down well with the fans. So if you're fans of Sam 9 out there, I mean, if we were to think on the positive side, that is how we would explain the situation, and we gotta put ourselves in the players' shoes sometimes.
Yeah, it's just so painful to see a tragedy happening right across your eyes and right across the screen. There's nothing you can do to stop him going there. Now, hopefully there's no more tragedy in the case of Boom versus GEEK Fam, but Playzone did finish off Boom. Now, they have those circles before. It was in their hands for the side of Boom. Now they're letting it slip by coming into it slightly late, but they want to gatekeep GEEK Fam. Snipes and the rest of GEEK Fam try to get into it, but there's still so many teams breathing behind their back. That's going to be IQOO and VOIN as well.
Here we go, Boom Esports in the fight against GEEK Fam. And Boom in the circle, GEEK Fam in it as well, but GEEK Fam's on the outer side. So Boom Esports has this sort of like an advantage. Being in the side. 5 Boy is still in the game. Only Pubg has been eliminated, but nevertheless, Boom, they collected 4 elimination points. Looking for more out of GEEK Fam.
Now for VPE, Vampires are splitting themselves into 2 sides here. That's going to be 2-2, but PIGMY, they are not being favored by the zone as well. Boom in trouble. They having themselves all stacked up in the shack. We've seen this happen before. It feels like another Brian 2.0 moment. Hopefully that's not the case. Last man flyboy who just subbed in have to bow out, but at least they got himself 4 eliminations at 10 place. Couple of points for the placement as well, possibly. But GEEK Fam triumphed with that minor victory for now because they still have a lot of problem to deal with, and that's going to be running away from the blue zone.
Yeah, next is going to be the blue, and at least for GEEK Fam, they got all 4 their players still in the game. Now look at the elimination feed, BTR against Vampire Esports. It could be a long range because we don't see a follow-up in the elimination feed so far. But now we have vision on BTR. Yes, it's a long range, so Shrimps is with Newsy should be okay. But BTR, we don't want to let this point go.
Vampire start. Oh, Tony K! It was a straight in the face race just now, but Stone trying to do some damage control. But can they hold the ground for the side of BTR? They might take down to 1v1. Shrimps versus 1 player of BTR. They won it. BTR dying in vain. Only scored himself 2 eliminations. Vampires still strive to keep the boat afloat, and Tony K will be revived alongside with Son as well.
Yeah, at least this time Tony K plays a little bit longer. But I can't say the same for Popo, who he has been taken out, and GEEK Fam. The last we saw them quite far away from the circle. Now they face up against PIGMY, and one of the players knocked down. There's going to be Snipes, but on screen, Northern entry, and they will put their focus onto Vampire Esports.
Team Flash definitely want to finish off what Vampires have left, but lucky enough they do have the space and time. But for VOIN on the other hand, they try to flash out PEA. That's not really the biggest compound, but it's enough to sustain for all 4 players inside and indoors. But can they finish off easily? VOIN versus the side of IQOO, and this should be the opportunity PEA should be taking here, as they can clear those gunshots from afar. They are the center. IQOO being eliminated instead, and a PA taking a bit of advantage from the sidelines.
RRQ eliminated at number 8. Nade by Billboards at the cross. And they want to clear their sides, they want to clear their flanks because they got to prepare for the next stage of the circle. Center! Nade now by Blaze.
Mika. Vampires, Tony K now start firing. We'll finally get to see some actions from Tony K here today. Vampires start to bite back. GEEK Fam trying to finish off PIGMY, and PIGMY being cornered within the blue zone or the players of GEEK Fam. They have to pick one, whether to just fight the blue or fight the players of GEEK Fam. But PIGMY, they try to box in GEEK Fam, but Audrey very, very acute senses there. He knows exactly where this guy's gonna pick out from. His reflex is otherworldly.
Well, now his game sense will come in play as he tosses a nade across onto PIGMY. One nade after another. PIGMY, they're still trying to recover each other. At the same time, the blue will put pressure, but good news is that they're just by the edge of it. But bad news is that the circle moved away, but it ended onto PA.
For PIGMY, it's going to be less than 100 meters apart from the circle. Same goes for the sort of GEEK fam. But they have to fight each other out to make sure one team will try and get into the blue zone, get into the circle, sorry. And GEEK fam, they're not done here. Due to the slope of the hill, it's so hard for them to visualize the other end.
Oh yes, the visual is hard just because of the slope. And not only the visual right now is hard for them. Look at this, PIGMY! Where did that shot come from? Oh, but Drexy taking up billboard the last man. And it is BEA from on top of the hill to steal away that 1 point out of the hands of GEEK fam.
They're playing it smart coming up from PA, knowing the fact they're always going to get the circle regardless of how many stages it has been. But for GEEK fam, have to fight their way in. The next target is going to be YOODO Alliance. Adik looks finished off in an instant by Mika. Mika is on fire here right now.
Here we go, Mika. This is the performance that fans would be expecting. But now the next challenge is to get into the circle. They are on foot. They do not have vehicles. And they need to play with the slope now to try to hide themselves as much as possible. But YOODO Alliance is on the other end. Looking at the minimap, it seems like YOODO Alliance is looking at their direction. So they kind of have an idea that GEEK fam is here.
They definitely knows, but looking at the taps, we heard the taps come out from Team Flash possibly, or EA stage. But GEEK fam, they're still under the radar of PA, but PA, they overpicked themselves, Kiddo down on the ground, taken out by Audrey. What with Audrey's sprays from afar, his long distance just so sharp. It's just incredibly crispy from Audrey here today. And GEEK fam alongside Mika and Audrey, they're working as a deadly duo right now, taking the front line. While PA, at least they're indoors so they can revive back up. But YOODO Alliance and GEEK both are moving to a side of PA. But Team Flash, on the other hand, this might be another chance for them to score the chicken today.
Okay, now YOODO Alliance tries something. Want to try to get a knock onto the members of GEEK fam, but the distance is just too far still. Flax will need to get as close as possible, but it still can't land a single nade onto IZ. They do have an idea that GEEK fam is there, but without the visual, it's kind of hard to land a nade.
They're just tossing it blind for YOODO Alliance. They know there's somebody there, but they don't know how far the distance is and exactly where they are standing. And so it's quite a waste for them to just toss out their resources without knowing exactly where to toss it for. But on the side of the Vampires, Tony Kane now finally taking some actions there. We get to see a longer version of Tony Kane than the usual ones where he got eliminated quite early. Vampires finally start to find themselves some footing. 5 eliminations, but PPA from the sideline. You're still away 8 eliminations just by standing there and waiting for this praise to come.
Yeah, I know, right? Very, very sharp game sense by PEA to steal away eliminations just from their fortress. But now they might be challenged real soon. But before that, GEEK fam would definitely want to clear off YOODO Alliance. YOODO Alliance want to do the same, but they will try to cancel out each other. Now the next piece of circle, PEA still has the center of it.
Now, it's going to be GEEK fam versus YOODO Alliance first. Now, that's going to be a win, big win for PA if they take advantage when these two are against each other. But VPE, look at how they're rotating. They try to confuse the Team Flash, who try to bait them out as well. We can see that Batman and Kwang is actually trying to provoke the side of Vampires. They open fire and engage towards them, but Vampires will take the bait away. They start to toss a couple of nades, but they're not really deep into the engagement.
Go, speaking about engagement, this is the time that they must engage. Now, let's see where they would end up on. Do they want to clear the sides, or do they want to be on the left side, which is pretty much more clear? He's doing the scouting work right now, gathering information, and considering that Team Flash is also on the outside, so I guess for Vampire, it would be better if they go to the left side and enter the circle, focus in onto it, rather than try to take the fight on the outside.
It's a bit quiet before we get to see the crossfire later when it comes to the top 5 teams remaining. VPE might be busy against Team Flash. YOODO Alliance defend PEA. It's going to be a 3 two-way war, a triangle war between these two teams, and the other two is very easy to bait each other out. Spraying over with the vehicles just trying to be driven across the map of Empires. But time is not on their side. Less than a minute away. They need to stop to move because the zone will shrink. But Vampire Tony K accidentally naded his teammate for the sake of taking down on Team Flash. It's a sacrifice that Shrubs can live by here.
Yeah, and Shrubs can still be revived at least. But Stone still has Kwang in front of him. He's trying to find a member of Team Flash right now. Kwang behind this Stone. Stone in front of him, but Trexie has to put in long range pressure on the Stone.
Trexie got himself the watchtower. Spotted out the players of Empires, now trying to take advantage. Tony K in trouble! Down to 30% of HP. Tony K have been doing so much work for the team. He needs to keep himself alive. While Trax and the rest of PEA, they got themselves the most comfortable warehouse and have been holding their fortress the longest time. It's all about karma, where all the other teams start to fire against them, but VPE are slowly taking out player of Team Flash one by one out of this map.
Yeah, still leaving Kwang alone. The good news for Kwang is that he's circle, and he created this barricade. But Tony K putting focus back on the PEA, knocking down Trexie. Now this is again no time for VPE.
Stone trying to find the silhouette of Kwang. Kwang just don't pick out Kwang. You know you got the circle. You don't need to pick out. They might be busy against PEA. Kwang, hold your stance. But he needs to just respond to it. Now he's giving away his position while Tony K will try to flush out the rest of PEA. PEA in trouble now. Left, right, and center. They're being surrounded. YOODO Alliance are firing them as well. And GEEK Fam too. Now it's all focus on PEA. You bit more than you can chew. Now all the unwanted focus is down to PEA.
Oh, here we go. PEA, we need to start to prepare for the defense because YOODO Alliance will come in from the other side as well. Unless GEEK Fam has something to say about that. And the best part is that GEEK Fam and YOODO Alliance is both, they are both still alive. They're still in the game. Or Kwang, they're trying to cancel out Vampire Esports. So these two clashes between these two teams will be kind of like the saving grace for PEA.
Kwang realized there's no covers for him the moment he stepped out from that rock, but he's been burned off by those mollies. Stone finish off Kwang with that burning point. But now we're down to only 4 teams left with a full squad still, considering PA has the most high chance of getting those chicken due to the numbers. But can they, with their experience compared to all the big titans are fighting against them?
Right.
Tony K this one out!
No.
Oh, what an ambush!
Oh, YOODO was prepared for Tony K to come in. And now YOODO will fire back on the crush. Shutting up really low. Jumping around the stage. We're talking on to Kiddo. Kiddo gotta be careful of the stage just behind him. Kiddo now spread down to 30%. And Kiddo runs in on the floor and Andre knocks him down.
Audrey with a UMP, hoping to fight against those DBSs prepared by these guys. And Mika hoping to just blind spray inside, hoping it will connect somehow. PA have 2 men down, while the others have 2 men as well. It's 2v2v2v2. 4 teams, they're having the equal number of chicken dinner, but GEEK now taking on Shrubs. Shrubs finish off Mika, leaving GEEK Fam only 1 player left. Jimmy is going to be the IGL himself. YOODO Alliance trying to flush out the rest of his spot. Now Audrey, PA, can they revive? If they revive themselves, they might have the advantage.
Well, PA situation is currently like your enemy or my enemy is my friend. And this is what's happening to PEA right now. All the other different teams now putting eye on the PEA while Audrey comes in. And now it looks like YOODO Alliance plays out on the Jimmy OP. Makes sense on the side of Audrey! And it is Jimmy OP to eliminate GEEK Fam.
Now PA don't have any health utilities now. At the point they're not healing themselves back, or not even have enough time. But VPE, well, they finally scored themselves. Stone and Shrubs can they actually do the work by themselves. Blaze needs to pick up Measy, but the approach coming out from YOODO Alliance is just too fast for him. He heard those footsteps, but Measy still screaming for help. But Jimmy Jimmy already cooking up this nade, tossing about this angle. It will be not really, still a lot of coverage, still a lot of grace for them to take covers from for PA.
On the play, and Jimmy OP got some help on the blue to eliminate the final 2 members of PEA. And now Jimmy OP with the Swarms. Jimmy OP coming in together with Flash 2v1. This is YOODO Alliance's chance. But Jimmy OP knocked down. Now it's Flash going up the sniper tower. Yes, to be already. And now Swarms taken down. YOODO Alliance will bring on the first chicken dinner for the Malaysian region.
Frustration on shots can be seen just now. Is where those shots coming from? YOODO Alliance not celebrating as well. They were like, that was close, man. Woo! But chicken dinner on YOODO Alliance's hand, but Vampires had let it slip through their fingers once more, and PA they had 4 before, but due to the rain of the nades and no time to recuperate themselves, they ended up in the top 4, but still their best performance not just yet. Same goes for the YOODO Alliance. Now the Malaysian teams has a rise.
YOODO Alliance came closer to chicken dinner yesterday, and this time they made it happen with the chicken dinner in the pocket, and it is the first for the Malaysian region. Now looking over at the stats, a lot of yellows for Flex that scored the chicken dinner for them. The most damage 751, the least damage received 192, and the most eliminations goes to Flex with 5, and they scored a total of 8 eliminations with the chicken dinner.
34 Jimmy used his throwables. How many pockets did this guy have? Because there's so much. 34 throwables. By himself, by the way. That's a lot. That's too much.
And that's what you get if you play the support-ish role, I guess. Holding all the utilities. But for Flex, playing on the fragile role, scoring 5 eliminations, 751 damage, 192 damage received, 52% team contribution. Did a lot of work for the team. And obviously maximum survival time since he brought the chicken dinner to YOODO Alliance.
That's a huge heavy load carried by the side of Flex for YOODO Alliance, I agree. But when it comes to the match recap just now, out of the 4 teams, it's going to be the waking up for the Malaysian teams. The YOODO Alliance, PA and GEEK fam managed to squeeze in. But Vampires, they got second too many times here. But when can we see them finally get their chicken here today?
Well, this is, I believe this is one of their best performances so far for Vampire Esports. Well, let's check out the best moments in this round. Brought to you by YOODO Alliance.
Is what I want to see. Unfortunately, for the side of YOODO Alliance, if only they got 2 more elimination points, it's going to be a perfect 20 points, but it's going to be more than enough here with 18 eliminations. But look at the Vampires, 11 eliminations, the only team with a double digit down there.
Yes, Vampire, 11 eliminations, bringing them up to 17 points, 1 point behind YOODO Alliance. PEA, also their best performance so far with 14 points. So that's the double-digit department up there. GEEK doing not too bad as well this round with Mika and Audrey. They're doing pretty well, bringing them up to 9 points this time. And we have Team Flash as well. They were skirmishing with Vampire Esports, but they lost the skirmish with them, so they only managed to get 6 points this time, which is not too bad as well. And on page number 2, XERXIA and Team Secret, the 2 unfortunate teams not to collect any points.
YOODO and Team Secret seems like on a roller coaster mode here right now, and sometimes they're up there, sometimes they're down, so it's not quite consistent. All they need to do is finding the balance. It's not so bad for them to lose or to miss out and slip down a couple of maps here, including this one. But XERXIA, on the other hand, we haven't seen a lot of XERXIA at all today.
Yeah, they haven't really been turning up the gas today. But hopefully that doesn't affect their overall too much. But we'll get a confirmation as we look through the numbers here. Obviously for Boom, they're pretty nice and comfy up there. Vigo is playing, so that doesn't really change much. For Team Flash, they are almost at the amount of points to overtake Alter Ego. And they should be able to do that with the 2 remaining rounds inside of Miramar. Vampire Esports coming close to a chicken dinner, but that is good enough to shoot them up to number 4 now with 71 points. Wow, you can't think about it. Yesterday, Vampire kind of struggled, but today, at least as the 4 rounds went by, they are doing pretty nice.
Yeah, they were starting off quite as a tough start yesterday, and also ended up with around almost at the second page, or barely make it in the first page as well. But today it just shoots up due to how consistent they are when it comes to getting the top 5, even though they didn't get themselves any chicken just yet, but close enough for today. But for the other teams, on the other hand, we did see Creevape and GEEK Fam should be worried like per usual. But Tony K, this is the first time we finally get to see him in action.
Oh yeah, it has been multiple rounds that he's stronger as an individual, but now he's back in the game compared with Flex, the player who brought the chicken dinner to YOODO Alliance. 3 eliminations versus 5 eliminations, but Tony K had more damage, 807 compared with 751 for Flex, and Tony K came out with 2 assists. But when it comes to team contribution, Flex came in with the higher number, 52%, versus Tony K with 31%. So Tony K coming back, other teams better be careful.
That's kind of true. Hopefully they can actually keep it consistent for the side of the Vampires, because there's always Tony K to be eliminated as per usual. We saw the past few days here. But for YOODO Alliance, it's going to be the rise of the Malaysian teams, and you start waking up seeing this for the side of Vampires and the Team Ties. The Team Flash quite consistent here today. Even got himself 44 smokes being used. I think this is in one single map. It is quite a lot of number.
Yeah, even if we compare to like Vampire, they're like 12 on top of Vampire in the smoking department. For Team Flash, 23 and 9 behind Vampire. But now, because we have YOODO Alliance taking back home the chicken dinner, we now have 3 different regions up here. Only Thailand today have not got a chicken dinner yet. So hopefully maybe in this last 2 rounds, one of them will get it.
Kind of true, but we're down to 2 more maps, Miramar. Just to recap, when it comes to Miramar, Team Flash do love this map more than the rest of them. So we might actually see, when it comes to the last 2 maps, the Vietnam team will actually perform way more aggressive. And to remind as well, this is where the map Boom Esports as well as Team Flash got the most elimination in both maps of Miramar, the 5th and the 6th map of Miramar yesterday. So we're going to see Boom and Team Flash will try to go as aggressive as they can for the last 2 maps here.
Well, the team that was aggressive before have been missing in this round, BTR. So if any team were to really take advantage of maybe this map, hopefully it's BTR, because yeah, I'm sure the fans will be kind of worried as well. They're doing okay for a day 1 performance, but you know, because it's BTR, the expectation is that, you know, they have to be really up there.
sad to be them then. So much expectation every single season. It's like, can we just take it easy for once, you know? I feel bad for the teams that are already up there, but that's what you have to take when you're up there. You want to be up there and extraordinary, you have to take the weight as well. The weight of the crown is going to be super heavy. But speaking of the next Miramar map, I assume yesterday we had very similar circles. I think on top of power grid area, which is quite in the center, and 2 times in a row, very similar circle. And today I hope we do have very different circles though.
Yeah, we got a, well, kind of nice circle in Miramar yesterday. So yeah, let's give it a tough circle this time. But we have had tough circles throughout the day. Why not add on to Miramar as well? And speaking about some of the teams, so since we have them on screen, GEEK Fan finally in that Erangel match. It felt like that was a GEEK Fan game.
GEEK Fan. Well, do remind ourselves that there are teams that will not be playing tomorrow, and today's going to be their last map and match for match day here today before we decide whether they will, not we, this tournament decide whether they will stay for Super Sunday or will they have to play for another round of last chance stage. Because right now the one in the very red zone, we do know is going to be VIP and GEEK Fan.
And Vampire is finally back in the fray as well, with Tony K. Very important for them to keep Tony K alive. I know it sounds like you're very dependent on Tony K, but actually they're not. It's because of Tony K, it also elevates the team, and while the other teams are also performing as well. And for Vampire being the home team, also there will be a lot of eyes onto them being the one of the Thai representatives.
I agree. It feels like I don't feel like they're heavily dependent to the side of Tony K, but it's just if there is Tony K, there's more initiation, there's more, it's more daring when it comes to the gameplay. But when it comes to BTR, it's either all in or nothing. It's either all well and alive and get the chicken or all dead. So hopefully for BTR, they can come back stronger with a great momentum. Let's head over to Miramar.
And it is Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, the first Miramar for the boys of Group B. And the flight path is all the way on the left side, from Valdemar up all the way to Oasis. So teams like GEEK Fan would like to drop in Impala will need to find an alternative route, or maybe drop somewhere in the middle to grab vehicles to go to their regular drop spot.
I personally feel like I miss Los Eagles. I think Los Leones, they might actually rename this for Los Leones as Los Eagles. I wish. But it's called Patona. I don't know, it feels weird to call it Patona, but yeah, Patona it is. We have trucks. I love that as well. But speaking of this flight path, I think we might actually have a generous one, I guess, for the circle. I assume. But on the side of VOIN, they are dropping themselves quite early. I'm not sure about the others, whether they want to drop, because I feel like some teams purposely dropping a bit late just to see where the circle's at.
Well, the other reason why they would drop late is because their regular drops are probably be somewhere up north. So you can see GEEK Fan is changing their regular drop spot from Impala to probably somewhere up north. They are dropping around the area of water treatment this time. Circle happened to be on the right side, kind of nice circle if you ask me. Impala's there, so maybe GEEK Fan might be dropping somewhere up north, just outside Cruiser Valley, grab a vehicle, and make that side rotation into Impala with the circle.
Well, this sort of circle, all the players are running for, just aiming for those vehicles, and lucky for Maxis, he got straight one with the Dacia. Since not a lot of teams, I think, dropping themselves in the circle, a lot of them quite in the left side. But it shows that everybody will actually go into one direction. That's going to be on the right side of a map here. YOODO lines got fired quite early on, and there's contact made, but I'm not sure who's shooting them just now.
We didn't get a good visual, but at least they managed to get away from that. So, okay. So they got away. Okay, so that's cool, that's cool. For YOODO Alliance, they should be fine. They normally drop into Los Leones. So they should be heading there. And with this vehicle, at least fingers crossed they will arrive there A-okay.
Yep. And hopefully they're going into the compound when there's nobody else there. We've seen that before, from Pan to the Fire and to Hell after that, trying to run away from everybody else without any loot. That happened totally before, but mostly in Erangel, not so much in Miramar due to how vast or how big, the massive map it is. The Xaviers, on the other hand, well, nothing is happening, Cloud. I don't know what else to say.
Well, I mean, it's Miramar, right? It's the biggest map, so there's a lot more space, and naturally that would allow teams to like navigate around a bit more, as long as there's no like vehicle tussle like what YOODO Lights went through for a little bit. Then naturally this is how the Miramar arrangements is at. If it's like Sanhok, then it's a totally different story because it's a small map. The potential of early clashes, even though if it's not a deliberate draw spot clash, potential early clashes by just going into random areas of looting or maybe grabbing a vehicle for themselves, then that is where it happens. So yeah, I guess it's just the difference of the map size that affected that.
Now, what else? The trivia we actually did not mention about all the teams there, other than Boom. Well, just Boom is Boom. I feel like they really get themselves the best team lineup right now, and they're just sticking to it. But I'm not sure, did they actually swap Flyboy? Is Flyboy back or not just now?
There was no indication, so he should still be playing. Yeah, unless there was a swap, but it was not announced. But I think looking at the case of Flyboy, he came in for one match, swap him out right after when Boom Esports is kind of comfortable up there. I think it's unlikely for that swap to happen. So I think that they're giving him game time since they are also kind of comfortable with 92 points already.
I think Boom, all they want to do right now is just closing the day at the 100 mark, and it feels very good to actually do that if they can execute their one out. But on the side of Team Flash and Vampires, if they can actually score around 80 points, I think that's more than enough for them to relax for the entirety of Saturday and just to focus on their Super Sunday, that is, because they get 2 days break. I mean, like, who wouldn't want 2 days break just to really relax your mind, to have a bit of a refreshment?
Yeah, of course. Nobody wants to purposely put themselves in the situation of playing the last chance. And of course, the last chance, the pressure is even higher because you will be eliminated for the Super Sunday. At least for here, yes, there's pressure, sure, right? But you will have a second chance at the last chance. But if it's the ticket to Super Sunday, then the stakes are even higher there. And teams like 7-9 still looking for more points. They got 14 points. But I also want to point out that XERXIA now is the only single-digit team among them all. And that includes also teams from Group A, of course. Now, looking over at 7-9, another decent... okay, at least this round is an okay start for them. Okay in the sense of, like, they are all in the game. Like, even previously we saw, if it's not Brian, then it's Yuhai eliminated. I mean, you really don't want to have that kind of stuff. Unless like you have already collected like 80 points, 70 points, 80 points, 90 points, that's fine, right? Whatever happens, happens. But if you have only collected like 14 points, then you don't want to put yourself in this situation. If I were to average out the amount of points that Sam has collected today, it's an average of about 4-point-something points per round, 4-ish points per round. So it's not really on the high side. And if they were to carry the range of this amount of points onto the last chance, is going to be very difficult for them to be in the top 8 because competition will be super duper tight. If we look at like number 9 right now, Team Secret, they have 37 points, GeekFan 34 points, BTR 32 points, and they will continue to collect more points as well. And so you can imagine like teams like 9th place onwards, like around that area, like they will have a very good starting point for the last chance, and that will be very difficult for teams that have collected only like a single digit. But Team Secret, speaking about them, Noah went down.
Oh, but Pre-VIP, they can afford to lose here as well. You talk about the points, it barely got enough. Oh man, this is not going to be great, but Team Secret break barely alive as well. I am pro. They got breaching from the inside. Now he's trying to flush them out. Their compound be taken over on top of La Bandita. But right now a bit too late. As Creep VIP try to respond to this, they might actually have to give away this compound, trying to resort for something else because they don't have enough manpower.
Yeah, it's still the recurring pattern for Crypt VIP. They are not fans of fighting teams that have organized themselves. They're better at fighting teams at the very start when teams are not as organized yet. And it's just showing still that Team Secret defended the ground well against Crypt VIP, and they even managed to pick up SOAS.
Now the rest of Crypt VIP still trying to fight back for their compound. I'm not sure about this position that they want to. They should go for the furthest flank. Bill will be the pivotal player to actually make the opening that they needed to. SOAS down on the ground. I am prone. The rest of them try to flush in and going straight, advancing towards their inside of the compound. With that UMP in hand, finish off SOAS in a glimpse. But GK will respond as well. He's going up for I am pro, climbing all the way to a rooftop on Namkyo, dealing with the first floor menace. Oh, Crypt VIP.
Yeah, Bill eliminated. Now Crypt VIP moving as I am pro, and Putra left I am pro, knocks down Break. GEEK fan monitoring the situation. They could come in as third party, but now we're going to put focus on the Crypt VIP with Putra coming in onto the compound. Team Secret has Break currently down and needs to be saved.
Crypt VIP, you mentioned about the points. They're definitely not in the safe zone at all. They are definitely down in the red zone. GK taking out I am pro with that shotgun. DBS Putra's his hand trying to do some damage control, but they're still forcing their way in at a cost. With only 1 point of elimination, they should have bowed out and just retreat. But here comes another. It's going to be two teams hungry for Team Secret, but lucky it's 2 than 1 because right now the other two are fighting against each other.
Well, lucky for Team Secret and lucky for GEEK Fam. BTR bought time for Team Secret by engaging with GEEK Fam. But not much happening elsewhere. Vampire Esports against PIGMY. And now Trump. Oh, that's going to be a good finish up. But no. Looks like 2 matches evaded, but finally goes down to Newsy.
Jabranki, Pug himself got fired and sprayed by Shrubs. And Shrubs having a bit of a relay of vampires. They're trying to just take away whatever just happened and try to be the cleaning crew. But the problem is they're just trying to get the PIGMY team to bow out. Team Secret dominating over that side. Stone advancing. Their back and their forward is both on their knees. Tony K, how do he respond to this? Shrubs, on the other hand, managed to pick up one of the members. Well, they have to just sacrifice Stone in the front.
It was actually RRQ in the break, or they took out Stone with a minute 14 from a distance. So that point was taken away from the hands of PIGMY. But look at the elimination feed. BTR now in another fight against FaZe Clan.
Team Secret is still alive. Just now there were GEEK fan players passing by as well, but BTL Sata still want to stay. FaZe having a 4 now right on top. Crypt VIP digging their grave, and we have more teams trying to fight over that side. PIGMY versus Vampires, now losing Tony K as well. Oh my, this is not what they hoped for after they got him. So, whoa, wait! No way! Newsy!
Navigated through the smoke to let the final blow on the billboard. Eliminated PIGMY at number 15. Now we come back onto BTR, FaZe Clan, and Team Secret with FaZe Clan having a full squad going to the compound where Satar is on the second floor.
Boys leaving only Newsy left, while Satar also seems like in the same sort of scenario as where Newsy is right now. The last player that is for Satar of BTR. FaZe Clan trying to find the last player but couldn't spot him out. Now Newsy still hot-headed going in. I mean, like, he tried. He really wanted to find the full 3 players of Team Flash.
Well, I guess he had to do it, just like how Satar had to do it against FaZe Clan, and he also got eliminated at number 13. Now FaZe Clan and Team Secret sharing the same compound still. 7-9, however, look at the elimination from Kenny, taken out by Razak from VOIN Donkey. Looks like 7-9 falling apart. One of the players still knocked down. And Depp taken out as well. FaZe Clan now put focus back onto Team Secret, and they're going to come in from the other side. Mela will secure that elimination point out of break.
Oh, GK barely got enough space here. Everywhere he goes, you can see the bullets flying, but he fought back. Close enough, but unfortunately, Moment overrun the rest of Team Secret. Down to back to FaZe Clan with 3 players, but VOIN, what a long shot. Oh, Brian, after that last scenario, now he has to go down early as, Sem9 down to only 1 player as well.
Oh man, what a struggle it is for Sem9. Now only Yuhai left. There's nothing much he can do but try to hide and try to play for placement points. But the bad news for Yuhai is that he's not in the circle. Still needs to track back into it. On the other side, RRQ, who stole away 1 point out of the hands of PIGMY, now has Batman below them. And look at the spread by RRQ. Batman, hopefully he knows that RRQ is up there so he does not overexpose himself.
But on the side of SERXIA, things has been super quiet here. There are a couple of bullets exchanged between them and the Xaviers. Quite a far greeting between these two teams. A bit shy. They're not as aggressive and not that outspoken as all the other teams we saw just now. They're taking their own sweet time. They are in the circle. But the one actually on top of La Benita, what has left for them? And we don't know because right now it's been a bit quiet. But there's a lot of teams that's losing so many members. The only team with solo player right now is going to be UI of Sem9.
Ooh, passing by the members of Team Flash. And now the other members of GEEK Fam. Where is Yuhai going to go? Has been sprayed down by Gosu. Yuhai, lucky enough for him, he does have this area, this very curvy area to hide. But oh man, where is Yuhai going to go now? Where is Yuhai going to go with a smoked out vehicle in this situation? Oh,
if he got himself a shovel, I think he's already started digging right now.
Oh man, yeah, if only he was an ostrich as well, he would plant his head in the ground. But
there's nowhere to run. Look at that cloud. GEEK is just tapping it out. YOODO Alliance, Jumpy, DX, even UI stuck down there. Heart stuck.
Well, at least he got the circle, so any saving grace, that is it. But looks like he's on his vehicle traveling right now. And RNJ got Yuhai. Man, that was honestly, that was one of the worst ways to go.
That's like the worst place to go. There's no place for him at all. If only he can dig a cave in there, he would have just happily just hide himself in a bud paragin. RNJ, it's been a while we actually see RNJ long shot and finally get to see one with that Mini 14.
Oh, tapping it away. RNJ was one to eliminate Yuhai. But he focused on the other end instead. But look at the elimination feed. It's running back again. Mika gets a knockdown to Ventores. But it's YOODO Alliance that's there, so Ventores' point is still up for grabs.
Ventores bleeding out slowly but surely. If only they have the self-resurrection already implemented in this tournament, it would be more fun to watch. But yep, you cannot be your own person. You have to have somebody else to revive for you in this state. Mela, I have to say Ventores is quite far. Now he's trying to negate all the attention towards his side. Onz is trying to go for the revival, but Oli is not letting them easily revive. Look at that, Nate! And easily finish off on the a bit for the damage. YOODO Alliance in trouble. Look at how Mormon giving such fierce sprays over this side.
Oh, YOODO Alliance. One vehicle blown up though. Okay, they have other vehicles underneath this bridge. So that's still options for them. But for FaZe Clan, obviously they lost Ventores. Onzen's healing up with the medkit. We'll be up back onto 100%. Everyone's keeping an eye onto each other. The unwanted neighbors. Just look at the minimap. They are that close.
Not your friendly neighbor. This is not your friendly neighbor, Spider-Man at all. Onzen's a Mormon. Only got a couple of haystacks and very small shack to take covers from the shades. Just to take a bit of a shade from the sun. And that's it. Nothing much for them to actually cover themselves. Got themselves the haystack barricades for now. But if there's somebody tossing the nade, that's going to be a problem for them. VOIN on the other hand, look at the spread. PA, they're broken information. Kido being left alone. I don't know what is the plan, but it seems like it's not going to be okay for Kido on that side.
Boom Esports. Now we have them on screen. Okay, you asked about Flyboy, right? Hopefully we get to see it soon. Just get a confirmation. Okay, so it looks like we're going to skip that for now. We're going to go back onto Boy Donkey because BA with Kido spraying from the second floor. But oh, he almost got a knock. Oh,
Kido. They splitted themselves way too far. Kiddo, I don't know what is happening, but they're just too far apart. They cannot actually give him extra support, and then VOIN get that as easy as they can. Blaze now, they are in shambles for PEA due to positioning. And slowly, limb by limb, they're taken out by VOIN. VOIN is so good at taking advantage here.
Circle time, and a Geek fan with a bit on the circle, they should still get it without a shadow of a doubt. But for the teams on the side, now this is where they start to get sweaty. Up north, we have Boom and RRQ next to each other, but YOODO lies a FaZe Clan. Ooh, that is a tougher spot to be in because of that road especially. And without circle, all the best to FaZe Clan.
And for Geek Fam, on the other hand, they got themselves quite a center. They're not just a center, they're a compound as well. But YOODO Alliance, they have to face again FaZe Clan, but both having a bit of a trade. Onsen's lost his life. Miller still survived. And now here comes Nate. DX want to be a bit of a extra support to his FaZe Clan, giving himself extra points at that. But Miller will fight back. He's still got the fight in him.
I do wonder how Mela clutch YOODO Alliance, but it is always Mela they can depend on. But this time it's going to be real hard. One person going up against the entire D-Saber squad, and a nade into the face from Lamborghini. That takes out Mela.
Oh, Mela, he tried valiant effort on the side, but DX now they have to deal with XERXIA, possibly will be the gatekeepers for them to get into the circle. Well, RQ, they got themselves Minas Generalis, if I'm not mistaken, and they do have high grounds for Boom. Now, Boom can actually easily just shoot them from afar. They got quite a vintage view up there, and Geek Fam on the other hand do have this compound, so they won't be targeted by Boom. RQ, where to run or hide. PA, they're not done as well.
Well, looks like they're not done with VOIN this time, but they only have 2 players left, so it's going to be quite difficult for PEA. VOIN with a full team, with the circle still. Nate set the cross. They almost got Bobo Hu though, 10% on health level. Bobo can still reset. And Quarantine knocked somewhere else. Looks like D Xavier is in the fight with Team Flash. And also XERXIA. 3 teams on the ministry that we saw earlier on, but we're going to put focus on the PEA with Trexie now currently down. And 1 more to go. This is where VOIN will go all in.
They don't have any elimination points just yet for PA due to their miscalculation of the positions just now. Means they will have to fight at least getting on 1 elimination, but no, they ended up with a 0. But at least they got themselves some placement points as they placed themselves at 7th place. We're down to 6 teams with Boom still well and alive, Geek Fam as well, VOIN still having a full squad as well as D Xaviers.
Yeah, 1 point for PEA this round. Coaching not able to gain any elimination points at all. But now we have RQ on screen from the north side, and they have Geek Fam in front of them as the next target. But the other members of Geek Fam are on the other end. So Snape, you know, ambitious, I get it, but maybe it's all about the information. That's not, to be fair, it doesn't have the information. It's a full wall up compound.
But next we do have Megamind. Megamind have to retreat back to a small shack due to how fierce is D Xavier's advancement towards his side. Megamind fighting this by himself, hoping for the aid of his teammate. Now finally a rock. And it's gonna be Earthsea. Erangel, where is he? He's coming up from the back as well, trying to give support fire. D Xavier's Nate, and as well as Levi, all shadows in the state. Do have Lamborghini at the back line. RNJ giving support quite far behind, but the circle will shrink in less than 10 seconds. They hope that they still in the circle in the next one.
Well, playing by this is, they gotta pray hard now. But circle goes into the middle. Boom Esports, Geek Fam, and well, VOIN Donkey pretty much on the clear. But on the south side, that's the fight that I'll be interested to see. D Xavier and XERXIA.
And Geek Fam, Boom. Oh, Boom got themselves the golden prime spot. The Lambo, there's going to be a loss of D Xavier's, possibly. Not really, just 1. But Megamind, XERXIA, it's going to be 3v3. A fair fight between D Xavier and XERXIA. And like you mentioned just now, Circle's not too far from them. But Boom, on the other hand, they do have those high ground and right in the center as well. That's going to be the golden prime spot that is in this spot.
Scoping down on D Xavier, Megamind still on the outside of the circle. 3 players from XERXIA fighting against D Xavier. They must end this fight before rotating away. If not, it will be a free shot from behind. Don't want to turn your back on your enemy. Both teams trading shots to each other. Even if these area wants to go in, there will be another team up north looking at the mini-map, waiting for whoever comes in later.
Xavier spraying over Erzi. Erangel now finally get out from his compound. Shadows tossing out the nade. Megamind, how will he respond to this? He will go for the flank side, try to find Shadows. If he can actually shut down on Shadows, it's going to be very huge relief for XERXIA because there's nobody flanking them anymore and no more toss of the nade from that angle. But Erzi found it out Shadows, or on the case of Levi again, and finish off in an instant. XERXIA do have a bit of a winning part between them and these Xaviers, but both departed ways and just going for the zone. But boom! This is the time for them to take away the points.
Oh, here we go, RNJ spraying onto these Xavier. We know that this fight is inevitable. But RNJ knocked down by Mika. Geek Fan landed these Xavier ahead. Megamind comes in, Megamind sprays, Megamind gets a couple of eliminations. But one more to go, and Megamind loses the fight with Paragin. The bomb bit is there. To take that Paragin is dead, helping XERXIA in the process. But the play from Geek Fan, my goodness, what a mess that was. But at the end of the day, it was Geek Fan and Pubg Esports who got the points.
XERXIA, at least they ended up with 3 points of elimination and top 5, but the one that actually got the high grounds will actually win this, and also the one that actually got the compound, which is going to be Geek Fam and Boom having the most advantage. RIQ now knocking on the doors of Geek Fam. Now how do Boom react to this? Let's see that going in, but Aizen the only one standing in the front line cooking up the nade. Here comes
in hand, waiting at the stairs. Show up and goes up to the second floor now at the balcony. Aizen, he needs backup right now. Mika has to come in. Okay, Mika from the outside, Aizen from the inside. They're going to try to sandwich RRQ.
Oh, we saw the smoke, or was it just a nade? Just bypass nade just now. It was the smoke. Now Snake cooking up the nade, hoping to drop on Aizen. Didn't clip.
Oh!
It actually landed by Asar. Out of nowhere, the flying nades on the Aizen is just too much for him to handle. The rest of Geek Fam, they're split at about, but the circle just have to shift at this very moment. And we do have VOIN and Boom both having a full squad, and it's back to the Indonesia's dominations in this map.
Well, if they can clear off Razak, then it's going to be a good position for them. But now VOIN, everyone wants to take the highest peak possible just to get the best vantage point in this area. Both teams in this circle. The biggest question will be, how will the other teams on the outside, especially Geek Fam, to come in?
Razak spotted out the vehicles. They try to puncture all the tires as much as they can to immobilize the players that do have the ownership over those vehicles. Back to Bubu, got himself Gillis. A bit hot for them to spot him out. I have a feeling it's going to be VOIN versus Boom later, unless Boom decided to just take advantage of this situation and just shut down on VOIN first. This is going to be Geek Fam trying to run across the desert, a very wide exposed place where VOIN and Boom can see them as clear as day. But the others, will they be favored by the circle or no, including Geek Fam last player as well?
Man, those without the circle right now will need to head to this high ground or this mountain area. Can you imagine how difficult it is to come in later when all these teams have already locked themselves in and we still stage 8 circle and we still goes there? Oh, it's going to be either Boom or VOIN for the chicken dinner.
That's true. Unless they decided to open fire first. Boom tried to shut down whoever shares this mountain within them, but the mountain is just too tall, too high. So no, there's no way for Boom and VOIN meeting at this point. But they all focus on RIQ. It's right across a small apartment across them, and the one that actually can hold on is going to be Geek Fam. He just needs to march slowly, touching the rim, and let RIQ be taken out by these two titans across the mountain. But without being unspotted, it's going to be difficult. But back to a Snape and the rest of RIQ. Yummy taking on Snipe. Still see them through.
Yeah, Geek Fam eliminated, but they got 5 elimination points. Not too bad for Geek Fam this time. Another pressure is onto RRQ. Trying to survive this stage, and let's not forget there's still stage 8 coming up soon. Everyone from RRQ clumped up in that building, and VOIN has a good clear shot onto them when they come out.
RRQ, how to climb up. This is just a perfect circle for VOIN. from Boom now shifted away towards VOIN. Now definitely Boom will try to snatch away this position of VOIN here. They will be forced to go down. VOIN, on the other hand, they will not have to let this go. They have to shut down the RQ first if they want to fight against Boom. Same goes for Boom. So it's going to be a win-win for VOIN. They don't even need to do anything.
Well, looks like they're still doing something. Sending a vehicle, taking a different position for Zeta, and he's going to pair up with Razak, who's still on the ground floor to make sure that nobody comes or does something funny from the lower ground. But Yami doing a lot of work onto RRQ. RRQ landed themselves onto the mountain.
Cooking up Nate, Razy, Snape, closing up, another Nate, missed it off. Razak shredded almost his helmet, leaving only half of his vest remaining. But got down on our side, this is it. They want to go for those eliminations, but if they're not being careful for VOIN, they might actually dig in their own grave, but no mercy. Waiting for Pombit to climb down, but they are cooking up the Nate. RQ are eliminated for the members, down to only 4v4 between both Indonesian teams of Boom Esports and VOIN Donkey.
Man, I'm probably going to call it right now. VOIN is probably going to get the chicken dinner. Here we go. Zeta, nice off angle onto Razy. Surprised him. And that alerts the other members of Boom Esports that if they go down to where Razy's team is at, it's either to win the fight or they will be taken out. But Pombit out. Now only 2 active members left for Boom Esports, but they fight back though. So fly back, taking off Baxius from VOIN.
VOIN scored 11 eliminations by now. They can get themselves the maximum 14 eliminations. Another big numbers to start off on Miramar here. Pombit, Yami May and the rest of Boom figuring how to get across the other side. It's just impossible to hike this mountain while Boo Boo Hoo sneakily, very sly, being at the back, making sure nobody spot him out, trying to finish off as fast as he can because stage 9 is approaching and it's approaching fast.
Boom has the blue behind them and VOIN has different angles, so now the pressure's on the Boom to make this happen. And I would say it's pretty hard. They really need to take down at least one angle and then they focus onto the other angle. So if there was an option, take down the one on the lower ground and then focus onto the high ground. And now Pombit, no time on his side. Blue will arrive really, so he's forceful. Okay, he sees one right by him but doesn't get a good angle to shoot him down.
For Boom, definitely they already closed up the 100 marks by now, I assume. But for VOIN, they want to secure the maximum elimination number. VOIN, Razak taking the off angle, waiting for the blues and now closing in. They have to jump down either way. Boo Boo Hoo will make the pivotal area, and here's the most crucial player for the side of VOIN. Fly Boy, where to fly? Nothing to fly with. Whoa. Here comes VOIN. They missed, they shoot, they won it. And VOIN Donkey scored the chicken dinner with a double-digit elimination.
VOIN Donkey scored it against the Boom Esports. Flyboy, he got a 1 knock towards the end, but he did not secure the elimination point. So the point was not given to Boom Esports. VOIN Donkey, winner, chicken dinner. And this is the team from Group B, ladies and gentlemen, scoring it on their debut day.
VOIN scored a big one, not as big as BTR, but close enough. Just, you know, I think they managed, I think they did secure the 14 eliminations, or did they not? We have to wait for the numbers to tally up later on. But on the side of Boom, this is quite a consistent day. And since yesterday, so there's no doubt they still stand at number 1. But look at the damage. Zeta and Razak, these 2 players are incredible.
Right, so it's 13 eliminations scored by VOIN this round, not breaking the record yet. But look at the damage, like what you said, right? Razak, 1,149 damage this round, and Zeta, 1,107, 2,000 between the 2 of them. Wow, that's a lot of damage sent out there. Of course, it comes together with their eliminations, 6 and 5 respectively. And if we were to look at the MVP, of course, it's Razak for this round.
1,000 over damage with 6 elimination. He got himself quite tanky moment as well. 400 over damage being received. 44% contribution. But his headshots is one of the high end of headshots as well at 21%. at that. But that was really tough. I mean, that can go either way for Boom and VOIN as well. It's down to the last few circles. If the circle just go on Boom's side, it's going to be a different chicken. It's down to the last few circles. But Boom and VOIN, they are back here. And I'm loving this.
Well, I'm loving the fact that GEEK Fam is consistent as well from the previous round to this round, bringing them up as one of the top 4 teams. The Xavier also up here as well. So now we have one more game to go, and it is Thailand that needs to fill that flag slot towards the overall. But let's check out the best moment of VOIN Donkey in Miramar.
Here comes the numbers. 13 elimination. They missed one in the very last minute, but there's still a huge number, massive one coming up from VOIN with 23 points in total. Well, Boom, they definitely secured their 100 marks by now, I think. Maybe, Cloud?
Definitely, I would say.
Okay.
Other than that, let's see here. GEEK Fam and the Xavier 9 points. Interesting. Good consistent performance by them so far today, especially for GEEK Fam with the last 2 rounds performing fairly well. But for Sam9, can't say the same for them again. 0-point round this time. Another struggling round for Sam9.
Quite concerning. I mean, like, at least Sam9 today is their first day, right? So they still have another shot for tomorrow's performance and tomorrow's game. But on the side of Create VIP, this is quite alarming. So I feel like things are getting very dim on the side of Create VIP. At least GEEK Fam slowly pushing up. But I'm not sure will be that one last map later after this will be enough for them or not. But here comes what we've been waiting for. Boom! 103.
Yeah, welcome to the triple digit club, Boom Esports. The first one to achieve that. Well, obviously, to be fair, Altigo is playing. If not, they might achieve that as well. But other than that, looking at the other numbers, 8 and above, that's where we want to put focus on, right? Welcome, VOIN Donkeys to number 8 as of now with 49 points. And we got PIGMY there as well, and followed by YOODO Alliance, who has not changed their placements. But on page number 2, the highlight, of course, is the 2 teams that you mentioned because they played yesterday and also today. Create VIP is still here. But the other team, GEEK Fam, because GEEK Fam, they had a decent round, so they move on to page 1 at least.
Yep, and the worst part is Create VIP, they're not going, not even slightly up, they're being pushed down instead, 2 stairs down. And that's something should be concerned about. But VOIN, the damage is going bigger. This one, 2,900. This one of the highest damage in one single round, if I'm not mistaken. And also when it comes to Boom, GEEK, and DX, I mean, like, Boom, they waited all the time on top of that mountain, whilst the VOIN were running and gunning and placed themselves next to Boom by the end of the day.
We got a 3K plus with BTR that's got the chicken dinner, but of course that comes together with the amount of eliminations that they have, which is 16, and that is still the record for these teams if they want to break it, ladies and gentlemen. And we will be heading on to our final match real soon inside of Miramar, and the only flag missing here is the Thai flag. So if any team were to do it, it has to be one of the Thai teams, just to put it up there.
Well, Infinity did it yesterday in the very last minute, so we might actually see one Thai team to squeeze in the very last minute for that chicken dinner flag, and their banner will be waving across this board. But still, we are unsure about that because there are teams that still want to go for more points, including coming up from Indonesian teams, VOIN and BTR starting off strong in their day number 1 debut of the week. So, gonna have to wait and see Miramar, who will be for their last contender of chicken dinner.
Yes, the last contender, and especially for teams who will be ending their 2 days campaign in week number 1 before we decide on who is going to play the Sunday match and who's going to play the Saturday match. So it's a big desperado game for those teams especially. But well, for teams like Boom, they'll be absolutely fine. But if they're like, what, 40 points, 30 points bracket, 20 points bracket, yeah, this is the game that means a lot to them.
I mean, like, yes, we can see that they're taking it easy for Boom since they are subbing in with Flyboy, since they got such a huge lead in front. And I love the fact they're experimenting stuff right now with Flyboy and just taking it easy. I can see a difference between Flyboy playing or not. It's just less aggressive compared to when Flyboy is not playing. So slowly they're building up the momentum just to prepare himself for the next few weeks. But on the side of the other teams now, XERXIA is also the team that's still trying to find their footing. For the Thai teams, there's only a couple of teams that are a bit more confident, a bit more aggressive in terms of their playstyle. Infinity is not playing it today. We're looking at maybe in the case of the Thai teams, Vampire is going to be the best bet for now. There's also FaZe Clan, but FaZe Clan, they are like a roller coaster mood for today.
They had some good individual moments, especially with Mela, but yeah, those are more like individual moments. Looking for them to come up with a good team moment, then we'll be able to see that potential of like FaZe Clan could probably go pushing all onto it. But you know, FaZe Clan is one of those teams who like to come in last minute. And I know that, you know, you can do it technically, but with this sort of format, you don't want to leave it to that. You put yourself under unnecessary pressure.
That's true. Leave it to chances. It's not the option for the players here right now. Just do whatever you can do, and that's going to be doing what you do best. Trying to focus and just focus on this one last map of the day. On the side of GEEK fam, well, and Crit VIP, especially Crit VIP, they need a lot much more work to do. I mean, I hate to break the news, but it is what it is. It's a fact that they will have to play this Saturday last chance. But they have to figure out what the mistakes that need to be rectified before they head into the Saturday match.
Well, one thing is about rectifying, another is that they still need to do their best to collect as many points as possible, because it will carry forward the amount of points from this stage to the last chance of qualifiers on Saturday. So they still need to rank the points. Even if it means that they try to go in for the chicken dinner, they have to still go in for it. They cannot just let this round slip by itself. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be jumping straight on to our final match for today. Miramar it is.
I never know Miramar got a chessboard these days, but interesting enough. And speaking of the points that will be pushed forward for the Saturday map, I agree. They cannot even slack off even a single second here. But this time we do have a bit of a northern flight path for the players, with VOIN now getting the average point at 23 points right now across the board. One of the highest up there. Boom, quite consistent here. You have to give it to Boom. I don't know how they managed to pull it off, but they look so strong right now.
Well, I think we kind of dissected it, right? Like yesterday, we did mention about like, okay, before this it was like boom equals Yummy Esports, but they found the balance within the team to not be over reliant on only one player to perform, and because of the balance, and the balance was struck last season, and in which they won the PMSL, and they managed to carry forward that sort of balance to at least the week 1 so far, and great work for Boom. And they picked something that has been long being the bane for the longest time.
Oh my, quite early. We want to go in depth about regarding Boom, and also I want to mention about Vampire's performance as well. But back to XERXIA. Get fam, they're both having whatever they can have, with some of them taking micro Uzi, pistols, whatever that is they can loot up from. Nothing, no gears on lobby. Same gears for the side of GEEK fam, they are quite low in terms of gears, but they will be forced to fight due to how close they drop themselves from each other.
Well, let's see, early fight between them and XERXIA, and both teams locked in still, 50-50. GEEK fam Mika though is kind of low, and the fact that he's not recovering yet, he probably does not have any recovery items, but Snipes is together with him, will probably pass him something, a first aid perhaps, and he should be able to reset back. Aizen is there as well as an extra backup. Now XERXIA on the other end, and if I were to look at the weapons that they have, micro Uzi, sort of shotgun, held by Lobby X, not that well stocked up yet.
Well, I'm looking at Audrey right now. He got the bit more space to loot up compared to the others. Same goes for the side of RZ, but RZ, he spotted out Audrey, so Audrey cannot even pick out. Now this, I have to say that GEEK fam really have to rely on Audrey's position here to make an opening for the side of GEEK fam. And same goes for the side of XERXIA. Have to depend on RZ. RZ, the problem is he doesn't have himself any helmet. So if somebody happened to be passing by and just one tap him away straight, he will be knocked down on his knees.
Yeah, especially those who have a good percentage when it comes to headshots. And also to also consider like what weapons that they might have. Okay, Mika, Scar L, AK, great headshot weapons, and those are the plays that you want to avoid for now. But you cannot avoid the zone, and it's going to be a slightly towards the northern side zone this time, so it's going to be a different ending for sure.
FaZe Clan, on the other hand, eyes onto the Thai teams for now. It seems a bit more peaceful. Now, we did want to mention about, you mentioned just now regarding Boom, we dissected regarding their formulation of this tournament. Now, how about Vampires, right? They're so great at globals. Why is it so difficult for them for Southeast Asia? It's the reverse for Boom. They actually got better performance for Vampire than Boom when it comes to the PMGO stage. So that's quite surprising, really, because of how consistent Boom is right now at the current state of the stage of the tournament. Well, Vampire, when it comes to the globals, they're so good at it. Is it just really... What is the main struggle for Vampires when it comes to Southeast Asia League?
Well, if I were to split it out, right? So for the case of PMGO, Boom, they travel without two key people. Ken, the coach, and Yummy. So they had to play without them. So naturally they're kind of affected, and you don't have Yummy, which is one of the key players. So yeah, that would kind of affect Boom's performance. Now Vampire, on the other hand, that is a mystery that I don't know who's able to answer at this point, because even Sir Tanny is not able to come up with an answer. But what we do know for now is that we're back to the fact that Tony K became the first player from Vampire to be eliminated.
Feels like Vampires do have different mindset. Each of the players, individuals of Vampires, have different gameplay of their own that's not syncing up with the rest of the roster. Everybody have their own objective, that whatever they're trying to aim for is quite different for each one of them. It feels like very separated, but when it comes to globals, everything works out so well, gel well between Vampires. It's just the Southeast Asia, they have different kind of pages they're going through. But Team Flash, on the other hand, is on the rise for Team Flash. They're now still in the third place, but one more point to just overtake the side of Alter Ego.
Yes, you're absolutely right. lucky enough for them, for Team Clash, is that Alter Ego isn't playing today. So they're just looking at the points and they'll be like, yeah, I'll let you have the fun of overtaking me for now. Tomorrow I have 6 games. 6 games and you are chilling at the hotel, watching our game and overtaking you again and all that. But like you mentioned, the benchmark of your theory of like the points to get across onto directly the Super Sunday, Team Clash, whether it's Team Clash at number 3 or whether it's Team Clash number 2 or Alter Ego number 2, as long as they're within the top 8, I'm sure they'll be fine with it.
I think 80 points is going to be the quite comfortable position for this guys. Now we get to see what really happened between PIGMY and Tony K. He goes straight like that, despite he saw him there. They were laughing. I think they were trying to do some stuff. All the roster were laughing. It's something so funny. Something must have happened there. I hope we get that in the interview before, maybe tomorrow after this. What happened that Tony K did, that the entire roster actually laughing when he died.
You know, the best thing about Vampire is that in whatever situation, they're always very jovial. They're always very happy. Like, even in the worst situation, even if we're talking about like last season's PMSL, you know what they did during the break time when they had a bad day? They actually went to play pool.
Tell me about it. Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, they actually went to play pool by the side. And I'm like, okay, that is just them. That is just how their culture, how they operate.
That is good. Honestly, that is actually a very good attitude, because it just shows that you're not demoralized by the fact that things are not doing great, not as you plan. It's just them coping of how things are, and that's what needed with a great psychology on their side. It just shows that they have very strong mindset. That's why they're one of the best in the world still.
Well then, that would answer like, oh, why they're laughing, I guess. It's like, yeah, you know, just under the game, you know, something like that. They have a different mindset. And if you would take it to further context, right, like Vampire Esports, right now they're at 75 points. They can afford to laugh, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, they definitely very close to the comfortable zone to be just can AFK and just wait for the Super Sunday. But it would be more greater if they can just close even up there between them and Boom, or even get into the 90s. It will be the most comfortable spot, because you know for 100% assurance that you'll be in the Super Sunday anyhow. But the rest of the teams though, look at the gap between YOODO Alliance and VPE right now. Well, the circle shifted and shrink even further. We're gonna have very similar to us yesterday's circle. Water treatment it is.
Ooh, water treatment, here we go. And a lot of teams already in the circle. I guess what would interest me with this circle now is probably what's going to happen down south. We've got a couple of teams needing to travel, and look how congested like within the circle is. So for teams on the outside who wants to come in at this stage, it's probably going to be a bit hard. So fights are unavoidable.
Everybody trying to fight for those high grounds. 7-9, Brian, don't do things that you should not be doing. But here comes VOIN. They all hike up, but a bit later for 7-9. They want the same compound as VOIN, but due to their vehicles got stuck to hike up, now they are parting ways. Knowing the fact, okay, we're late, we cannot get into the compound on time because somebody else just beat us to it. There's only a couple of seconds later, so they decided we need to retreat, find a different place, because it's not going to be worth it. 7-9 having a rough start today. They only gained themselves 14 points for the entire day.
Yeah, I would approve the move of 7-9 to avoid the fight and to focus on to getting into the inner side of the circle. But for GEEK fam, ooh, Mika down. They have to say Mika icing down as well. Snipes. Mika smoking up Audrey all the way behind. Snipes. He has pulled off a big clutch, but not against XERXIA. He's taken out and leaving only Audrey alone.
Tough start again for GEEK fam. We did mention about how much they need the points. They're one of the very few teams that's desperate for it. At least Crazy VIP is still having a full squad, while Lobby and the rest of XERXIA will take advantage of the loot laying around. A bit of an upgrade for their looting here, getting themselves a lot of ammunition and throwables. Not sure about Audrey how to play across this map by himself. Hopefully he can hide himself well for the next couple of stages.
Yeah, I mean, we're still at 16 teams. So for him to gain the placement points, he really needs to have that invisible cloak onto him. And
Us
the
from
last,
Snake then.
oh yeah, okay. He does have an invisible cloak. Okay, I'm not a Hogwarts true follower. I only know baseline. To be fair.
I'm a fanatic, by the way.
Okay, there you go. Then that's then you got the facts there. Yeah.
Oh man.
It's just like if a friend starts talking to me about anime, I'll be like, yeah, it's almost the same thing. But of course, anime even more. But yeah.
What is your biggest passion when it comes to being a fan about?
Well, if you talk to me about football, I can go all night.
Oh, you love football that much?
Yeah.
Holy
It's written in my new book though, so ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for that. Somewhere end of
The
this
book
month.
is about esports or football, by the way.
There's a story behind it. There's a story. I'll just leave it as that. No spoilers.
Oh man, you should be doing eFootball as well. Or even play eFootball, man. You might actually score that one and be a pro player.
Well, I'll be playing a tournament soon. So. Ooh, wow.
Really?
Okay, yeah, okay.
All
right,
the best,
I'll
bro.
leave
All
it
the
as that.
best.
I'll leave it as that.
I'm rooting for you, you know that, right?
Yeah, I'll leave it as that.
But leaving is going to be Crit VIP. One knocked down by YOODO Alliance, and they're rushing in probably. Crit VIP, are they sharing the same fate as GEEK fam? Well, I think that's quite a distance of a shot just now. So maybe they will pick each other up once more. But Audrey, oh my Audrey.
XERXIA saw his rotation probably, but yep, they don't exactly know where he is and passes by. So Audrey's playing that slow and steady Snake. But for XERXIA, they're not going to play that kind of play style. They're going to go all in on the PEA.
Oh, rushing straight into RIQ. It's going to be Boom as well, but XERXIA taking on PEA. Kiddo will be burned now of alive, and that's going to be the nade cooking up, but he didn't actually clip right at Molly at all. XERXIA going quite aggressive with a UMP. Kiddo cooked perfectly well, and just knock on one. RNJ is pretty low himself. A bit of 1-to-1 trade on their knees, and knocked down at that, but RNJ just camouflaged himself within the bushes.
Oh, Lobby on the lower ground, but Lobby fights back with the UMP, dances around with the members of PEA. Another member of XERXIA is coming by to provide support to Lobby X, and Lobby still dancing. PEA is not able to land the shots, and finally they do, but Lobby fights back with the help of Megamind.
I can see the progress and growth of PEA. We can see the idea, but they just lack in terms of experience, in terms of a CQC and some fights. But back to us, Boom versus RIQ. Now they're fighting against each other. And we do have a new contender coming in from the back. BTR! Here comes the cleaning up crew.
Here we go, RIQ. Put it at its fame. One last player, 50% of health left. Nate's all on the same, all eyes on the same right now, navigating around this compound. Boom Esports out at number 15 to elimination points, but yeah, they can afford it. But BTR, they could use a couple more points.
They're fine, they're Boom, they're all confirmed in Super Sunday. But for the start of VTR, will they actually digging their own grave and walking into the trap here? Because FaZe Clan happen to be following their footsteps from behind on the side of RIQ, down to only last player that is. Well, PIGMY versus Team Flash on top of these mountains.
Oh, here we go. Dempsey space on the left side getting one, but now he's on the lower ground and Team Flash will follow on. Contino gets knocked down by Atul, but the follow-up from Kwang will not disappoint Team Flash.
Our PIGMY, sadly, they did not get themselves the comfortable zone that they hoped for. They ended up the last map just now at 57 points, not reaching the 80 points. So they're still a bit shaky when it comes to getting into the Super Sunday or not. But the circle shrinks. We have YOODO Lines coming in very late. Team Flash, a long way to go. DX, where is Warren? Is quite far apart from the rest of these Xaviers.
Yeah, taking a different distance. But these teams, they are together though. BTR, Vampire, just look at the minimap. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different colors on the minimap. Man, it's going to be crazy when the circle goes away.
Hopefully the circle goes away then. It's going to be more fun and entertaining for us that's watching and just sitting comfortably while just commentating and criticize the teams. But back to the side of VTR, they got themselves the warehouse. Now Great VIP have to march across that street. While YOODO Alliance, this blue zone will be painful enough for them to leave wherever they stand there. But Team Secret will try to gatekeep them definitely. He puts himself up for Adik Luke for first aid, got a mad kit even, so you're gonna use the mad kit first, then gonna drive straight with a minivan. But FaZe Clan still trying to flush out the RQ player, which is gonna be the last of them, Snape.
Wow, I'm surprised that Snape is still alive after all this. Wow, but Snape, just as we mentioned it could have been FaZe Clan, but BTR Gen Force was one big win point.
Gen Force and the rest of BTR now going aggressive, but very proactive for eliminations. Coming in with a nade. But lucky enough, there's walls covering the rest of FaZe Clan. They're going to be A-okay for now. But Satar trying to go for the flank. Look at how he's sneaking himself up. But we do have a different team coming out around this area as well. And it's going to be Team Flash. Will they be interested in this fight, or will they go for VOIN instead?
Here we go. Ooh, look at the elimination feed now. BTR against Vampire Esports happening somewhere else. For Team Flash, trying to get this high ground out of the hands of their opponents up there. And Team Flash, ooh, okay, with the compound, looks like they're going to chill for now. VOIN is going to be all the way up there, but probably not going to engage since they're all in the circle.
YOODO Alliance, I feel like this is quite grim for them. Difficult to reach through. I don't think he got enough time to heal himself back up by Adik, and that's the last of YOODO Alliance. At least he's got himself 2 eliminations. Tough start for them, but they're still in the top 5 for now. They still have themselves. Do they still play tomorrow for YOODO Alliance? I think they do, right?
For YOODO Alliance, they...
No.
Oh man, you're asking me the question that I need to refer offhand, but yes, they will not be playing tomorrow.
Okay, today for Group C is going to be the last day for them playing.
Yes,
depending on, yeah, so they are in Group C, so that's not going to be a good sign since they ended up around 50-ish, so it's still a bit shaky. But Gosu, the moment he picks out, wow, FaZe really aggressive with those taps.
Well, Team Flash is stuck in between a couple of teams, but at least they have the circle, so they'll be pretty okay for now. But let's see how far will the circle go. Circle time, and it will still be where Team Flash and VOIN is at. Don't need to move much. They just need to prepare for the possible incoming of the Xavier.
Now, VOIN do have the potential of getting themselves a back-to-back chicken dinner here. We do have double chicken in a day, but never a back-to-back yet. Will VOIN be the first team to do so?
That will be interesting to see that happen. At this moment, full squad, really nice position. So at stage 5, still looking good for them. But another fight that'll be interesting to see is this fight, because 7-9, they have been quiet, they rotated in, they found this compound, they had the circle, cool. But teams on the outside, Team Secret, Lobby from XERXIA, will be looking to pass by, and this is where they might take advantage of 7-9.
Brian, don't peek out. You're always going to be the first few to go down. Same goes for the side of you, hi. Now I'm cute spotted out the rest of the teams just now. FaZe Clan showing just next to BTR. Now this is going to be a fun one to watch, because these 2 legacy teams, their firepower is undoubtedly one of the best ones. But FaZe Clan, I'm waiting for Moment to jump out, because Moment sometimes do this erratic plays that's so unpredictable, but it's a huge clutch, usually.
Yes, if Momo is one of the potential clutches, other than Mela, that is. So a lot of firepower in this player that is very jovial. But Lobby X naded down one player of Team Secret, and he was just next to them. Okay, reveals himself, and now he's in trouble on the lower ground. But now Gilk went down to Brian. 7-9 kind of help Lobby, but he's kind of low at this moment. But before that, he makes sure that the point is secured.
Still in the way where the people around the corner. My oh my, Team Secret, XERXIA. On the other hand, Oso was getting back from the back. Even got himself an extra upgrade of loot. There's a lot of things going on there. Team Secret, they have to lose 2 members. Heavy casualty on that. But at the same time, back to the side of Empires. What is happening? I see a lot of them are kneeling down. Newsy tried to revive, but can he make it on time?
Oh, lots of casualties there, and GK will come in. But GK is all alone though, and he's 50% of health, so he's not going to take that risk for now. Well, because of that allows the opportunity for Vampire Esports to reset, and now FaZe Clan up against BTR. Here we go.
Satar didn't spot out Satar. Satar is going to be the pivotal player for the side of BTR. And if he can actually catch the back of FaZe Clan, that's going to be the end for FaZe. But Onzens have a hunch. There's somebody there behind him. But here comes the smokes coming in, going blind. Being blinded with a flash. Venturis can see whatever that is going on. Now, where is Satar? I'm looking at where is Satar? Lapar back towards the side of a lot of nades flying over his face. Onzens just across and Sharon saying compound. Wait, Venturis. Mela is down as well.
Oh, but the final blow came from GenForce to take down Venturis. And that is FaZe Clan out at number 9. Just one more placement to go to at least gain a placement point.
But they're not done yet for the actions coming out from the side of VTR, because just now Team Flash shutting down on Satar. Now that's something that they should look out for. Now on the side of VTR, they're not quite in the circle just yet, while Crit VIP just behind Vampires. Newsy, can he actually hear them crawling around the corners here?
Oh, definitely can't hear anyone who crawls, but they probably heard the pin, or maybe it's just too far. That's why they're not really moving, but they definitely heard that nade there. But oh, Shrubs shot by someone else, pretty low right now. If only Putra has the information.
He wants to toss something, but nothing else to be tossed. Newbies on the other hand, he got 2 nades, but will he save it and reserve for something better later? Just toss it around now. I think that's going to be Sam9 shooting over to a side of Shrubs. He's down to 1 HP there. All they need is just 1 nade to assist those knocks, but Shrubs already reset himself. Newbies impatient now. He wants to go in. He wants to just randomly toss, but Newsy already left that shot.
Well, unfortunate for him, the opportunity was not taken. Shrubs gracefully moved to the back, and now he is okay there. Newsy now is the one at the front line against the newbies. Now, smokes popped up. Really hazy right now. Hard to get a good vision with this kind of smoke.
It's kind of true. It's all about blind sprays for these guys. Newbie slowly approaching. He's just next to it! It is put out!
Oh,
wait, what? How?
Oh,
no! Wait, how?
Oh, wow! The newbies by Schwartz had to burst the bubble of newbies. Now Putra is going in for the pickup. No, maybe not. Maybe he wants to focus on the shots first. Let's see what Putra's going to go with. And Schwartz will spray. Traps landed the shots on the Putra. Putra is kind of low at this moment. Traps reloads his weapon, going for the rush. He knows he's got a lot of damage on Putra. Champion comes in onto the left, onto the right, but Schwartz is still not able to finish up the top yet. And it is UI from above. Took up Putra.
Oh man, what a party pooper here, Sam. Now but Yuhai, oh my! Shrap's now getting back his revenge. They were playing ring around Rosie just now. Sam9 in trouble. VOIN is firing on top of Sam9 UI. Yuhai, now he got stuck himself in between the rock. D Davis is there as well. Oh my god! This is just digging their own graves.
Well, instead of Boom just king of the mountain, it seems. Shrubs still not letting go of Yuhai, though Yuhai kinda helped Shrubs earlier on. Probably should have wanted to pull for anyway, Sam9 is a team that's even more difficult for points. Now for Kenny on the lower ground. Yuhai, oh wait a second! Shadows naded out Yuhai!
Who's spraying on Shadows, by the way? Origin tapping on Brian and Sam9. They are in shambles, limb by limb, taken out from left, right, and center by the teams. But the circle will shrink, and this is the time for them to consider whether to leave or whether to stay.
Well, circle might force them to leave, and it will, especially teams on the left side. Yuhai finished off by Schwabs, so it looks like Revenge Sir. Also thanks to Disable who knocked down Yuhai early on. Now Sam9 only has Kenny alive. Oh, wait a second. Sam9 has two other players, but they're quite spread apart. I guess they were trying to gain like the zone control, but now they lost Yuhai, so the plan needs to change.
At least Brian being picked up by the members back up again, so they still at 3 players. Not so much of a loss still. But the problem is, they got themselves a circle, yes, but Team Flash, they are gatekeeping VD or VOIN. We just got themselves the last chicken dinner. Team Flash still having a full squad up there. Now they definitely already cracked that 80 points, so they definitely secured themselves a Super Sunday, I assume. But on the side of these Xaviers, on the other hand, they still need more points to go. 7-9 Kenny in a small shack. BTR playing around the pits area with the smoke. Lapa is trying to hunt for more.
Okay, that's the end of Schwabs, and Kenny is the one to secure the point. So, yep, he took revenge for Yuhai there. And now 7-9, 2 points at mark, and they're still gaining placement points since we have 5 teams right now. And let's see here. 7-9 still pretty okay within the circle, I must say.
For how much longer? Because they're quite split at about for the side of 7-9. Hopefully they are stacked up as a team right now, because we haven't seen them playing as a team yet. Team Flash on the other hand, VOIN now climbing down the high horses, forcing the fight into the compounds of Team Flash. They have to fight either way. Razak going in left, right and center now, going around the ring around the Rosie, trying to fight for one, but lucky enough they got the wait. How were the shots coming up from Boo Boo Hoo?
Oh, all the way from downtown. Team Flash now fighting back. Batman, that's the final blow. On to Razak, who was on second floor, and that is it for Boy and Donkey. Not long for teams here, ladies and gentlemen. And these area might lose one player.
I was drinking water, sorry. Jet Force BTR sucks it down. Next is gonna be BTR. They are going back on fire. Down to one last player, but secure double digit. Wow, 2 teams going down. Maybe next one is gonna be BTR, but can they pick back up with 10 elimination on Team Flash's side? Even though they're being eliminated, double digit it is. DX, they only got 1 elimination, and that's the first one by Parjin just now. And BTR down to the last player. That is 7-9 still stands.
Oh, 7-9, could this be the moment to score the chicken dinner? The chicken dinner that they desperately need. But BTR could use points as well. Same goes for these area. In order for them to secure a better chance of getting into the Super Sunday. 7-9 has the circle control. Look at the spread here. As long as they don't lose individually, they'll be fine.
But they sometimes a bit hard-headed for the side of 7-9. They decided to just go something that's unexpected. But Lapa, even though he's going solo, he's still one of the most aggressive player that is when it comes to spraying. The Xavier's got himself those elevations, but barely getting into the circle in less than 40 seconds away. There's no more circle left, and whoever been clipped off by the blue zone first will have to know the fact they have to go advance, and that's going to be them having their placement maybe in the 3rd place.
Speaking about advancing, the Xavier is the one that needs to advance first. Shadows with a smoked up vehicle, not the best of ideas, but the rest of them can still charge in. And they're going to put focus on the 7-9. BTR is there as well with Lapa taking off Erangel. And looks like BTR have been eliminated by the Russian by D0. Now it's goal time for 7-9. They need to clean up the final member of D0. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? He's on the other side.
Oh, it's quite far. It's going to be Levi. Oh, Shadows. Brian spot him out. He can hear the audio cue of those UAZ. But you know what? Shadows just going to jump down and try to get himself slowly approaching towards Lambo. But Brian will be the one that going for off angle. Shadows, if he's not being careful, there's going to be 3 different angles entirely for him to cover himself up. That finish of Lambo that time. But Shadows is all about time now. There's no way 7-9 going to watch this one, right?
Yeah, there's pretty much no way. It's a matter of whether he denies that to blue or not. 2 names that cross off the Shadows. He chooses time to fight back. Another name, right by his face, stretches his health down to 50% of health. Brian, a knockdown. 2 more to go for the side of 7-9. Shadows, unless, I don't know. This is going to be probably an insane chicken dinner if Shadows can pull it off.
It's going to be a huge clutch because they're already down to 2 players left. He's still got 1 last first aid on the side of Shadows. Here comes Amoli as well. If he actually plays with the blue zone, but lucky for the side of 7-9. They were actually not really lucky. They secured those chicken dinner. Not the biggest one, but a chicken is a chicken. And that's a 10-point plus eliminations in there around 3 to 4. It's going to be more than enough to have a good setup for tomorrow.
Such a huge relief for 7-9. who was at the bottom, this chicken definitely will boost their morale up and will set themselves up for tomorrow. Sem 9 on fire, and hopefully they can bring the burn to the other teams from Group A in tomorrow's matches.
Whew, what a day here today. But that's going to be the rating time for Group C, with the winning stat Chicken Dinner Do coming up from the start of Sem 9, despite it being eliminated quite a number of time early on, like UI and Brian always the first few. But when it comes to damage output, you have to give it to Kenny. I think everyone trying to do their best, but, well, not too much damage received on the side of Dab 0 and that.
Wow, 0. That is a new record. I can't go any lower than 0, right? And you still got 3 eliminations in the process, so that's great work by them. But Kenny is our MVP this time, though 1 elimination, but the ratio of damage 390, so that's a lot of work that he has done for Sem 9, and he also received only 17 damage, which is very low.
Well, so far for the side of Sem 9, I guess they played it smart this time, not being too far apart from each other, because that's where they start to lose their members when they split at their formation. Immediately trying to do a different side of strategy, trying to divide and conquer. But at the same time, it didn't work so well when it comes to their first day. But before we get more into in-depth and overall rankings, here comes the match recap between the 4 teams, different flags.
Nice to see form of diversity here, but still we don't end the day with different flags and as the chicken dinner winners. But yep, I guess it's what it is. We'll need to wait for the following matches then. But other than that, we're gonna enjoy the best moments of this round. That's nice, chicken dinner.
Now, despite they got themselves the chicken, but they pushed down to second place here with BTR taking over the reign and number 1 spot with 11 eliminations. Scored another big one for the double-digit eliminations once more for BTR, their first day of debut.
And we got Team Flash behind Sem 9 just by a difference of 1 point. There with 14 points. So that's the double-digit club, ladies and gentlemen. As for XERXIA, who needs based on points if you got 9 eliminations? XERXIA turned up this round and it's the only team on page 1 without the placement point, but they still managed to get themselves up there. Other than that, Xavier is there as well with 8 points, Team Secret 7, Vampire with 5. But on page 2, FaZe Clan, oh, what a rough day it has been for them, 0 points this time. And PEA, this round is a 0 for them, so we'll be seeing what happens tomorrow.
That's kind of true for PEA. They only got one particular good run, and then after that they dropped the ball. For the side of GEEK Fam and Crave VIP, this is more concerning for them because the overall ranking, we do have 105. Team Flash, I think, is more than secure. Saying as for Vampires, already cracked the 80s as well. Now, despite Alter Ego being pushed down to 4th, they haven't played at all today, so they will be playing tomorrow. That's going to be a huge jump later whether AE can overtake Boom tomorrow or not.
Ooh, 78 points, and the difference between them and Boom is like 27 points with 6 games. 27 points, 6 games, Alter Ego. Why not, right? Doable. But we'll see the return of some teams on page 2, especially YOODO 02, who is currently at last place because, to be fair, they didn't play today. So they'll be joining in the mix with FaZe Clan, VOIN, MORPH, and the other teams. But it is for sure now that Grid VIP will not be able to do anything about it. We will see them again on Saturday.
It's a confirmed Saturday play for the side of Crave VIP. GEEK Fam, I have a feeling they're a bit shaky as well because only the top 8 teams are confirmed to get into the Super Sunday, while the rest of the bottom 16 will still have to fight for more. Now, the teams that still have more games to go is actually going to be Group A tomorrow and also Group B here today, where we do have Team NKT, MORPH, Team YOODO 02, Roy Esports, TALON Esports, Alter Ego, Ares, TODAK, and the Infinity joining us back tomorrow. But before we get into that, this is going to be the top 4 cancelling. And Team Flash, not the highest. We've seen 2,900 before, never 3,000 yet. But Team Flash, they're quite consistent for the past 2 days in week 1.
Other than that, BTR 1,847, and we got Team Secret up here as well to get XERXIA 1,274. And on the other stats, looks like we're going to pass it back to our host. Take it away.
Welcome back, everyone. And now I'm here with Batman from Team Fresh. สวัสดีค่ะ Okay, so for our first question, your team performance has improved a lot compared from the last season. Any change do you made it?
Team mình đã có một màn trình diễn rất là tốt so với lại mùa giải lần trước ấy, thì không biết là team mình đã có những thay đổi như thế nào trong mùa giải lần này.
Và mùa giải lần này thì mình cho Conti ra sân thay vì dự bị.
I think for this season we have some change in terms of like the team member. We let some member rest and some new member come in to play.
So it makes your team improve, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any team that is your treat this season?
Em nghĩ là đội nào là đối thủ đáng gờm đối với đội mình ở mùa giải lần này?
Ego là đối thủ đáng gờm với mùa giải lần này.
I think the team that I consider a threat to my team is Alter Ego, AE, from Indonesia.
AE is a top of league now, right? Okay, since you guys are not playing tomorrow, are you confident that your team will be able to maintain the top 8 and direct advance to Super Sunday? Any team that you are looking forward to meet in the Super Sunday?
Vì là ngày mai team mình sẽ không thi đấu, mà nên là em không biết là em có tự tin là đội mình sẽ nằm ở trong top 8 để vào thẳng vòng Super Sunday hay không, và có team nào mà em mong muốn là sẽ được gặp ở trong vòng Super Sunday hay không?
Em nghĩ là team mình sẽ có suất vào Super Sunday, và team em mong gặp ở Super Sunday nhất là Roy Esports.
I think I'm confident that we're gonna make it to the top 8 and be there in the Super Sunday. And also the team that I want to meet the most at Super Sunday is Roy Esports.
Wow. So you can meet me on Sunday. Okay, last thing. Any words to your fans?
Em có lời gì muốn gửi đến người hâm mộ của mình không?
Hãy ủng hộ team mình trong suốt mùa giải mùa hè ở lần này ở Thái Lan.
Okay, please support us throughout the PMSL Summer in Thailand.
Okay, and the last thing. Can you give a mini heart to them, please?
Làm trái tim mini cho khán giả.
Because he speaks really less, so
Yeah.
give me a mini heart again.
Okay. Làm trái tim.
Okay, thank you for today, and see you tomorrow for more game. Now let's go back to the caster for the last final though.
You can meet me on Sunday. Yeah. We will be here on Sunday for sure. Yep. You can meet us on Sunday too.
I can't
Yeah.
even. That's so cute, by the way. Thank you so much, Boo. I think I love the interview now. But also interesting, coming up from Team Flash, and looking forward to go against Roy. That's kind of an underrated team for Roy because we've seen their firepower before. Not many teams mention them enough.
Well, and it's also like the bragging rights, right? If they can take out somebody from their own country, it's like, hey, we want to be the best team in Vietnam. So, Team Flash, they so far are doing so good. I mean, if we even compare them to how Xavier has been doing today, Team Flash is, well, even better than Xavier.
I agree. Despite the Xaviers, they are one of the legacy teams, one of the legacy of PMCOs even. But it just shows that a different standard, a different era is coming to wipe out all the old generation, showing that what they can and what they are made of. And Team Flash, I assume they are quite comfortable, might actually be in Super Sunday and definitely be in Super Sunday. But who will be in or out for tomorrow instead?
Yeah, that will be the big question, because by the end of tomorrow, we'll wrap up the group stage and we'll find out who are exactly our top 8 teams in the Super Sunday and who are the other teams who will need to play the last chance qualifiers. And from there, we'll pick the best 8 teams to be joining the first 8 teams in the Super Sunday. Now, in case you're new to the format, the points will be carried over onto the last chance qualifiers. So whether they have qualified, whether they are at the very end, right? Okay, I'm trying to find the right words here. Whether they're at the very end and they felt that, oh, it's just too far for us to catch the top 8, they still need to gain the points, because that will be their starting point on Saturday.
We're just waiting for a cue to wrap things up, honestly, from my side, because we're really hungry. Right now, we need to grab our dinner. But I think that's it for today, guys. We can't brain anymore. But today has been interesting. Tomorrow will be more. And this is going to be XERXIA and Chichi signing off. See you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, for our final day of the league run before we're heading over to the last stage and also the Super Sunday. See you guys around. Bye and good night.